I'll declare this extraordinary council meeting for the LTP 2021-2031 hearings open. The rules of the hearing. Each submitter has 5 minutes to speak to their submission. This will be timed, and a bell will sound 30 seconds before their time concludes. The purpose of the hearings is to listen to the submitters. If a councillor has a query, he should raise the query with the submitter. It is not a debate. So not looking for a debate between parties, and also would just make the point that you're listening to their submission. Please don't cast an opinion. That comes later. Move on to item 1 of the agenda, which is the apologies, and I don't believe we have any, do we? No apologies. Excellent. The declarations of interest. Now, the declarations of interest are on team systems, and they're here. Now, if you've got a submitter, or if you see a conflict, this is a good time to write it down. It really is. So that's on. Move on to item 3 of the agenda, which is the report and on the submission hearings. And I'll invite Emma to come forward to present the report. You'll be home soon, John.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors, members of the public. I would like to take the report as read.
Thank you, Emma. We'll take the report as read and look for a councillor to move that the council receive the report, hear the verbal submissions, and receive the written submissions to the Western District Council's draft long-term plan 2021 to 2031, which is the LTP.
So moving.
If you make others, seconded, please. Councillor Neal, those in favour? Thank you. Now move on to the hearing itself. The first submitter is Pauline Southern, and it's submission number 32. Pauline, here. Okay. How about Peter McDonald, submission 65. Okay. Kira Birchfield, submission 112. Okay. Fiona Anderson, submission 113. Who have we got here?
What order are we taking them in?
Jones, I'm ready.
Thanks, Joe. Well, the first submitter will be Joe Kearns. It's submission number 107 on team system. Thanks, Joe. You've named it.
But it's not in order.
Tēnā koutou, ko Joe Kearns, toko ingoa, tēnā koutou katoa. Hi, I'm Joe Kearns, greetings to you all. I'd just firstly like to make a comment on those missing submitters who may show up. I received a call less than 24 hours ago that I was due here this morning. I know Fiona Anderson is returning back to Hokitika today from being out of town. Kira Birchfield at 9 o'clock last night had not received notification of the submission time, didn't know it was on today. I'm sure she'll turn up because I encouraged her. I'm not sure about the other two, but really disappointing to have less than 24 hours to prepare, not necessarily to prepare, because suggesting we are already prepared, but be able to fit this into our diary, acknowledging that everyone's got lives outside of this. So I really hope you can hear those other submitters if they turn up at a later time. Okay, so my submission was about the Hokitika race course in the main. And I'd just like to state that I wish to see the Hokitika Racecourse retained as a space for use by horse riders. I'm not going to read my submission, just state a few points. I presume it's been read. Extensively, the Hokitika Racecourse is used by horse riders, horse enthusiasts, dog walkers, and other walkers. People who are looking for even ground to walk on that's not paved. It's a very unique space in Hokitika that offers those values to the user. As well as that, RDA are significant users of the Hokitika Racecourse, so that's Riding for Disabled Association, as well as a number of independent users, whether they're dog walkers or horse riders. I probably use it on a weekly basis, and for certain months of the year, at least twice a week or more. Along with other people, I'm never there on my own. It's a really safe place for us to ride our horses. There are very few options other than the Hokitika Racecourse where we can have the level of safety that's offered at the racecourse. It's really good for young horses as well as young riders. And in my case, it's also really good for old riders and young horses. In terms of traffic, I was here submitting late last year to change the speed of country roads, which I understood and read went through and was a positive thing. But many months later, there's been no change to the speed on our country roads, and therefore no change to the level of safety for my child on her pony or me on my horse out on those country roads. I really look forward to those speed limit signs going up, and to not just the signs going up, but some education going into the public around how we treat each other on country roads. Currently, that's not a safe place to ride. History alone suggests that it wouldn't be wise and it wouldn't be kind to take away the use of the racecourse for horse riders and for the equine community without making us part of the conversation and the decision. In 1897, the Western Racing Club rules were put in place. Surely it's a celebration that this is 124 years later and we still have a racecourse in Hokitika. Just from a historical perspective in our town, which celebrates history so well in many areas, that's something for us to celebrate. They also stated in their rules in 1897 that the committee was to have full control over the racecourse property and funds of the club, and that they were to be used for the benefits of the racing club. And surely that infers for the benefits of the equine community. So further to that, I'm interested in understanding why $1 million is being proposed for drainage of the racecourse area when no decision has been made on its future use. I don't believe we would spend, as a council with limited funds, $1 million on drainage of an area if we haven't made a decision of the future use, which requires a good, solid, hard panel method. If future use is as it's existing, we probably don't need to spend $1 million on drainage. We want to be part of this conversation. Further to that, in my submission, you'll see that I suggest that there's some very basic development that could really enhance the area for the equine community. And that was around a dressage arena, roughly 50 by 40 metres, and ensuring that the fitness training opportunity that the tracks offer at the moment stay in place and are maintained. This is all about our riders who are event riders. So 1-day eventing, 2-day eventing and 3-day eventing, as you are familiar with through our friends Mark Todd and the Olympic team, it's that sport. Dressage, cross country and show jumping. There's a large number of equine riders from the West Coast who travel extensively around the South Island and undertake that activity. We have no dressage arena to practice in Hokitika, which means we're often fronting up to significant competitions in Christchurch and further afield, and riding into a dressage arena for the first time in front of 2 judges. It would be a very small effort to develop a small area within the racecourse that we can have that training. Thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Joe. Just before we go, do we have any points of clarification from any councillor? If you be a
Joe, thank you for your report. Are you saying that the whole of the racecourse area should be retained for pedestrian use, or is it possible that that use could be contained into a much greater portion of it?
Personally, I think the significant areas at the moment are the track, one or two parts of the track, because there are actually 3 tracks the way I see it. There's the sand track, the gravel track, and the grass track. So a couple of options there, because it's good to have a non-grass track as well as a grass track because of the weather. And then I think the showgrounds or something replacing the showgrounds area is significant because that's used for major events at least twice a year. And then I think developing an all-weather dressage arena, which is only that contained space of maybe 40 or 50 by 50 metres, would be really valuable. How you use the inside space, that's someone else's argument for me. So that could be used another way, but that kilometre round loop is really significantly important for us. We don't have other places that we can train fitness in our horses like that, and we often go up there and do between 6 and 10 loops at different paces just to get the horses up to speed across country.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just membership. What's the name of the membership?
Membership of what?
Of this club of the.
There's a club at Kapatai called the Rangi Pony Club. I don't know the numbers, sorry. There's a club in Greymouth, which we're members of, and there's probably close to 50 odd families, 40, 50 families in there. Hokitika Pony Club closed decades ago, but the equine community in Hokitika is strong, and there would be, I don't know, I ran a meeting at the very last minute, announced it at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was at 6 o'clock. We had 17 people turn up, and we have 70 something people on that Facebook page now, so.
Thank you very much, Joe. Much appreciated. Case, you come forward. Submission number 96.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors. That's not all submission. Now, yeah, I'm Case Beck. Presently, for the last 6 years, I've been resigning at Hokitika with Terrace. Up until Christmas, we had a major shed in the Driver Station, which is just north of Henry Farms, up the old Christchurch Road. And thank you very much for the government for Tarsier Road. That's about 50 years too late now for me. But anyway, it's looking great. So now the submission is my own. I haven't been appointed to fill out the farmers apart from the person who's, I believe, made the submission well before I even put pen to paper. So that's that fortnight ago. So the first page. So I support the reduction of the uniform annual charge down to 17.5%, mainly because the introduction in recent years of the residential community rate. Because to my mind, that adds to the uniform annual charge, and it should be quite obvious. So, yeah, the community rate virtually doubles the uniform annual charge in some instances, and others it's well short. So, with that in mind, I do support that reduction, but not beyond the 17.5. Ownership of elderly housing, I put 80-20 there, because I believe the council should be responsible for those that are, you know, the last resort. So, you know, further down on our list, I think the council should have space for them. But in the main, the pensioner housing should be left to private enterprise, to my mind. And giving it to destination Western is probably as near to as possible. But there are developers in town who sitting on sections for 75, but they haven't had the confidence to go ahead because they don't know what council is doing. So I think it's important that council is a clear indication of the government. Thank you. It's a year or two since I've been in the poll. I don't support spending too much money on it, because to my mind it looks pretty good. I'm not a swimmer, but you know, who's paying for it? And now rates commission on that first position. I'm supportive of that policy, because I think it's only fair justice, and a lot of those people have got those sections because they happen to be there, and they're only tiny sections. Right, my written submission covers some of what I've already covered there. But, now, regarding the building across the way, I'm fully supportive of that. I'm really interested. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, how long have I got?
5 minutes.
Minutes ago.
Yeah, no.
5 minutes.
5 minutes in time. But there is a question time.
So, because I believe that the council, the library, the museum and what have you should be all under one roof. Being in towns of North Island, where that's the case, and it's certainly quite attractive and all the information there for people to find. It's also good for the shopkeepers down the road, because people are not wanting down town to find their way quite the same. Most course expenditure should be deferred 4 to 5 years. And the 2 hectares presented says 200 hectares, but as a farmer, I can't see that. Now, the rate funding on page 26 and 27, to my mind, that's totally misleading. It doesn't give the higher rate of properties. The average there is only about 2 or 3%. When you're increasing the rates by 30%, that's just not on. My time up, is it?
Yeah. We haven't got anyone following you.
Right, I'll keep going.
Keep going.
Thank you. Now, on page 6, those uniform charges, 510.7, and 372, that's 649. I don't know where those figures come from, because I certainly can't find them on the web. And the 711 or 710 and 699. There's the figures I can find there. So now, as far as the 13% increase, I believe it should, those graphs that are in the consultation document should be leveled out. If they're asking too much up front, and I think that's going to create some problems. So, to my mind, 10% this year is the upper limit, and that allows 5% for last year and 5% this coming year. And then after that, it should be no more than 5%. The council should stick to its limit instead of just extend it just because I feel like it. So very clear that the local government will invest in else to the left in the world of their own. rates, paying us the full price. You know, I believe they have a local government throughout the country that they are the law unto themselves. They've got their own consumer price index, which is at least twice what the general one is. So I think they should be part of our community in that standard way. Now, the farm rate will more than double over the next 3 years, is what I know. Because the present increase for smaller dairy farm, you know, they're paying about $5,000. So with the increase coming forward, next year they're going to be paying $6,470, which is only a 30% increase, because if you look at where that's what you come against. And then there's down there a similar increase for the following year, which takes it up to $8,346. Then the year thereafter, you're saying no 25%, because it's working on the same basis as what the council's worked on. Now for this coming year, it's well over 10,000. That's well up.
Thanks, Kay. So any questions from councillors? Paul?
Just want to clarify your stand on pensioner housing, the 80-20.
Right.
I didn't quite catch what you said about the transfer to proposed transfer.
Well, I think 20% that the council should not transfer, and leave that for as a last resort for people that really need it. But the other 8% should be transferred to destination discussion.
Any other questions? Okay, it's been a long time since you've been around the table.
It does.
And it's fair to say we miss you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Kaz.
Thanks. Moving down. Who else have we got there that is
Please come to watch.
Come
Rick's putting the submission on it. With this part of it, just want to be informed.
Oh, yeah, no, yes, good on it. That's excellent. Okay. So 9:30. Right, we've got.
Just a question, Worship.
Yes.
I am a little bit concerned with Joe Kearns coming up and saying they only were notified yesterday. What, can someone explain what? Because the submitters that are submitting today, surely.
Well, the submissions closed on Friday,
Yeah.
so the time we compiled everything, put the agenda together, they were advised Monday or so.
But why?
But they knew that they were to speak, so they should have been expecting confirmation.
But clearly they haven't. I do feel that, we should have got back to them as their submissions
We
come
got back to
in.
them as fast as we could after submissions were received.
But could it not have been that as their submissions were coming in, we actually got back to them straight away and then said, okay, well.
About 60% of the submissions arrived on Thursday and Friday.
Okay, but then could we not have even got back to them before leaving it to yesterday? Okay.
It's a standard process that's used every year.
So what are we doing now?
Well, I guess the next submitters actually don't come in until, because we've had two in the next segment have cancelled out. We've heard Kay's, we've heard Joe. And so the next lot is at 10 o'clock, which is half an hour away. I suggest we adjourn for half an hour. No choice. It's, what are we, 9:48?
Is there another job position there?
Now, the next submitter, councillors, is Jack O'Connor from Sport Canterbury. Thanks, Jack. We're delighted to see you here.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard, and councillors and ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I just want to say thank you for the support that you're giving to sport and recreation in this LTP. It's, sport and recreation, it's a key component of a vibrant community, and it's probably one of the underrepresented in the workforce. When we start talking about the health sector having 1,100 employees on the West Coast, education is probably somewhere between 500 and 600. Sport, lucky if we get to 10 paid employees. Recreation is a wee bit different. We've got a lot of fitness instructors and swimming pool people as well. Some guiding and some cycling stuff going on now. So, but we're only sort of talking in the low hundreds sort of mark for those sort of areas. So to see the work that you guys are putting in, especially in this sort of spaces and places area, is really encouraging. Last time I stood here, I was presenting the West Coast Sport and Active Recreation Spaces and Places Strategy, which, and I was really proud to get that document through. It took over 2 years with the support of the councils right up and down the coast. So to have you having so much of that in this LTP is really important. And like I said, we've been very supportive of all the processes that you're using so far. And that's what it's all down. In the past, we've historically had a lot of wants rather than needs. And so that becomes a really important part of this process. When we're talking about your master plan for looking at the Hope to the Racecourse, that's clear, the development of that process is really important around that. We talk about losing facilities or amalgamating facilities or building new ones. It really comes down to the need. So any feasibility is absolutely important around that. And also understand having a plan. I think we saw that with the shovel-ready projects when they were thrown out at a very short notice and to try and pull a plan together to bring them in. So having a plan on that top drawer is really quite important. The race course, I mean, what a windfall to have, but it's also, in some ways, it's a dilemma because it's also the cost around any development project and around that is always going to be a huge demand. So ensuring that the process, that the facilities aren't duplicated, so the likes of Cass Square aren't duplicated. Developing Cass Square is really important. I think the community spoke and they said that they really want to retain it as a sporting venue for what it's currently got. There is a bit of a risk around that, is that if all your eggs go into one basket. I walked across it yesterday, it's in a really pretty wet state at the moment. So if we're starting to putting lights up and adding training to those sort of facilities, it could become sort of unviable this time of year. I know we've got a football tournament. I've just had 40th team enter for the 23rd, which we were hoping to use Cass Square. Now I'm very scared that would actually ruin Cass Square if it's in this current state. So that's primary school tournament, 6-a-side, 8 fields going at once. Pretty enjoyable. Greymouth teams coming, class schools coming down here. So we really need to just make sure that there's a backup support so that, I believe Wade's and I might be sort of out of the picture now. But if we're putting everything on the Cass Square, it does become a little bit of a risk. And we've seen that when events happen on it. But what you're trying to do there, amalgamate and bring everybody in using the same resources and facilities is absolutely awesome. Swimming pool, any investment in the swimming pool, look, it's a huge value to the community. And that's not just in sport and recreation, it's just an infrastructure, essential infrastructure that needs to be provided. So encourage you to keep that investment going into that. Wilderness Trail, I mean, this time 10 years ago, we didn't know when that last LTP was going, nobody had any idea where that was going to take us. And look what that's doing now. It's bringing businesses into town, it's bringing tourists into town, it's bringing money into town. It's got events happening on it. It's events are such a scary thing for most volunteer groups to be running because of the risk involved. taking it off the roads and putting it onto that cycle trail, that wilderness trail has just been godsend. And that's happening, I mean, we've seen it from Ross to Greymouth, from Kumara to, Hokitika. They're running the cycling, it's all happening, it's pretty awesome. So again, we would support anything around that, and the amenities is obviously the key part of all those. We see that a lot of our sports ground have been developed in the past without toilets and things like that. Quite critical. So thank you for the work that's been done in that space and the investment that's continued to happen. Parks and it's in here a review of the parks and reserves and playgrounds. And again, same sort of thing. It's just the ability to play. It's been a real focus in Sport New Zealand at the moment because our kids are forgetting how to play. We're cutting trees down, we're not allowed to climb trees, we're not allowed to bike to school, we're not allowed to do so many things. It becomes very prescriptive. We tell them when to get up, we tell them when to go to school, what to do, when you come home, when you watch TV, when you do homework, when you play sport, you're told what to do. So that ability to play in playgrounds is really quite essential. And any new developments that have got allowing for the developers create that space for people to play in those areas is pretty critical. That's really pretty much what I've come to say is that the work that you're doing is fantastic. Sport Canterbury do have some money available at the moment to invest in feasibilities around spaces and places. And I've had the opportunity to talk to Simon around putting some opportunities on the table. There's no process involved at the moment, but they really want to put some of that money back on the coast. So that's around feasibility and planning. So where we can do that, we would love to be supported and playing a part in the sport and recreation for the Westland. We used to be here in a much stronger sense when we had a pub El Barish, whereas for 4 years was an office here in the council. Unfortunately, as times change, we've lost that position, and my role has expanded considerably. But I'm really working hard to support Westland and the whole West Coast. And also the other key critical part is that anything being developed here really needs to be done in conjunction with Grey District. I mean, we're only 20 minutes apart now at Karamaka, not at the moment because there's road works. I found that yesterday at Kumara Junction. The working in sync. I'm part of West Coast Hockey, who part of their planning is to provide, they see the growth of hockey on the West Coast as having some sort of facility in Hokitika or Westland. It might only be a half turf for training purposes that can develop the game here. So having that link between the two, I think, is quite critical, and I'm really keen to be part of any conversation that happens with recreation. That's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Right. Councillors, you've got a clear deck. Any questions?
Oh, I suppose it's not so much a question, but in terms of sport in Westland, the volunteers do the heavy lifting, rugby clubs everywhere. So yeah, it's all good. And Mr. Brash, he taught me at Waterau Primary School.
I love it. Any other questions there that you'd like clarification?
My ears just pricked up when you said funding for feasibility studies actually. So yeah, thank you for even sharing that piece of information because that could be valuable to us as we are moving forward with this whole LTP process. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, the whole point of that is that we've got so many facilities that are ageing, duplicated. We used to have a lot more rugby teams around. There's a lot of rugby fields around, but so yeah, we're just going to make sure that that does work for us. And that volunteer, we rely so heavily on volunteers, and they are aging and diminishing that pool. So anything we can do is support them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, volunteers from the 20s to the 26, so we'd like to support them as well.
Any other councillors have questions to raise it? Thank you very much for your submission, taking the time to come present some interesting stuff there. The concept of ensuring we have a plan in the top drawer so that the funding line suddenly pops its head up, we're ready to go. So important. So thanks for pointing that out, Jack, really appreciate it, and next year we'll do it again, sure. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
the next submitter is Samara. Welcome, Samara.
Good morning, everybody. Managed to get down here in between, rain.
No trouble getting up through the lift?
No, it was fine. No, the girls come and open the door and whatnot, so that's good. Just gonna go up a bit higher so I can see you all.
Just in the camera. Okay.
So, yeah, I've got 2 submissions, don't I? Yeah. Okay.
You say you're in the centre of the screen.
Oh, great.
2 screens.
Yeah. All right, you have to tell me what to do, because I haven't done this, been in here before.
Submissions 28 and 29, councillors. And would you like to speak to say 28 first and then 29?
Yeah.
Okay, the floor is yours. It's,
Okay, so, okay, cool. Okay, so I put in 2 submissions for last week. One is a bit of a continued one. I'm going to start with this one first because it is very important, not just for me, I want you all to realise, but for other people, disabled, accessible around Hokitika, people with small children, with prams, push wheelchairs, little kids on bikes, and that is our curbs and our footpaths. They're horrendous. They are really horrendous. In 2019 and 20, we lived in Montreal, which was a city built in the 15 and 1600s. I got around that entire city and didn't get stuck one time. These were still on cobblestone streets and roads, you name it, never an issue. I come home to Hokitika, every time I go out, I get stuck. I have to sit there and wait for a car to go past and wave them down to help me get out of these situations, which is really embarrassing. It's very belittling. So then I have to choose to drive on the roads. It is not safe. I've had people complain to me about me driving on the road. But it is safer than me going on our footpaths, which should be safe for me. I have a huge list here of all of our inaccessible curbs and footpaths. I don't know if you want me to read them all out because it's actually going to take quite a long time because there's that many. For example, our intersections, there's actually, so we might have one that's not that good. Well, in most cases around Hokitika, it's the whole 4 of them. Also the railway crossings. I'll start anyway. Intersection Rolleston and Stafford ×4. Britain and Hampton ×3. Davey and Stafford ×4. Hoffman and Hampton intersection ×4. Corner of Britain and Stafford ×1. By Straker's house. Beeley Street and Park Street ×4. Footpath on Hall to Beeley Street on Stafford. Horrendous. I have to drive on people's lawns so I don't get stuck. Due to mine, this is a very grumpy wheelchair. If I get stuck, that means it's not very good. This wheelchair basically goes through anything. Also, you to mind with me in it weighs 244 kg. So, and I'm not the only one around Hokitika that has one of these. Footpath on Hall Street outside Hutchison's, dangerous. Intersection Hall and Park ×4, Britain and Park ×4, Beeley and Stafford ×1, Beeley and Hampton ×4, footpath on Hampton by Western High School entrance, Rolleston and Hampton ×4, Hall and Hampton, Jolly and Stafford ×4, railway crossings ×5, running down here, all the way down to Sheffield, most people they are, sorry. Jolly and Stafford, yeah, see that, sorry, Hampton and Sale Corner, Hampton and Fitzherbert times 1. Now there's probably more, but I haven't got around them all yet. So that's how we look at it. It's not that good, is it? Mel Bradley, who also passed away in 2018, also did complain about this. So I just want you guys to picture if one of you had an accident or you got some disease or anything like that, your child, your mum, your whatever ended up in a wheelchair, you had to either push them or they had to use one of these. And you guys got to these corners and got stuck. So lately I've had Dion Mawika push me out, stop his truck and push me out of one. I've had Caroline Fitchley, the nurse, get out not long ago and get me out of the one on Rollis Street right outside my house. Who else? There's been quite a few. Yeah, I've had to wave them down and say, I'm stuck. Oh, Neil Gillespie, he's got me out. So I've had to wave them down and go. And they've had to come and help me, or I've had to ring my children from home, sit there and wait. And they've come and got me out. Oh, there was a guy from Henry Adams too that got me out not long ago on Bailey Street.
Samara, what is it? Tell us about a good crossing that we have a look at, which is one that works.
All the ones in the CBD.
Okay.
They're great.
So when you say you get stuck, can you just explain exactly what you mean by that? How does your wheelchair actually?
It won't move.
Yeah, I understand that, but what's impeding it? Is it just because it's rough?
Because most of our curbs, you go across the road and you go like that, and then you go down like that, and you've got to go up like that. So on some of our lips around town on our curbs, some of them are like that. Now the most dangerous one is right by my house, the Rolliston Street outside Preston's Bush, and Rolliston by Emma Kay's house, the Kay's house on the corner there. They are the most dangerous, I would say. I've nearly been tipped out of my wheelchair going there. I'm too scared to go on there. I don't go on there, so I go on the road on Stephen Street with milk tankers.
In relation to that first submission, councillors, any questions that you'd like to raise with Samara? It's a clear mission.
Yeah, I just, that's, yeah.
It's something we don't think of. And if I hadn't been disabled, I probably wouldn't have thought of it. I remember watching my cousin one day going down the street, and this was before I got sick, but he was sick with my disease. And he had one of these, of course, and he was going flat out. And I watched him at the curb on the corner of Sale and Stafford across the road from me. And I was like, oh my God, and he just stopped, and his wheelchair actually basically flew off the curb. And I'm thinking, oh my God, that's really scary. I don't even want to have to deal with that, but I did. You don't think of these things until it really happens. Like, I was always really ignorant to disabled people. I was like, oh, they whinge, they moan, they're self-entitled. It's because really, it's such a battle. Every day is shit, and you don't actually get much assistance, like with things like that. And it's not until you actually raise it and people go, oh shit, I didn't thought of that. Oh God, sorry. You can't just get out of your wheelchair and push your wheelchair out. That's just it. And I mean, this is really heavy. These wheelchairs are heavy, and people are heavy when they're a dead weight. So it's only going to be a matter of time. I mean, we've already had old people come off their mobility scooters in this town over the years. We have. I mean, dear old Arthur Harworth, he broke his hip up by the high school that time. And I believe it was something to do with a curve there. But I mean, old people won't come and put in a submission or come here and speak like this. We have a lot of mobility scooters in Hokinga, and they are pretty chunky, but they still do struggle. Yeah.
Just a question, because I know we're talking specifically about mobility scooters at the moment, but I'm just really conscious of the fact because they are so steep too, even for people with any sort of a impediment or even elderly people would all actually, in general, really struggle with these websites, wouldn't they? So, yeah.
I mean, I welcome any of you to come and take my wheelchair for a spin or my mobility scooter for a spin on these curbs and see how you go. Honestly, you'd be more than, welcome to come and try it.
Thank you. Can we move on to, sorry, Jane.
Just a couple of questions, Mark. Would you have been able to get in and out of the lift without someone there to open and shut the doors?
No.
So that is actually could potentially be an issue also.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's actually a lot of. I went and delivered my lights yesterday around town, and there was actually quite a lot of shops. I hadn't actually noticed, but there was actually quite a lot of businesses that aren't accessible, and I couldn't get in there, so I had to knock on their window. But yeah, I mean, our town itself is great. It's wonderful. You can skirt around in no time. Even the entrances going into Care Square are a bit funny at the moment because they've taken things out and there's big bolts sticking out as well. And there's broken concrete. I know there was some more footpaths too. I'm sorry, but I can't remember where they were.
So now one other question too. Dock tracks and that around the area and council, walkways and things. How accessible are they? Cycle trail?
You would have had to ask Merle that. Sorry, she did the more, not me.
Do you use the cycle trail at all?
No, I don't think I actually have.
It'd be quite interesting to know how it does go on there.
No, I haven't. No, not at all. I don't really get out of town too much.
Yeah, no. Thank you. It was very, very enlightening and scary.
That is scary. Yeah, it is.
Could you move on to submission 29?
All right. As mentioned in my submission, Hokitika Racecourse is an important place to many people for the use of equestrian facilities, grazing, riding and education. We know our town has a serious lack of interest in things for children and youth. Personally, there's dreams of a wonderful equestrian establishment, but I am a realist and believe that it should be made into an outdoor area with bushes and trees, like a nature obstacle course for a flying fox, climbing walls, tree abseiling, etc. Like the Christchurch one. That just my quite great. Okay, because I think it should be something for everyone, not just people with horses. Also, we effective bike. Our community and outsiders will benefit tremendously from this. From this, and what better with Boys Brigade Hall there for them. Possibly a location for school camps. Where do they come and stay? Like the other ones where they go around Hamner and Wall River and all that one. Western AP Showgrounds is a need of upkeep. I deem it as dangerous underfoot for the horse and rider. It is slippery and shifts. Grandstand and stables are unsafe. They need to go. They are not historic. As the original grandstand actually moved out. And it was absolutely beautiful. That one there's just full of birds. Tote needs to be moved, it's unsafe, it's an eyesore, it's unkept, and houses birds and rodents. My auntie actually is resident there, and she said that, and she hates it, and she said that you probably catch bird flu in there because it's a sanctuary. Back to what us equestrians need. I am a coach and trainer and have about 16 students, which is a lot. I use the West Coast RDA facilities to teach, and over the years have fundraised thousands for them. The racecourse currently is an important source to them as well as grazing for their horses. However, The grazing houses others too, who use a training track for a source of fitness to prepare for their events. Our roads are no longer safe to ride on and limited beach access. Beaches here are pretty much no-go. As I mentioned in my submission, after the after-school riding ran by West Coast RDA has produced some talented riders that have gone on to compete at an extremely high level. Representation of our district in the South Island, New Zealand. New Zealand currently has a methamphetamine epidemic, which we need to keep our children today safe of and deterred from. As well as RDA providing an amazing and wonderful service for pupils with special needs and behavioural issues all over the West Coast, and produce amazing results visible among many families and improving the behaviour of children and issues and other children. Yeah.
Councillor, so any questions?
Oh, I suppose just a clarification, Samara, in terms of the race course, you would, not putting words in your mouth or anything, but you would prefer a little development, let's say, like not a housing or anything, more a green space for multi-use for horses.
I do,
and
everyone.
And everyone, bikers,
Yeah.
Dog walkers,
Yeah.
whoever.
Oh,
it may
yeah,
be.
I've got to put them there in dog park, because we
Yeah.
don't have one here.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it would be amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, Greymouth actually have two. They have one in Lake Town and one in Cobden.
Yeah.
Of all places. Yeah, and they're great, and we need that. Yeah, we do need that here, because I mean, we have a lot of dogs, and we have a dog group that hang out up there in the bird cage, but it's crap, it's a swamp in there, you know, it's not nice, and there's nothing there, and yeah. I think it should be something that everyone can benefit from. That's just me. That's just me, though.
Any other questions? Samara, thank you very much. I know that Jack and Case struggled with this, but it's been the best submission for the day so far.
Thanks, Samara.
Thanks,
That's all right,
Samara.
thank you. Oh, and may I add, on Sunday at 11 AM at Stumpers, it is cup of tea for MND, the MND Awareness Month. So we're having a cup of tea there, you buy your own cup of tea, and there will be a bucket there for donations to MND. I'm on the council for MND instead, so I'm making sure that money gets allocated to research strictly in New Zealand for hopefully a cure for MND.
Cool.
Thank you.
No worries.
Sunday league.
Sunday, 11 AM, yeah. And also, that's why our town's partly blue as well at night time for LED.
Yeah, those lights are great, eh?
Yeah, everyone's looking really good.
Yeah.
And there's been some businesses that have done their windows up for each other, so it's cool. All right, can I go? Is it all good? Okay, cool, thank you.
Thanks.
Samara.
See ya.
The next submitter is Jason. It's all yours, and councillors, submission number 42 on the team systems.
Yeah, so good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors and council staff. It's great to have this opportunity to come and talk about the West Coast race course, which I've been using my whole life as a member of the Christian community. And I noted in the long-term plan that there wasn't any note of the current users of that facility. So I just thought I'd come along and give the perspective as someone who uses that place. So it's really important for horse riders to have something safe to go where they can be sort of separated from cars and trucks and lead members of the community. And I do see that a mixed facility up there would work if the grounds were developed and there's a bit more space that wasn't boggy. but I think that needs a lot of consideration. The same as people. That's great. So, particularly, I find I don't graze at the racecourse, I have my own grazing, but I find the mixed use facility that the RDA provides with the arena and also the sand track really invaluable for training and riding my horses and keeping them fit. Obviously, at the moment, I'm not doing a lot of horse riding, but that's something I've done over many years. The current showgrounds are too small for a really safe horse equestrian event to be run. It's just like once you get some kids in there and you've got some jumping and some spectators, it's just, I think it's actually a recipe for a bit of a disaster. So I think that needs to be made bigger, and we've had a better show for this one as well, because people actually travel quite a long way to come to a good show. At the moment, the equestrian part of that show isn't really that great. And it's also really important to have a non-fragmented site. So if you've got a riding arena in one place, I don't think it's very future-proofing to have a road that's shared use and then another riding arena over here, so that you have to sort of go across an area that other people, bikers, dog walkers, cars, whatever will be using. I think the equestrian park needs to be contained quite well. And I also think that the open green space at the end of the town is really nice, and it would be nice if some sort of shared use facility could be developed there that took into account the needs of different users. And the other thing I want to say, which isn't about the West Coast Racecourse, is about the library. It would be really great to have some quiet spaces in the library, and I've given feedback on that in the last couple of surveys that the library's put out. But I sort of grew up in an era when you went to the library you could hear a pin drop, and as an avid reader, I really like that. When I go to the library and I hear people and people like doing teleconferences or whatever, it doesn't really sit that well with me, and I know quite a few people feel the same. So if there could be some sort of consideration given for those of us who like quiet spaces at the library, that would be fantastic. Maybe it could be achieved by having different zones here for children and chit-chatters. But yeah. And the other point was just in the long-term plan, I didn't see any mention of the Regent Theatre in the list of halls, and I thought that's a bit of an oversight because it's an important community facility that probably be one of the most important community halls in the whole country. I might have to be just in that. I think that would be really great to say that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. Councillor, sit down, any questions?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So from the equestrian perspective, when we talk about shows, like at the moment, the only one I'm aware of is the AMP show that we hold once a year.
There's another show, the Running for Disabled show.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about 2 shows a year.
At the moment.
And that's all out in that sort of area.
It's basically the field that's closest to the grandstand.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a swamp.
Yeah. And when you talk about the other users that you think, could benefit from up there, like who would some of those ones be that you would think?
I think people who like to walk their dogs, use the area to kind of go through from subdivisions up a hill. Maybe, like I can see an event centre working there. if, yeah. Because that could work in the equestrian, so you could have something that the equestrian could use for shows, and then it could also be used for things like wild foods, or basic activities. But parking is also a consideration for equestrian, so horses don't like to stand really close to each other, and they also make a mess on concrete, so they need a big random area for parking. So that's just something that needs to be taken into consideration.
And thirdly, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, yeah, just one question. Do you think there is a lack of understanding with motorists within Western District about how to operate their vehicle around a horse?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I've had some pretty hairy experiences, and as a result, I try and stay off the roads, and even on a horse that's really well established, it can be pretty frightening, and lots of people don't have very well established horses, and so they're taking their life in their hands.
Yeah, I wonder whether that could be, I don't know how you educate the public. I'm well educated in how to drive around horses, but I think anyway, but yeah. No, thank you.
Thanks, Josie. Really appreciate you taking the time to come in. And you raised some really interesting points, which some of us and which is the whole point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next submitter is Dr. John Milligan. He's online on Zoom. Can we look at him? Welcome, John.
G'day.
And the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Tēnā koutou katoa, Marina, and rather foggy Christchurch today, so hopefully at least the Zoom comes through nice and clear. Yeah, thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you guys this morning. For the past few years, we have at Food Bank Canterbury, we have been actually bringing surplus food across onto the West Coast, mainly up into the Westport area. But towards the end of last year and early this year, we hit a snag. We found that food we were putting in the vehicle was not actually arriving at the destination point and such like, and decided that we sort of needed to get things done on a bit of a more disciplined and business type basis. So we started the opening dialogue in the areas. We had a meeting in Westport, we had a meeting in Greymouth, and we've also met down in the Hokitika area, and had some very good discussions with both Lauren and Sarah and so forth down in Hokitika. So really how Food Bank works is that we are a member of the Global Food Banking Network, which is an alliance of international food banks outside of America and outside of the UE. The Global Food Banking Network is based in Chicago. They came through New Zealand about 4 years ago now, and did due diligence, start open discussions with us. And as of July last year, we were very fortunate, after a 2-year process of approval, to be accredited to the Global Food Banking Network. They only accredit one food relief organization per country. This gives us a lot of open doors, because they are sponsored by the big food manufacturers that we've all heard about, the Kraft and the Unilever, McCain's out of Canada, pardon me, General Mills, and so on and so forth. So we have a lot of open doors through them, and that sort of opens a lot of relationships that we've developed over the last 4 or 5 years here in New Zealand with those manufacturers. So Food Bank collects food from manufacturers, from growers and farmers. We also collect from distributors and suppliers, and also from the retail end, from the supermarkets. We're under contract with both Woolworths New Zealand and with the Foodstuffs South Island group. So we pick up food in bulk from all those outlets on a very regular basis, 6 days a week. We bring all that food into our major facility in Christchurch, and there our staff of 12 and our volunteers check everything to make sure it's human consumable, and then it gets put into boxes for distribution to agencies. So Food Bank is non-faith-based. It's not aligned to any political movement. It's not attached to any activist group. So we are totally independent. We work on the basis of respect and respect irrespective. Do not work with individuals. We supply the food to our collaborators who are on the ground agencies. We have over 150 here in Christchurch alone. And they in turn will pack that food into little boxes or brown paper bags, whatever, to give to the people. Now, we don't work with individuals for a very specific reason. We are a collaborative organization, so we like to work with local people who have their feet on the ground. They know the people they serve. We don't. Also, we are not social workers. So, and often food is just a very small part of a bigger problem like mental or domestic violence or whatever, addiction. So, and so we're not social workers. So we collect in bulk and can then distribute to the agencies. And that is the international food banking model that we follow. So we are a business, we're 100% non-profit, but we are a charitable business, and it has to be run by a business because of the volume that we move. We're currently moving somewhere in the region of around 4 tons of food per day through our Christchurch facility. 2 years ago, we established a facility in Timaru to service South Canterbury, and that has been very successful. Again, our South Canterbury operation, while we mentor and work with them very closely and they report directly into us, we resource them, but they also operate within their own area, collect their own food from our contacts, and it operates extremely successful. They're doing maybe about 3 tons a week they're processing through, so it's a smaller environment. We also run a rural resourcing network called Food for Hope, where we take the food out into the rural areas of South Mid Canterbury. We are going to extend that into North Canterbury. And hence we are looking to see whether we can be of help to you guys on the coast. So it is the food relief situation which is the bulk part of our business. The secondary part of our business is that, of course, everything we collect, we're saving from going into the landfill. So the waste minimalization is a very, very big secondary goal of ours. So every bit of food that we can get, we can save from going in the landfill. Number one, it stops the toxic gas emissions, and bread, which is a massive waste in New Zealand, unfortunately, is one of the highest producers of toxic gases in the landfill. It also stops the landfill growing. So it helps you guys. You don't have to buy extra land to put in the landfill, hopefully keep your rates and taxes down and make yourself look good in your constituency's eyes. So there are very big advantages in the waste minimalization side of our business. The third prong, and we've been very involved with Lauren Emanuel and Sarah Brown on this in Westland, is that we are getting more and more involved in the strategy development for the national disaster resilience. And you might have been updated by both Lauren and Sarah that are involved. We actually met with them last week on Zoom with Safer Westland and discussed it in quite detail. So those are the 3 major prongs that Food Bank looks at. So we are looking really to have the opportunity possibly of being involved on the coast. And I have spoken and submitted to Buller Council, and that is under consideration at the moment. I have also spoken and submitted and presented to the Grey Council. Not as great a reception, to be quite honest. And now I'm talking to you guys about the same sort of thing. So in order for us to be able to work on the coast, there are a couple of needs that we have directly. First of all is that we will need some space to operate out of. And, we have been discussing some of those possibilities with your guys down in Hokitika. And secondly, there is the matter of funding. We like our organization to be totally sustainable. It's no good coming into an area, and you'll agree 100%, I'm quite sure, and working for a year or 2 years, then finding we can't carry on because we don't have the funds. And as a 100% non-profit, we have to raise that money every single year. So we are asking to the council to consider looking towards subsidizing any operation if it does eventuate. And I put that in my submission. My board will say straight out, the independent operations have to subsidize themselves. Timaru, for instance, runs 100% subsidized from the Timaru area. So we run it as a separate entity, separate banking accounts with our accountants and everything. So everything that is brought in from the Timaru area will stay down there. And the same goes for all our remote areas. We do find in the remote area, how do we know that there is a need? We do find in the remote area, especially through some of the statistics we've got through the deprivation index, that a lot of the rural and more remote areas do have a significantly different problem to that of the major metropolitan centers in the city, in the New Zealand. And we tend to operate down through the major metropolitan areas, unfortunately. And there is the problem of remoteness. And we do know that with the retail situation on the West Coast, where there are only 5 supermarkets, that we will have to supplement food across the divide from Christchurch here. But let me reiterate, we work on a total collaborative business. We believe that it's the local people who understand their whānau and their needs, and we merely provide the structure, the resources. But as I said, we cannot do it alone. We need, first of all, the commitment of the councils to be behind the project, and then on some of the other elements that I have already mentioned. So that is what we're about in a nutshell. That is what we're looking for, support from you guys, and to see how it's going. I will mention that we did meet with one organization when we were down in Hokitika a couple of weeks ago, Janice and myself, and we spoke to a lady who called themselves Food Bank Hokitika, and they told us uncategorically that there is no hunger and there is no need and there are no people at risk in Hokitika. So I just throw that out. We don't believe that for one moment. So, and the figures that we are getting don't show that. So that's what we're about. That's what we're talking about. You guys have got the submission that I put, which goes into a lot more detail. And I'd be quite open to take any questions if you wish to throw them this way.
Thanks for that, John. Enough for questions. Anyone have any? So John, my understanding at the present time is you're looking at having discussions with civil defence and the airport in Hokitika and coming up with some ideas.
Correct. And let's be honest, this is not going to happen overnight. So we're going to have to look at a transition stage to go in, and how we're going to operate that and where we're going to operate that. And yes, we have been talking very closely with both Sarah and Lauren in that respect.
Any other questions?
This question, so John, have you talked to regional council as their mandate regarding civil defence duties?
No, we have not spoken to regional council at this particular point in time. And the reason for that is that, and I can't remember who mentioned it, that I don't know how to put it. With the situation of the regional council at the moment, maybe it's not opportune to talk to them right at this stage, that we should leave that for a little while and see what the feeling is coming back from you guys.
You should be in the diplomatic corps. Well done. Any other questions there? Well, John, thank you so much for your submission. Really appreciate it. I'm sure there's going to be further discussions, and you enjoy the rest of your foggy day.
Yeah, we'll try and do that. And if there are any further questions, please feed them through to us. Both Sarah Brown and Lauren Emanuel have got our contacts, and Mary Ann as well. So we look forward to hearing from you. Thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Councillors, the next submitter is Charlie McBeth, who times things down to the last 3 seconds. Well done, Charlie.
Yeah, let's cover the point.
No, you're absolutely on time. And the floor is yours. And councillors, Charlie is speaking to submission 52 and 53 on team systems.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors and council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission from the Ross community. Submission 1, there are numerous long-term annual plans and submissions from the Ross community regarding the state of our footpaths and crossings. Many are in a dismal state. The north end of Elm Street from the post office corner is a prime example with collapsed curb and channeling and crossings with broken footpath ceiling. This is not exactly a good look for the north entrance to our town. A suggestion is to concrete more of our footpaths, just like down Tremont Street, perhaps on a public-private partnership using the Western District Council along with contractors and expertise in the town. And a personal observation, the placement of cherry trees along Elm Street needs revisiting, with 2 cars recently taking out cherry trees. And the root systems of these trees are possibly exacerbating the footpath issue on Elm Street. Submission 2 from the community, a permanent part-time position being created in small settlements, Kamara, Ross, Harry, Whakaroa, Frames Fox, and Haast, although I think Haast possibly already has Westroads contractors placed down there, to take care of minor issues as they occur and not having to wait for a response from Westroads based in Hokitika, thus avoiding a minor issue becoming a major and costly problem. Back to the future suggestion is that annual funding be made available to each community from rates already collected, perhaps partly from the uniform annual general charge and possibly a targeted rate for that community. With the ever spiralling rate increases, the communities may stomach them better if they feel they have more control or can actually see where or how their rate money is spent. And that's the end of the submission.
Okay. Councillors, questions?
Just one on your the permanent part-time position.
Yes.
Would that be along, let's say, you see it as like when, for example, Pothole Peak used to run the roads down in Franz, Wadaroa and Harry.
We had one of Ross.
Yeah, just go around, tick away.
Yeah.
Do the damage, and if something major needed to, then go into it after that.
Thanks for your submission, and it was great catching up at the roadshow. In regards to this, what sort of budget do you think we're actually talking about to deliver the?
To be fair, I haven't actually gone into the budget side of things. Obviously, I think our last pothole kid, if you like, he was actually Emmett and Ross. He didn't actually have a truck as such, but he had a small tractor, took care of the roadside maintenance. He had a shovel and a wheelbarrow, I think, and things like that. And he knew exactly where all the water connections and that were. Unfortunately, we lost that knowledge when he passed on. To be able to gain that knowledge again, I feel it would be an advantage to have some of this on a permanent part-time basis. If you like,
Is that 0.5? 2.5 days a week, or just trying to get
it could vary. Like obviously in the summer, there'd be more maintenance issues like with growth. growth rates and that sort of thing. As they could be, and they'd have to sit down and perhaps work over a possible, perhaps an hourly rate over the whole year, hours per week over the whole year. Yeah.
Because that's a critical piece of information when we're deliberating today, to just understand what the impact would actually be on rates.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you could do that, that would be, otherwise we're talking.
How long's a piece of string?
That's right. So we need a starting point, don't we? Because otherwise we're.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If there was something, if you like, for that possibility, obviously we need to be going through possible budgets and the likelihood of placing of perhaps equipment, obviously owned by the Western District Council. So, unless the community may come up with something that could be used.
Okay.
Like on a public partnership relationship with the council.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. So I just want to clarify with you, for everyone here as well. So the work that would be involved would be things like you say with, the footpathing and the, if water mains blow, but also like the booms, the cemetery, can you just sort of speak just briefly about what some of that other stuff, just so everyone here gets a bigger picture?
Well, the West Roads currently hold the contract, I think, which is due for renewal. This is the roadside boom, mate. I think it's up for renewal this coming year.
June 22.
Yeah. Obviously, West Roads are in an advantage because they already have the gear and machinery in place. So for someone to come in and try and take over that contract, they're sort of up against it a little, but you can't totally write it off if someone decides they're going to have a go and possibly get access to their own machinery or whatever. As regarding the footpaths, it's gone beyond just sort of say potholing footpaths. If you like, it really needs to be considered here to bring our footpaths up to standard. Some of them are in a shocking state. And over the years, we've submitted, the community submitted year in, year out about the problems with footpaths. And the only ones that haven't caused a problem, I think it was when it was still the Westland County Council, and they sealed, concreted down Tramway Street. And those footpaths have never created a problem. It's the other ones, the chip seal ones, and in the past we've had sort of token patch-up jobs, and I've used what I call crusher dust, which is leftovers from crushing plants or when they're screening, and a bit of tar and crusher dust, and it just doesn't cut the mustard. I don't know why they bother. It was honestly a total waste of money and time.
Peter, are you joining?
Peter was.
Yeah, just one of the things that we need to have is the smaller communities feel like they're not concentrated with what happens. Things just happen in the towns, and there needs to be more interaction with the smaller communities. And that will help build community spirit. We all know that Ross and Kamara have suffered from this. The community spirit's not there like it used to be. And if they had, especially the footpath project, if the community was involved with that, it would create a lot more community spirit. People would feel like they had a stake in their town.
Just a question for you. You'd have a bit of an idea. What sort of starting cost are you talking? 50,000, 30,000, 10,000?
Oh, it wouldn't even need to be that, Bruce. We just what we need is like we're prepared to do a lot of the work ourselves as far as the dig out goes and preparation. And what we're looking for is maybe the concrete and the mesh that to be supplied for the crossings. And to if it was done as a working bees, which is how Tramway Street was done, working bees on Saturday, but just pour another section and done like that, that would, bring the community together. So I don't know what sort of cost they haven't quantified it, measured up how much complex needed, whatever, but we can do that, it's not an issue.
Yeah.
Obviously, in the West Coast budget, there is money for a lot of this stuff anyway. But referring to what old Pete, the local knowledge in a town to fix that water main or turn that tap off in the middle of the night is so valuable, and yeah, no, there's so much, as you said, with pride, and you can come back into the town, you can get your booms done, bits and pieces like that if there's adequate funds there.
Yeah, well, what's happened, I don't know if Charlie elaborated on it, we had a burst water pipe outside the Roddy Nugget. It's a leaking Toby actually, and 3 or 4 weeks went by, it had been reported to council, 3 or 4 weeks went by, nothing happened. I actually went up because it was flooding across, running down the footpath past the petrol pumps and into the drain. So there's a stormwater drain there, and I actually punched a hole through the crowbar so the water didn't split, water would come underground into the culvert, instead of flying across the footpath and taking tar seal with them.
I understand the council have got it targeted from the post office corner to the city hotel to fix the water mains. Like a lot of towns, I think the infrastructure needs replacing, and the water mains are one of the loss. And I feel if we, for argument's sake, had concrete footpaths, it's no bigger job than cutting up a section of concrete to deal with an issue if you had to put infrastructure or repair infrastructure, and coming along and trying to organise some tar seal or whatever, compact the tar seal to patch up tar seal instead of concrete.
One of the other things that should happen, sort of future-proofing things like this, is what would be wrong with putting, like, footpath is roughly 1,100, 1,200 wide. Put a bit of conduit, 4-inch conduit under the footpath outside each property. And then if you get a burst water main, you can just shove the pipe under there. You don't have to cut the concrete and dig the tar seal up.
Just a little bit of local knowledge and preventative when something happens can save a lot of money.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Every small town should have its own council meeting, if you like.
He's not going to be happy with me. He's actually a dude.
I just want to reinforce for you guys, thank you for coming and speaking today. Obviously we've had some discussions too, and I just want to acknowledge that real mirrors and small communities like yourselves that are so willing to also be able to offer your volunteer time and with that whole council community relationship. So
we don't expect the council to provide everything, and I mean the council can provide everything, but it comes at a cost. Rates keep going up and up and up. The more we get, the more it costs. And so community involvement, doing some of this work, it shouldn't impose a cost on the council and a turn on us.
That's right.
Any other questions there, councillors? Very interesting. Pothole Pete in a public-private footpath initiative. Yeah, very interesting. So anything else you'd like to raise, or do you both here?
I think that's it. I think if the community had sort of buy-in into something like this, obviously we're all well aware of the rate increases we're facing in the future, and if they feel they can have some input to perhaps help drive back the rate increases a little bit, that would create a pride in the town, a bit more buy-in from the community as far as the rate increases.
Thank you very much.
Just before you go, actually, the community buy-in with the council is like, let's have a meeting and say, well, this footpath here needs to be done first, not that one down there, just to up the head and gets done, and the west one's up the road. That's very cool.
Oh, yeah, I actually start with the worst footpaths, with consultation with the community, and there are. So that might be a bit of a big ask, because there's quite a few that need doing, but you obviously pick a street at a time, get that one done, and then move on to the next one.
It doesn't all have to be done in one hit.
No, definitely not.
Look, Charlie, Peter, thank you so much for coming along. Some interesting stuff. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A question, Bruce, are you standing in for Don? Who? Don Neal.
Yes.
Okay, would you mind taking your stand? And councillors, it's on number 2 on your two computer systems, the submission in relation to the reads of the
Sorry.
and I've got number 2 down on one.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Mayor and councillors, for listening to us this morning. Don is actually getting an operation on his hand as we speak, and on the presentation today. So I'm speaking to our submission. I'm not sort of repeating or reading the submission itself. I'll just put a number of other items to amplify the submission. We're normally, in addition to have Don here, of course, we would have our Treasurer Debbie report. So any financial questions, but both Debbie and Don are away unavoidably. We do have our committee member Rob Daniel and our new manager and events coordinator Laura Neal here today. So last year in the annual plan process, council agreed to set the region's annual operating grant of $57,500, and then to include that in the long-term plan on an ongoing basis, or the draft ongoing plan on an ongoing basis, together with an annual adjustment for inflation. So last year we were supported with by far the greatest number of submissions of any topic in the annual plan, over 160 individuals and 17 groups. This huge community support has been characteristic every time we've sought support for our grant bids to council over the years. This year, we've not asked our supporters to write submissions because council has included the core grant as an integral part of the draft long-term plan. However, there's no reason to think that the high level of community support has not continued. And amongst other things, that's shown in about 7,000 hours of volunteer time we get each year in the theatre. Since last year's annual plan, we've met twice to the council's Community Development Committee to report on and discuss progress of the theatre. We've also taken a number of councillors on a theatre tour to show firsthand how it operates for community events and movies and the work that our volunteers do. Our submission to the long-term plan followed our March meeting with the Community Development Committee. There were 3 points made in the submission. Firstly, it highlights how crucial the ongoing core grant is to the very survival of the region. Secondly, it explains why the proposed inflationary adjustment is so crucial. Because most of our core costs increase annually outside our control, and quite often above the level of inflation. And we're not sure if and how this inflation adjustment is factored into the current draft plan. We'd like to see it. And thirdly and lastly, the submission makes the case for council to hold a restricted reserve fund for the region. The idea of this is this reserve would be for major maintenance and equipment replacement. Where the need is known sufficiently in advance, we would seek an allocation from the reserve to seed or to leverage money to access other grant resources, sources. Where the item is urgent, for example, the breakdown of equipment which is vital or mandatory for the day-to-day running of the theatre, such as ventilation and heating or fire protection equipment, then 100% of the costs may be needed. We propose that the total reserve be built at $100,000, built up if necessary over 4 years at $25,000 and then maintained at $100,000 when and if drawdowns are needed. We cannot overstate how crucial this proposed restricted reserve is. Much as the theatre's equipment is now at least 10 years old, in some cases almost 20 years. There will be breakdowns that close the theatre until remedy. There is nowhere else to go other than council emergency fund. Just as the council funds these sorts of requirements in its own council-owned buildings, the proposed restricted reserve provides the managed way of dealing with this for the theatre in the future. In conclusion, Oakvickers Region Theatre is a town and the district's town hall, while it's owned and operated on behalf of the community by Western Community Centre Incorporated. These sort of buildings the council owns in most parts of the country. It's important to the community that Alvin has a sustainable future. The annual grant, with an inflationary adjustment, and the proposed restricted reserve fund for major works and equipment replacement will be critical in keeping the theatre sustainable and serving the ongoing needs of the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Questions? I have one just to kick it off. Let's say the fund's sitting at 100,000 and you need 80. Are you proposing a further 4-year build-up of the replacement of the used funds?
Yes, I think I use the term just maintaining it at 100,000. So it would be council would make a decision to put money in this next plan.
But that would require, at the moment, you're talking about 25,000 a year.
Yeah.
If you used 80,000, say, would you be expecting in that year for it to be funded by 80,000, or would that be broken down over 25 a year into the?
Oh, well, the ideal would be 80,000, and I think the practical reality of it, given the other pressure the council has on funds, is $25,000 a year.
Questions?
So,
Jenny.
Thanks, Bruce. So the 57,500 a year is going towards what does that funding? So you're asking for the 57,500 plus an extra 25,000 a year for this restricted reserve fund.
Yeah, that's correct. The 57,500 goes towards our ordinary operational costs. For example, our insurance cost takes $27,500 out of each year, and other core costs, our compliance costs and so on, that makes a contribution to. What we do is we do try and build up a small contingency fund ourselves, and because of we're in a fortunate position by the end of last financial year, which is the 21st of December, we survived the COVID year well because of the combination of council's grant, in particular the employment subsidies from the government. So that meant that we didn't have to draw in the COVID year on our own contingency fund, and that's about $40,000. So we're not proposing. So what comes out of that contingency fund is the smaller capital and maintenance items that we have. So we're not talking about coming to council for a few pots of paint or the replacement of the computer. We're talking about major items such as roof replacement or repainting if we have to pay for the theatre, if we have to pay for the cost of scaffolding and so on.
So you there lies the question. The business plan, are you able to provide us with a copy of the business plan?
We can show you where the 35,000.
No, just a general business plan
So we've got a budget for the current year.
But do you have other than just the budget for the 12 months, do you have a business plan that sort of outlines what that's going to look like in the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, we'd have to trade it up. Basically, we operate do a business plan, which has got a current budget and includes a forecast of the sort of things that we're going to have to replace, the major items that we're going to have to replace. And that's where the $25,000 figure comes from.
Any other questions?
Just in terms of this $25,000, where do you see that money coming from? The Hokitika community rate or the general rate?
At the moment, the funding for the council comes from the community rate. But it was actually used by the wider community and people outside Hokitika. So I think it's really up to the council to decide this place where it comes from. I'm not sure whether the council's or maybe other sources such as the council's development reserve, subdivision reserve, the extra 2 million for it. Maybe there are other sources as well. I think it's in terms of the total size of either the general rate or the community rate, relatively, it's a large sum, obviously, plus $25,000, but fortunately, that's actually quite a small portion of the overall rate.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Bruce. Appreciate it. Next submitter is Rob Daniel, with a different hat on for the Western Industrial Heritage Park and home of the Bush Railway.
Bruce. I'm Rob Daniel, treasurer of the Heritage Park and letting member of the Heritage Park ticket. The submission made on behalf of 2 groups together. I will read out the submission in front of you, just to start by pointing out what has been achieved by those 2 groups over a long period of time.
Well, can I just break in there? Council's submissions are 160 and 59 in team systems. Thanks, Rob.
Okay. A number of cultural and tourism assets have been created and mainly in Hokitika. And these certainly benefit the district through tourism by attracting visitors, keeping visitors here longer. And what we hear a lot from visitors is we haven't allowed enough time on our holiday to Hokitika. We have to come back again. So it's not only the long time this time, but it's the repeat visits, which all, as I say, benefit the district. What we're seeking is provision in the long-term plan for funding annually of projects that both organisations have on the books now and in their planning. I've given a number of examples there, which I won't run through, but you can have questions on those. The other benefit I'd like to point out is that we also provide for community wellbeing. The Heritage Park is actually a member of the Men Shed organisation, so some of the principles. Doesn't mean it's restricted to men only. It's a number of women involved in the Heritage Park. Our membership extends currently from Harry to Greymouth, so a couple of people part of the district. There's no doubt that those members gain benefits themselves from attending the park. I have heard the Heritage Park referred to as Grandad Daycare, which is, I guess, one of its functions. Both groups work together very well, and in particular the local organisations, including the Region Theatre. Also the service groups, particularly the Lions, are involved in many of the projects that Heritage are particularly involved in. Rotary, perhaps not so much now, but in the past, Optimus and support. And the RSA, both Harry and Southwestern and Hokitika have worked with both groups. We also have a good relationship with the museum and the System Museum of Canada. And we do hold, the Heritage Park holds part of the museum collections. And there's a very strong link there with council. So I think that's pretty much it. So any questions?
That's right. Questions, councillors?
Thanks, Rob, for the submission. Just unpacking, I think submission 1, from, just to clarify, is from the Industrial Heritage Park. Is it the very first submission in regards to asking for things like lease, longer lease, all that?
Yeah, I actually haven't come here to speak to that submission.
Oh, no, that's why I was a bit wondering what, you talking to the one from Heritage Hokitika and...
Submission seeking 20,000.
Okay.
Annual funding and the long-term plan.
That clarifies, because we've got 2. Okay, let's deal with that second one then. The one you came prepared to speak to. The $20,000 per annum is tagged to a number of projects. How do you see that arbitrary figure of 20 being prioritised?
I see that will be done as part of an annual planning process in conjunction with council. So each year along the 10-year path, we reach agreement. And those, as I say, that's not a comprehensive list.
Yeah.
It could be completely new projects come up, and they may come from council. I guess the other point I hadn't intended to make was that this sort of funding has a multiplier effect, both through the volunteer input, which has been huge over the years, and through the possibility of using it as seed funding for local share funding for the likes of lottery grants, which is a requirement now to have that 1/3. So the 20,000, I guess, could be turned into 60,000 plus.
Easy, I would suggest. Okay, so because they've listed about half a dozen projects that we actually had quite a comprehensive presentation on last night as part of the Heritage and Cultural Tourism project. And we know that a number of these are captured in other parts of our long-term plans. So my question is, in terms of actually making that 20,000 happen, what would you see as the 2021-2022 first cab for rank project?
What I'd like to see happen is actually got a signal station at the city.
Okay.
It's reasonably well advanced for that. It's really drawing some photographs from the museum.
Yeah.
I think that would look fantastic and complement the work that's already been done down there.
You mean Sunset Point?
I mean Sunset. Forgive me.
Bit tough.
I'm on the past.
If you're prepared to answer some questions on submission, your first submission, I've got some questions, but other councillors might have some on that one you've just spoken to.
I'll do my best to answer questions on that one.
Come back to me if anyone else has questions.
Because we did get a very good presentation last night from Jackie Burton.
Yep.
So you're working in conjunction with her around that requirement of that 20K funding again.
Jackie's assisting us with our strategic plan. Yeah, I'm sure there were systems in place that would prevent any dumping out from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fine.
So her presentation that she presented last night could actually be a supporting document to your 20K, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah, maybe can we?
Back to the first submission.
Cool. So the first submission's got some technical land use suggestions, which I think we can develop, but particularly this fox moth. What is the plan for the fox moth playing? Because it talks about a long-term display of fox moths at the Industrial Heritage Park.
I can ask Simon to. Simon and I have been working together on this. There are 2 options.
Yeah.
Can I speak to that here, Simon?
Yeah, so it's early days, it's just concept, so I'm happy for you to talk about that.
So option 1 is to actually display it on a pole at the plane table at the head of one view. It would look magnificent, but there are some risks there relating to high winds and deterioration of the aircraft in the UV. So to display it there would require quite a lot of work on the plane, even we talked about fiberglass and the whole thing, putting a steel frame in it, strengthening up the wings, so basically make it cyclone proof. And planning would need to include lowering it probably every 5 years or so to repaint it, because the orange paint might last in conditions. So that's option one. Option two would be to display it at the Heritage Park and the new Heritage and Learning Centre, probably suspended from the ceiling. And there are lots of aircraft around the country displayed in that way. They look good.
Just to make a comment on option one, so when we started talking about the 2023 project, we thought it would be great as an unveiling project time for that 2 years' time if it was capable. So Liddell's, or as Graham Liddell's actually looked at what can be done as an overarching concept.
So seed funding, what's required in terms of seed funding to be able to apply for external grants for a project of that nature? If you're thinking 1/3 is usually a lot of the reason.
They have a rule that they won't fund replicas, so that's probably not a lot of grant, but there's the pub charities and other funding sources out there.
So just to clarify, is there any request for assistance from council for the Foxmouth project?
Not at this point.
Okay.
We're still waiting for Ryan to come back with an indicative price at least. So until we have that, we really don't.
That's cool, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate it. And
that's good.
You make the time.
Thank you.
The next one we have is Dave Ritchie. I saw him sneak into the building there before. So no,
Aramis, we're waiting out the back.
Oh, of course.
You're up.
So I saw you snuck in.
Kia ora koutou, ko ngā mea o te kauni hera, kia te hera, kia ngā mana whenua, tēnā mō koutou katoa. My submission is we've had it. To be honest, it was quite rushed. The way it came about was I went up to Westport and spoke with our sister organisation, which is Blue Reef, and I made a very similar submission to basically coordinate and have a community hub which was interdisciplinary, which means we have a mixture of social services, education, sports in one hub for the community. And to be honest, I haven't been in my role that long, but we were outgrowing some of what we're doing. I thought there was a way to collaborate and synergies with other people, because if you look at the stock in Hokitika, like there's a lot of old stock, a lot of old buildings. It just kind of made sense, and then reading the plan and seeing that there's developments looking at Casware, Pakiwaitara building, and the race course. It just actually felt like this is actually an opportunity which I'll miss if I don't put something in. So 2 days, I put something in. I haven't had the ability to talk with a lot of people. I have had a letter supporting me from New Coasters. I've had discussions with other organisations. But to be honest, what this submission is about looking at and taking an opportunity to see what else the community could use. There was in the submission there was a reference to Wanaka and Alexandra where this has been done well. And Alexandra there was 16 different services running in that one building. I've also done some research on other council-related buildings and funds. One would be a clubhouse, which is run in Taito and other parts of some in Auckland as well, where there's after-school programs, which then run sports programs, and during the day is held by other services. So my basic submission is, guys, we've got an opportunity here to look at something which could help the community and be a central place where I mean, COVID for me, we talk about well-being. I think well-being is not just like the services we have, which seem to be strictly health. I think there needs to be collaboration and movement between these different services and the community to make it actually worthwhile and better for everyone. So, sorry that my submission wasn't as probably as detailed as I would have preferred it to be. But what I'm saying is, council, please consider taking some time to do the feasibility study on, together with you're really looking at Cass Square, way looking at Paki Waitara, way looking at the race course. How about looking at potentially having some social, some services or community services as tenants in a building which can be used for the community? So that's my submission.
Well, the submission being put to a couple of days, done very well. So in a nutshell, you're looking at providing a home for current community service providers. Yeah, that's it in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Questions, councillors?
Yeah.
Jim?
Yeah, so just to reinforce what you're actually talking about, Whare, is, and I guess why I'm aware this has arisen around this whole concept is that there are a number of organisations, including Westbury, that have run out of, necessary space to be able to properly function as an organisation with that many services that are now we're able to now be bringing out to our community. Yeah, and Westbury would be one of a number that are actually stretched.
I would say yes. And again, the other point is one of the points in that submission was that there's a lot of overheads and administrative costs could be shared. Maintenance makes efficiency, which means that the money that's been given to these organisations actually can be used better because you're sharing the overhead costs, you're sharing the administrative costs, and then the money that you are giving, like for example, Westbury, we could be putting more into the programs to get out the community. So that's the other point as well. We think that you get more bang for your buck if we can actually put something together.
Other questions, councillors? Paul?
Buddy, saying looking for $25,000 to $30,000, but also the establishment of a project team.
I think that would probably come after. So if the feasibility study came through and the council said it's not feasible, I'm well aware that there could be an argument that there's already X amount of buildings here that can use, there's X amount of space here that can use. Maybe we don't get the buy-in from key social services because the other part of my submission is that it shouldn't be a drain on the council. So it should wash its face. It should actually, you should have a place where the social services or the community services pay for all the OPEX, pay for all the maintenance, the long-term costs. So what we're looking at is actually piling it all together and then having a plan. And if it doesn't come out, we decide actually it's not, then there'll be no project. But if there is a project, council probably would, from my point of view, should be key in that role and looking at if we go ahead, this is a relevant project, this is a real project. So I think the first 4 steps, there's 6 steps, the first 4 steps will be saying, do we have buy-in? Do we have people that want to commit? What are we looking at concepts? How is this going to work? I'll tell you again, it's 2 days and I just threw something together because actually, I want the council to consider this. I haven't had a huge amount of time to consider it, but just from the time that I've had to talk to people, I think this could fly. But I don't know. The 25,000, 30,000 has come from the cost that has been spent by Ori, and I think they engaged the same consultant that was used for Alexandra. If you look at the cost for the Wanaka one, millions of dollars. It's huge. Again, so project team will come after that, after the feasibility study, and after the buy-in, after the council considered it, after had other people say yes, this is good.
So I think it's got a lot of merit. But if the council doesn't put any money towards it, it would be a shame to be flop over. So what could happen next?
Well, I think it's just on the initial discussion, I mean, I sent an email out on a Thursday. And I've already had 3 or 4 different organisations come to me and say, we haven't seen a look at it, because this is a discussion. One said that I have to support it. Really, it just comes to how much time I've got, other than the job I already had to support this. But I think this would be something that I would love to champion. And maybe have to look for other funding, but I need a team. It won't be just me. With a job at full-time job at Eastwood, I'll say I've got 4 kids as well. So, it's a bit busy, but I would love to push this ahead. But it's going to need a team. It's not going to be by myself.
So you envisage having a project team following the feasibility study, but
yes,
if there's no funding, perhaps a project team or working partner.
Working
could be got together.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. And if the council could support and having someone available for that, basically I'm saying consider this. This is an idea that's worked in other places. We could replicate it here and put a Westland District Council wrap around feel about it, because every community is different. We all have different needs. We're not going to do exactly what Alexander has done. We're not going to do exactly what Wanaka has done. We're not going to do what the other council have done with some of their computer clubhouses. We're going to do something which actually makes sense here. So yeah, it will need a lot of collaboration and support from many parties, including the council. I think the council is key. Yeah.
Any other questions? Judy?
Just to keep in mind too, Valerie, and correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it's very much if we could pull it together, then there isn't an ongoing cost to council, because it's user pays then basically, isn't it? So if you want to be able to utilise the services, if we can get it in, then organisations will still pay for
I think
those
the model would
services.
be like if you were doing say like a big shopping tenancy, and you needed some headline tenants and anchor tenants in place. So you need something like that. You need someone who's always going to be there to commit, so that you can then attract the other services. So definitely money is important as well. It's not just, hey, give me money and let's put something together. Let's do it properly. Let's have a look to see who can actually commit long term and how much they can pay and how much costs they can put across. And then if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We can use what we've got.
But there could be shared community costs within that concept as well, rather than having, 6 administrators, you need 1 administrator for 6 agencies,
Any other questions? Laura, thank you so much. Great idea, great concept, and long journey. Dave Ritchie. Dave, welcome.
Thanks, Chris.
Dave's submissions are on 66 and 68 of Team Systems.
Photo for the GTV. Bruce, do you mind telling me which things you're expecting to cover in there? If you can tell me what order I expect.
You can choose either 66 or 68. Should be, I don't know, one on general rating, one on cycleways and walkways.
General rating would be provision of high quality services, recreational facilities. I think that we should talk to them about it. Let's just do that.
Yep.
So I have my Chair of Western High School hat on, supporting the Western Mountain Bike Club's submission, and then I'll take that hat off and put on my Western Mountain Bike Club hat and talk to that submission. Some time ago, the Western Mountain Bike Club brought a proposal to the Parks and Reserves Committee, some kind of committee that was in here, outlining what we saw as a club would be a kind of roadmap, if you will, to a really great cycling facility. And it was based off the idea that cycling's undergone a recent boom. You don't have to look very far along the street during the summertime to see how many cyclists are in town. They're coming here to ride the Western Cycle, the Wilderness Cycle Trail, which is fantastic. Consistently rated one of the top 3 trails in the country. There are more being built all the time. There are more bicycles being bought all the time, and this is where New Zealand's going in this country. And the kind of tourism and activity that the town experiences because of those cyclists is a really healthy kind of tourism. People are here, they're enjoying the environment, they're enjoying the social time with each other. It's nice to have them around. They're not internationals who are moving through town. They are people who are coming here for a reason and staying here for nights. So in terms of the sustainability and the kind of tourism it represents, it's probably very representative of the kind of tourism New Zealand would want to see in this country, and that I think the community would benefit from. The multi-night stays, not kind of here to look, but here to experience. Yeah? So it's a healthy kind of thing. From building a cycling amenity for the town and our people and our kids, we put forward a few ideas that will, we thought, well, we did a little bit of matrix vision, that's what you do a 2x, and we thought about, well, these are the projects that are easily achievable or relatively easily achievable, and these are the projects that have the most kind of bang for the buck in terms of building the network. And I have a big picture of a network, and this is what it could look like. And really that network encompassed everything from the heritage loop or realigned heritage loop around town, a flow park out on Sunset Point, the existing Blue Spur mountain bike trails, which the mountain bike club kind of works with Notahu to forestry to build and maintain. And this is developing a little reputation. So if you're a mountain biker, you go, oh yeah, I'll check it. Heard about that, I want to go there and check it out. So mountain bike club does that. Then there's this cycle trail and the possible additions that could be made to the cycle trail, some of which are in your long-term plan, many of which aren't. So a couple of things that the club feels you missed in our presentation that are good opportunities. The first would be to realign the heritage loop to take care of the currently problematic section behind the racecourse, which I've been working with real research on, and it's like a real issue. It would be much nicer to solve that whole problem by making the heritage loop longer, connecting it to Brickfields Road, and then connecting it to Blue Spur. So you can ride from town to Blue Spur. You're smiling because you know something about it? No.
Just for a resident. Live on group.
Oh, and you love watching so many deep drinking coffee, watching cycles go by. Everyone does. And they love seeing you. So that's a link, yeah. And currently, if you want to ride, if you're a kid, or if you're an adult, and you want to ride your bike from town to Blue Spur to go ride it, great trails that exist, you've got to ride up Ho Road, which is dangerous. There are 2 really bad corners on there if you're a cyclist. So you're riding up the hill, car comes up behind you, right, you're dead. Yep. So you really want to avoid the kids having to do that, or themselves having to do that. So that's the first. It's a really easy solve. It also connects the heritage loop to the gravel part of Ho Road, and then out to Canary, out to the really nice part of the trail, to the cycle trail. It's just been constructed, which is fantastic. Thank you so much. It also means people can go on a slightly longer ride and ride back along the Canary Tram, quickly along the Wilderness Trail back into town. So that whole thing becomes a much nicer, longer loop, and it means that you can have a shorter heritage loop, which is great for walkers because then there's not quite necessarily the conflict of trail users going on. So that's a really simple fix that we didn't see in the long-term plan. We would like to see it in there. The next one was around the flow park at Sunset Point. So there's a proposal there to put in a flow park out there. A flow park is like a BMX track, but a much more modern version. It's tar sealed, so it's all weather. It's landscaped, so it looks great. As I said before in the presentation a couple of months ago, Council had very considerately built a very large lump of dirt out there, which would be an excellent place to put a flow park. I've spoken to fellow concepts, sort of people who build these things all over the world. They're very good at it, and kind of $250 a square metre is what we're looking at So that in the optimal size for a fly park, for a town of this size, would be about 1,500 square metres. Any bigger than that, which we've actually got, we've got 3,000 out there, I'll paste it out. It's 3,000 square metres, and we don't need one that big, that would just be wasted. But one about half that size will leave space for other amenities out there. It would attract people out into the area. It's all weather, it's great for the kids, it's right on the side of the trail, and it will tie in beautifully with the proposed cycle festival that's going to come to pretty soon. And it'll put imagery of Hokitika and bikes on the classic iconic image of Hokitika, which is the mountains to the beach. That's, we know that. So putting bikes in the image would be great. Flow park out there, $375,000. Cheap as chips, Paul. Cheap as chips. There will be some external funding required, I suspect, for that one, but it's a really, in terms of putting cycling very firmly in the icon and partnering with Hokitika, key imagery. Yep, getting bikes up there on the beach, Hokitika signs right there, all good. The next one was the lake around Lake Kinneary. So creating day rides around the area is a really key thing to do. So the cycle trail itself, fantastic, 4-day adventure. Lots of families in New Zealand can't quite pull that off. They can be here for some of that time, they can't quite see how they're going to move their kids from one end to the other in a linear kind of fashion, but they would love to stay in Hokitika and do day rides and have that option. And so having loops that connect to that trail are key. Heritage would be the obvious one, that's a great half day for kids. Something around Lake Kinneary, to be able to ride around Lake Kinneary from town, off road, all the way to the lake, all the way around. You've got a beautiful road down the western side. You've got an existing trail, on the eastern side, you've got an existing trail, dock trail, walking trail on the western side. So the loop is already there. The mountain bike club has done some work on the trail at the northern end of the lake to make it rideable. It needs slightly heavier machinery than just a few hands to make it a shared use trail. Yeah. But if we were to work with DOC and the mountain bike club and council to fix that 7 or 8 kilometre section of trail, you would have one of the classic loop day rides in the country. It would be just phenomenal. And of course, it would go with the Lake Mahapua loop, which I know you desperately keen to put in. That would be the other one. Yeah, which is kind of further down the line. But Canary is already there. It just needs a bit of tickle up. Jobs for Nature scheme seems like it's got a written all over to me. And Ian Whittaker at DOC has already been, this has already been flown past him. So it's right there. That of course also means that you've got most of your infrastructure built towards around the basin of the loop, which isn't in most of the mission, but that's the kind of the beautiful ride, which is to go around behind that Canary, down across the Toroa Road, there's a bridge, I know, around to the gorge. Oh, we've got cycles on the gorge, fantastic imagery once again, iconic image, bikes, great. People are going to start coming to the ticket just the same way they go to Vegas, go to Vegas that is, and Hammond Springs and Queenstown and Wonga. Those towns all have reputations as bike destinations and they all benefit economically and socially from that. Why wouldn't we do the same thing? We're nearly there. And on the coast, we are actually the hub of cycling on the coast. There's nothing in Greymouth, there's very little in this book. Those guys have got all the big mountain rides, but that's all they've got. We've got the network almost. Yeah, so I really think you guys need to pop those little low-hanging fruit to use phrase in the plan fairly soon and take that stuff off. You're going to miss opportunities otherwise. People are, people are trying to recognise us. We should take advantage of that. And it costs them 50 grand for a festival of cycling. Just so I try to remember. You'll love that.
A very enthusiastic submission.
Very off the cuff.
Councillors, questions?
Well, just me again, because you just mentioned around, Dave, the joint venture thing with DOC, District Council and Mountain Bike Club. And in principle, I understand, like I totally get, by connecting these trails up. But, I mean, what are we talking costs-wise? I mean, is there a fair amount of this? I mean, you know, and I understand actually potentially Jobs for Nature could be a possibility with funding for, you know, getting some of the labour work done. What other associated costs from council do you think we need to come into this for pulling some of these areas together?
So council will already have some pretty good numbers around what a trail costs to build. And if you're building, you know, and depending on the kind of trail you're building, so if you're building a grade 2 trail, which is like the cycle trail with wide, fairly flat, you know, machine built, you know, that has a different cost structure, somewhere between, I think at the very, very low end, you're looking at $30 a metre to kind of $110 would be the high end. So that's, you know, per metre, so you can do a rough thing there. There's, I think there's 8 or 9 kilometres of trail around the back of Lake Canary, so you can do the maths on that one. However, that trail wouldn't be, in my opinion, wouldn't be a grade 2 trail, it would probably be a grade 3 trail, which is a bit more hand built, so you probably wouldn't need to take machinery in very much. I think there's also a great opportunity to seize on the enthusiasm that people have for the clip-ons on the Dunstan Trail right now, which are the little half bridges that hang from the cliffside up the lake. We could do a floating trail around the bluffs south end of Lake Canary. Instead of going up the top of those, just go straight into the lake, put it onto a series of pontoons and ride around floating a series of pontoons in the lake. Cheaper to build and would be really, really cool. That's inside. So between $30 and $100 per metre is what we're looking at to build a trail. And I think for the Canary section, you're probably talking right in the middle there, because we probably wouldn't use machinery. Most of them can. Yeah, I mean, I guess a big part of the submission here is that the amount of club is key. We feel like we have a pretty good picture of what it would look like. It was enthusiastically received the last time we were here, and we're really keen to work with the council to try and help that vision. So, you know, the club has people like Liam Anderson and John Strange, who are a surveyor and an engineer, who pretty much laid out the Coca-Cola, which is, you know, the #1 hot ticket ride in this country right now. These guys know what they're doing. If you go to Bluesburg and you look at the kind of hand-built stuff that we do on a Wednesday night in the dark in the wintertime with kids, it's great. You know, people come to me like, wow, this is cool. You know, we know what we're doing and we want to help.
So, question, Dave, that was very Paul, you the flow back. I'm sorry.
What's a good strategy with this, especially the Lake Canary group? It's achievable. I think in the past, this type of project has been done a lot by working groups. How do you see that factored into?
So the club is pretty small. Yeah, you know, dozens of people. So those people are really happy to be involved. I think the trick would be to get a wider audience involved, and I think that probably the schools hold the key there, because we're starting to see parents and kids up on the trails, which we never used to see. So and that's why I think, you know, more than one school has supported this submission in the way. And so I think the trick for us is to actually start to engage the kids and the parents more. And that's certainly something that's been on the club's radar. I think with stuff like, so Joe Parsons is over there, who's managed to get a pump track into Oxford Primary School. All of a sudden, Oxford Primary is seeing kids use this stuff. So the whole cycling thing is becoming more of a thing in our community. And I think that we want to try and leverage and accelerate that a bit more. And we've got a couple of ideas around that, but I think if we knew we had a project on, then we'd be into leveraging the community more for that. And I know that DOC does have, in fact, I think part of the existing heritage that was built as part of the DOC Community Activation Day, where DOC actually promotes time lessons as well. So it's about, and this kind of was what Faria was saying about having a consolidation of a hub. You know, if we can bring a few things together occasionally and get a bit more energy rather than having the disparate pockets of energy that exist in this community. together a bit more occasionally, we get more done and we feel better about ourselves. So I see it as being a really good community project, and I think if you're doing something like that, then it's a perfect kind of, occasion to create an image. So again, Mount Bike Club, really happy to be involved in that. Really happy to work within the community, work with the schools to do that, to make it more community based. Because our passion is to see the kids and the families out there doing that stuff, because we know that's really good for us. Francois.
Yeah, so Dave, who do you see maintaining these tracks?
Well, I think if you end up with the Lake Tainui track, I think that's probably going to end up under dock because it's on there. It's part of their estate. So they currently manage it, and I think they'd be okay with that. A well-built trail doesn't actually require that much maintenance. There's quite a lot of new. It's actually old technology. Old technology in trail building has kind of come to the fore in the last 20 years. It's like, oh yeah, we don't have that. If we build a trail a certain way, it's much easier to maintain. It's much less involved. The heritage loop seems to have fallen to council, but again, well built, hardly anything to do. One of the reasons that we've got an issue with the heritage trail now on the racecourse is that it was, when you walk in the yard, you go, oh, why did they put it here? It's like, if it was 5 meters to the left, it wouldn't be an issue, but it's not. So,
yeah, well, the reason I asked is we know that the wilderness trail costs a fortune to maintain, so it's just to understand who's going to cover the costs.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the flow part simply zero maintenance because it's actually an LTP landscape. So it's just going to live out there and be great. Any further questions?
Thank you, Dave. You managed to cram in a number of interesting ideas in a short period of time.
Should I do the Western High School submission for the parking and crossing at the same time, or is it?
Can I bring you back in two?
Yeah.
Just that we have a submitter online that we want to take care of first. Just from an administrative matter, councillors, can someone move that we extend the meeting past 2 hours as per standing rules? So maybe, okay, second. Okay, those in favour?
Aye.
And Councillor Davidson sent a text in at 7:44 this morning, lodging his apology, which I've only just seen. Someone like to move his apology be accepted? Thank you. Thank you. Those in favour?
Aye.
The next submitter is Carol and Mike Brown from Fox Glacier, and their submission number is 135. They're on phone at the moment. Let's see how this goes. Welcome, Carol.
Good morning, Mayor Smith and councillors.
Mike, eh?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So would you like us to start with the talking and you'll ask us questions, or do you have questions that you would like to start with?
No, you have 5 minutes to make your submission, and then councillors will ask a question.
Okay. Well, quickly we'll give you our background to show you where we're coming from. We've lived in Fox Glacier for 47 years. Mike started Alpine Guides, Fox Glacier in 1974. I came on board in 86 when we expanded the business. And when we sold the business in 2005, we had about 68 staff. We're still partners in that business. We started Distinction Fox Glacier, a boutique hotel, 21 rooms. We're still partners in that business. We have a small farm. We are founding members of Tourism West Coast, Glacier Country Tourism Group, Community Contact, New Zealand Mountain Guides Association, and we've been very involved in the community council here at Fox, and I was the chairperson of the committee that built the centre. So we come from a place where we have lived a long time in this community, and we have a lot of interest in the benefits for it. So our submission was largely related to just another general statement. We are not opposed to rates. We're happy to pay rates. We're not opposed to rate increases. We know they're important and necessary. I guess our submission really is more around transparency over the increase in rates that affect those of us in the Glacier region. And particularly of interest is the money that can go to our community development officers here in the glaciers. And I'd like to thank you, Bruce, for the work that you did with me in December 2020 to try and increase the funding that would go into those roles to try and make them full-time and able to do a broader number of activities, I suppose, to improve the business and community life here in the glaciers. So I guess our concerns, any questions at the moment?
If you complete your submission, and then councillors will have some questions.
Okay, so our first concern is around the Fox Glacier community rate. So there are 5 components to that rate: the Town Development Fund, the Community Development and Assistance component, transportation, stormwater, parks and reserves. Now, the way that's structured, it's very awkward and difficult to manage because the Fox, the Town Development Fund and the Community Development and Assistance are managed by the Fox Inc., which is Fox Glaciers Community Council, but transportation, stormwater, parks and reserves are managed by the council as far as we can see. They're certainly not managed by Fox Inc. The increases in the rate, which are significant for us personally, 39% on our residential properties, 31% on our commercial properties that we're part owners of. And yet in the long-term plan, there's no increase in the money that will go to the Town Development Fund or the Community Development and Assistance component. Promotion money, of which I gets 40%. Kind of complicated. So the increases are substantial, but we don't see where in the short term the benefits are coming into into the areas managed by Fox Inc. And there's no transparency in where that increase will go. Presumably it's going over the other 3 components: transportation, stormwater, parks and reserves. So we see endless possibilities in the role that can be played by paid workers in our townships, not only for the community benefits, but also the workers and the centres. We both townships have wonderful community centres, and they're more than just a nice place for locals to gather and to play. They're a tremendous asset to the businesses in terms of what business can come to our townships because they're there. For example, we have just learned that the Zephyr Club of New Zealand is planning to bring 100 people to Fox for 3 nights in the new year. And why they're coming is because of the community centre. So we see tremendous benefits for the businesses in having people in the roles, in the 2 glaciers, but of course I'm mostly speaking for Fox, so that there's a paid worker that's making our community very attractive to New Zealanders to come and live, and to other people in the country to come and bring business like conferences, events, and so on. So the increases, I should have said right at the outset, the increases that are being struck in the glaciers are really big, given the pain that's here. And I guess you are aware of how hard it is for the glacier country people. But if you don't live here, you probably don't really understand just how desperate the situation is. So to find money to pay any rates increases is very, very hard. And to not see where they're coming back makes it even more difficult to endure, I suppose. The second thing that I spoke to, or we spoke to in the Freudian slip, in the submission, was the tourism promotion rate. Our current people of Fox Inc. have determined that almost half of the promotion rate comes from the businesses and the properties in the glaciers. But it doesn't, we can't, so West Coast Wilderness Trail is a beneficiary of that rate, eyesight, and community development and assistance, which was the Tourism West Coast grant. We don't see where that comes back directly to our communities. We think the Wilderness Trail is fantastic. We're huge supporters of the proposals that are in the long-term plan for developments in Hokitika and Overalls. They sound spectacular, but it just feels like we down here are not being recognized for the difficulties we're having and for the benefits to the district that tourism operators have made for many, 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 many years, and now need a bit of a leg up.
Yeah, I think perhaps Carol's covered this, but one point that perhaps needs elaborating a little bit is that at the moment these community development officers are part-time, and it's very hard to get someone in the role who's competent to do a really good job if it's only a part-time role. And there are some very good people here. The person who's doing the job in France is the Glacier Country Tourism Group is a very, very competent woman. She's worked for Freightways. She managed more than 20 staff. She was the community person. And so, I mean, there are good people here, but they won't really work for, you know, $22 an hour in just 12 or 13 hours a week. So we see great potential in, Carol mentioned that Zephyr Club thing. Well, there must be hundreds and hundreds of clubs in New Zealand who could probably be encouraged to come here and get us a little bit away from the international tourism market. But someone's got to do the work of, you know, the pretty hard grunt work of finding them and then selling ourselves to them.
Yeah, so the money that comes into our coffers at Fox come from the Glacier promotion rate and the town development fund. Now the Glacier Country promotion rate, which has not changed since 2006. But basically, there's been no room to move on increasing hours or hourly rate, other than the fact that sometimes there is nobody in the role, so we can accumulate money that allows us to pay more than what we would be able to pay just on the $26,000 a year we get. So the time has come to reconsider how important it is to have good, proactive people in those roles in the glaciers that can support the work of the Glacier Country Tourism Group and really kick our communities and the opportunities they offer along. I think that's probably enough from me. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Carol and Mike. Councillors, do you have any questions?
I suppose I do. Hello.
This is, Councillor Kennedy.
How's it going, Carol?
Hello, Ryan.
Hey, shall I take it? Just to clarify, so in terms of the tourism promotion rate and monies taken from the glacier region, you would like to see that money filtered back to promote to Glacier Country tourism to promote Glacier Country rather than being paid rather than paying the power bill at the Hokitika eyesight. Is that kind of correct?
Well, not totally, Brian. It looks like there's in excess of 200,000 that comes from the glaciers for the tourism promotion rate. We know the eyesight matters to us. I guess I'm thinking short-term, long-term. Currently, the eyesight will not be needing as much money for wages as we did pre-COVID, and they will need more money when things get going again. So presumably there is some money that would have gone to the eyesight that could come into the glaciers while we get back on our feet. The tourism promotion rate, the Wilderness Trail, fantastic for the coast. So we're not saying don't put any money from the glaciers into other parts of the district, not at all. But let us have some of it so that we can do what desperately needed to be done.
Well, thanks, Carol. Any other questions, councillors? Ian Hartshall.
Hello, Carol. So at present, have you got a CDO in Fox?
We have a CDO in Fox, but she's had an accident, I believe. I have retired from the organisation. I'm more a citizen than anything now.
Oh,
So yes, and Scott and Rose Sullivan, who are co-chairing Fox Inc. now, will probably be able to speak to that better than I can.
oh yeah, no, that's all right. And I hear you praising the Friends CDO. Did I hear that right?
Sorry?
Did I hear you praising the Friends CDO, or was it the Fox CDO?
I'm praising the Glacier Country Tourism Group worker.
Yeah,
Sorry, not the Friends CEO, but given that Glacier Country Tourism Group gets $13,000 a year from the Glacier promotion rate, they do a fantastic job. And they've got a wonderful person, Claire Hunt, but she must put an awful lot of her own time into that job in order to do what she does for it with the money that the group has available. And of course, their businesses are so broken that getting the subs for their group is going to be a problem.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Carol. I'll pass it back to the.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Cogan.
Yeah, hi Carol. Councillor Jenny Cogan here. Hi Mike. Listen, just a question for you guys as well, because I am aware that Development West Coast are also looking at putting somebody permanently down into the Glacier Country very soon for a period of months to be able to help organise all the community organisations down there around tourism and funding. Are you guys aware of that?
Yes, my understanding, Jenny, is that Jeff, I haven't met Jeff yet, that he's here for 9 months.
Yes.
My understanding is that the brief is destination management. So looking at the glaciers as a destination, which is wonderful. We're very grateful for that. But it doesn't do the nuts and bolts, hands and feet scoping that will be required to really get the destination. We'll revisit what the destination can be, because obviously with the glaciers receding and so on, and international tourism being iffy for a few years yet, a lot of work has to be done around what tourism can look like here. And then following on from that will be the footwork. And I don't understand that role will be in a position to do that. I would like to think that the
Yeah, process.
We want that little soundbite.
Yep, so just wanted to tell through the mountain bike club submission and in general accepting that race rises are an inevitable part of providing the quality and future focused infrastructure that we have to support and maintain our social and economic development on the coast.
Thanks, Joe. Well done on the track at the primary school. Kids are killing heaps, aren't they? Right, questions? No questions? Thank you very much, Joe. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
The next one is just locked up there is Anne Scott, and is it a phone connection?
It's just.
Phone your own now. Yeah. Thank you. Anne, welcome to the meeting. Coasters, this is Anne Scott. Her submission number is 56 in Team Systems. Anne, the floor is yours for 5 minutes, and then there may be questions from councillors, there may not. It's all yours.
Okay, so what I want to start off with is the targeted rate, and I want to start off with page 209. So on 209, you have got that Franz Joseph has 43 commercial buildings and Fox Glacier has 86. I believe that those numbers would be incorrect. And then if I look and transpose the numbers back, working on your rateable targets, there would be, excluding GST, 105,000 coming out of Fox Glacier for that targeted rate. When I work back through my commercial building and my residential building and what the new rate is going to be, you've actually got the rate for the 43 buildings at 1,163. I work it out to be about 799. You're saying that excluding GST, you're looking at taking about 90,300 out of Fox Glacier with the 86 commercial buildings. When I work it out, it looks like working out that my commercial rate would be, excluding GST, about $800. It comes to roughly about 89,000. Right, with this targeted rate, we understand that the Township Development Fund receives 35,000 of that, which is a set amount documented until 2025. Then there is a Glacier Country Promotions rate, which is 65,000, and these are all on page 306, which is, I understand, split 40% for Fox, 40% for Franz, and the remainder goes to Glacier Country. So that means 26 for Fox, 26 for Franz, and 13 for Glacier Country. This rate goes to pay a CDO officer, and currently that rate doesn't cover employing somebody for 4 hours per day over a week, over a 5-day week, at basically living wage. The other thing that's in here is looking at where this Fox Glacier community rate that goes to stormwater, which I can find in the glossary of terms. I can't find parks and reserves or understand what the community development assistance is. I'm also co-chair of the Fox Glacier Development Society Incorporated, and we would like the rate that we are administering to be very clear as to what it is, how much we are getting, and have its own targeted rate. The rates that you administer, or the money that you collect to administer, I think needs to be clear as well as to what that goes to. The other issue I have is the tourism promotional rate, and looking at that, it's a very large amount that comes out of the glaciers, but I can't see anywhere that anything comes back in. I understand that some of it goes to the tourism
to the West Coast Wilderness Trail. I believe that that should have its own targeted fund, as there is an amount of about $176,000 that is in your, on page 118. I believe that the promotional person in the glacier country should be paid out of this tourism promotion rate, and that the funding out of the glacier country promotional rate, the 6,500 that each village pays, should go back into each village and be part of the targeted rate that comes out of here. The other thing was that looking at what I've now described as the confusion by numbers, which is the rate summary, which is, and I just want somebody to clarify for me, that changing the UAGC rate, that all this summary along the bottom is what would be the new workings out for the new general rate, which is worked out on values of property. And there seems to be huge amounts of inconsistencies in here, that some, like rural Fox Glacier, capital value of 800,000. So does that mean properties less than or more than? And all the commercial rates, capital values are all different, so it's not the same for each area. And then the last thing would be the fact that I've got a commercial business down here. My commercial business is worth, I think on the capital value you've got that it's going to be 1.34. Okay, on a good year, or on average year, my turnover would be somewhere between 500 to 600,000 plus, and 500 being a poor year. My end of financial year will be the end of this month. I am looking at a turnover of less than 100,000. I can't afford a rate increase. I also have 2 other properties here, and by the time I am finished, I am looking at basically over 300, an extra $3,000 that I have to find. And I'm luckier than some that I don't have huge debt. But what I am finding is that all my savings are going, and we're in a time in life when I shouldn't be taking on debt. I am having to take on debt just to survive. And I think the consensus is down here that it will be at least October of next year until we see any dramatic increase in numbers. And I'm expecting the next 12 months to be worse than the last 12 months. Yep, I think that's sort of what I wanted to cover.
So, look, thanks, Anne. Councillors, questions? Questions? Thank you. Ian, thanks very much for taking the time to ring in. Your concerns are noted, and we're all very concerned ourselves about what's happening in South Westland, so it will be taken into account.
There's been concerned, and then there's been just doing a rate and a hike. And I think that promotional rate, the fact that none of it appears to come back down here. And I know that Glacier Country, at the last meeting I went to, they were looking at coming back to the community for subs. And I can't afford to pay basically the amount that you're asking, and plus pay subs when, and there's no clear indication of where that money's going to.
I think you've made that point really clear. But look, thank you so much for your submission.
And also, I'm very worried that I find errors in the document, which makes me then wonder how many other errors there are in the document.
That matter will be discussed. The documents have been fully audited, and that may give you some comfort. But look, that will be discussed.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Graham. Graham. To come forward. Graham's submission is on 54 on team systems.
Righto, folks, I'm Graham Saunders. I've lived here for 17 years. I'm one of these so-called privileged white baby boomers. They're retired. A couple of people here that know me. No, I don't normally say much, and when I do, I'm pretty blunt. I came here with a prepared statement, submissions, and after listening to the last several, I thought what an absolute waste of time that was. To me, my submission to the council is that this council needs to get back to its core business of supplying services to the ratepayers. Get away from all the wishy-washy stuff. The cycle trail was the absolute classic. When it was built, we were told it's not going to cost the ratepayers anything. But they didn't tell us that we had to pay for the upkeep and the maintenance on it. Previous gentleman said that modern cycle trails don't need any maintenance. Well, dear me, Canary Tram's only several years old. Don't have a look at that one. The pensioner housing, there's been a lot of discussion in the papers about it. If pensioner housing or elderly housing in this town or anywhere else can't run at a break-even point, get out of it. It's got nothing to do with councils. Ratepayers shouldn't have to subsidise people to live in those houses. Other than that, all I can say to you guys is have a deep look at where you're heading and what you're doing. I read through that document, this LTP, what they call it, and all I could get out of it was 390 odd pages of absolute spin doctoring garbage. Get it down, make it simple so the average Joe Blogs can understand it, because most of us aren't lawyers, we're not accountants. Keep it simple. Then you don't get all these ambiguities. You don't get people scratching their heads thinking, what the hell are they doing now? But if we can't run it at a break-even point, then you've got to do something about it. The sewerage scheme, when we came here, everybody was saying that 3 Mile is redundant, it's gone. We've got to do something with the sewerage plant. And here we are, 17 years down the track, and what have we got? Still the same scheme. Back then, you could have put a tag onto all the rates for every year, such as an example I can give you, Palmerston North did back in the 60s, and they built a modern state-of-the-art sewerage plant where they could discharge fully treated water into the Manawatu River. There's no reason why it couldn't have been done here now if the funding had been put in place earlier, so that people through the next couple of generations, back then and forward on, are paying for it. But what do? Well, duck shove it onto the next council, just move it to one side. Don't worry about it, it'll go away. Think about it, folks. What are you actually here for? We're not here for the tourists, that's a bonus. But it is not the core business of this town. If you're going to rely on tourism, well, the last 12 months or so, folks, are blowing that one out of the water. And for me, everybody puts so much emphasis on the cycle trail. Was it of any benefit to me? Absolutely not. Majority of people in this town gain nothing from it. All I've got to say, folks, thanks for the chance of speaking out.
Hang on. Councillors, questions? Man here who speaks his mind. It's a good opportunity.
No questions, Graham, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, what would you like to see happening with the sewage ponds?
Sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
What would you like to see happening with the wastewater?
Wastewater?
With the sewage ponds?
Back then, they should have been built a treatment plant, very much like what Greymouth's got on a smaller scale, and hopefully inside a shed so it doesn't look so disgusting. But a lot of cities and towns in this country have done it. Yes, it's expensive, but it's a long-term item. But to sit there and say, oh, we'll build another pond or we'll just keep shoving it over the sand dunes into the sea. When we came here, hey, that's not right. Because we came from places that had put plants in. What we've noticed that everybody keeps pushing it to one side. Well, wake up, folks, do something about it. And don't say the next 3 years we're going to jack your rates right through the roof and then according to the graph it's going to go below the medium line. No, spread it out for the next 20 years. Because I'd imagine if you've got a plant in 3 years' time, it's going to be not much benefit. Probably won't be here. But my daughter will, and my grandsons will. And for me, that's why I speak out about this. That is the most important thing to me. My grandsons, the bred and born coasters, and I hope they always be able to have that. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Thanks. Is next submitter online or on the phone? Thank you. Okay. The next submitter is Charlie Carey, and his number is 79. Submission number. Charlie, you've got 5 minutes, and then councillors will raise questions with you about your submission. It's all yours.
Good afternoon, and George, councillors. Well, I've just touched on a few things in the submission. I'll very quickly go through a couple of them in the UAG, with my opinion, should be removed completely. This draft document states that it's a aggressive amount to go checks undermines the total value rating system we've got. There's one system, there's one case I know of.
Charlie, we're struggling to hear you. Can you speak quite, we're struggling to hear you. Can you speak quite loudly and clearly into your phone, please, so we can hear you better up here? Yeah, that's a wee bit better. Thanks.
That's better? Okay. So in one case I know, the ratepayer has been charged $12,000 for a property that's worth less than $200,000, while next door neighbour is paying $8,000 for the rates for a property that's worth $3.5 million. It's got 3 houses on it. So she's paying 50% more to UAGs than what the next door neighbour is paying for a multi-million-dollar property. The ownership of LTP housing, well, Graham's made some very good points. A social good. The only reason to put it in the destination Westland is to keep it away from, democratic processes. Essentially, that's why we CCOs are set up in the first place. RJ said, with a great statue down the road. Old age pensions. The old age pension and the gold that it's built this coast. Again, I believe this new council interpretation of the way it worked, as far as who an owner is, it's also aggressive. So the first question we need to ask is who was a ratepayer? Because the ratepayer is 2 things. Who is the ratepayer? For the purposes of this act, the ratepayer is the person who's named as a ratepayer on the local information database, which is the valuation role. The owner is the person that you guys put on the database. So what name goes on that database? Section 11 of the Act tells us that Section 11, entry of ratepayer rating database and district information role. Name of the following person must be entered in the rating information database and district role. Valuation role is the ratepayer with respect to the rating unit. Subsection the owner has to be listed on the rating database. Now, who's the owner? According to Section 5, in this act, unless the context otherwise requires, the owner means the person who, whether jointly or separately, has seized or possessed stock or entitled to in the estate or interest in one constitutional right. This is trying to provide the accounts as large as much as possible. That's one particular council. So if we work backwards through all those clauses, and quite simply someone who has a estate pretty simple. That's the name that's on the record title, what was due at the time. That's the only way the rating department is currently treating it. So they won't push on any other form of ownership. It can also mean someone with an interest in it, such as having a caveat over the loan for a security of the loan or whatever purpose.
Sort of relationship is defined by the Property Relationships Act. So if you're married in a direct relationship for more than 3 years of civil union, you have an interest in that thing. It also means someone who ceases to state of interest, such as ample place of language. It even means someone who has a position of that interest for the state, such as by using it the way the same way the Revenue Position claimants are doing. This protects the Revenue Revenue database, the Revenue Revenue base, financial base, by ensuring that the chain of custody is. So that, for example, which zone can't be found, council can rates this any other examples above. So this is the council policy section.
Bruce, can you ask him to speak up again? I can't.
We have
You
asked.
can't?
Yeah.
He's pretty much just
Thank you.
doing a submission as an engineer. Yeah. We're not going.
Yeah, I think that's really good, Charlie. You've pretty much read your submission out, and councillors have read your submission, so the sound's been a bit below average, actually. Councillors, any questions? Paul?
I'm sure that there is some really important co-upper in there somewhere, but I heard about 5%.
Yeah, it is in the submission, which is number 79. No, Paul was just saying that he only heard probably 5% of what you're saying, but I was just reiterating that it's in your submission, which is number 79. Any other questions? Thanks very much, Charlie. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Not entirely satisfactory, as it looks like. It's yeah. The next one is Stuart. Your turn. Councillors, is Stuart Hall. His submission is on page 41.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak directly to you today. I've read the draft long-term plan and not being an accountant is not previously examined the 5 points. What I have noted is the proposed rate increases over the next 3 years, year 1, 13%, year 2, 12.5%, and year 3 being 10.5%. So the layman looks like a 36% increase, whilst in reality, cumulatively, this will equate to a combined total of 40.46%. So for the ratepayers which you are all elected to represent, this means that their current rates bill in 3 years' time will be 40.46% higher, or in dollar terms, based on a current rates bill of $2,700, they will have increased to $3,793. That is $1,093 more than the current level of, or breaking it down to simpler terms, Mrs. Jones living on a fixed income in her family home needs to find an extra $42.03 a fortnight. Now, if Mrs. Jones can afford to still live here in her family home in Westland at the end of year 3, then by the end of year 10, if she's still alive, she will be paying $4,390 per year in rates, or $168.84 per fortnight. So if we add that up year on year above the current $2,700 level, by the time $2,700 level, this means she would have paid an extra $12,150 in rates by the time she pays the last rates bill in year 10, or an additional $1,215 per annum above current rates. We currently live in a level 1 COVID environment. Globally, this pandemic is far from over. Even with high rates of vaccination in the United Kingdom, COVID infections are starting to rise again. Our borders are still closed. The government, through its shovel-ready projects, has not immediately heaped the cost of stimulating the economy directly onto the general PAYE taxpayer. They have borrowed to stimulate. This 10-year plan, whilst bold and noble, is flawed in the current economic and social environment we live in. There is a perception that because New Zealand is COVID-free, that it is business as usual. Let me tell you, from driving to Fox Glacier 2 weeks ago, it is far from business as usual. I spoke with business people who 13 months ago had 105 staff. Now they have only 20 staff and still have businesses closed that have not traded since this district and country went into level 4 lockdown. Now, this council should be commended for halting any rates increases last year whilst this district navigated COVID. However, to believe now that it is business as usual is pure fantasy. Many of the ratepayers in this district will be directly linked to the tourism service sectors. These people will either have experienced a decline in their personal income or not have a job at all. Yet this council is believing that it can now start to burden those struggling even further. The council needs to review these proposed rates increases on 2 fronts. These are a complete review of the council's proposed expenditure and then establishing a fairer way of distributing the rates burden. The first section I want to cover is what costs I see in the long-term plan that should be reviewed. These are as follows. The Paki Waitara project, page 100 in the LTP. Whilst this concept is great, is now the time to be doing this. I personally feel that ratepayers are still in the dark around consultation on what this will deliver for the investment, maybe given its proximity to the Hokitika Town Hall, and that there are funds earmarked on page 112 and 113 of the LTP for this, Should we not be looking at a combination facility using shovel-ready funds as well as the 2.38 million allocated to the pool, plus the 3.35 million earmarked for the Paki Waitawa project to build a fit-for-purpose building encompassing all of the requirements? Surely 5.73 million would allow for a pretty awesome building. Seeing as the Paki Waitawa project will be renovating an old building, can you have confidence that this would be delivered on time and budget? Surely, given access to funding at lower interest rates, this could be spread over a longer term, making the financial facility intergenerational and spreading the financial load. As far as a standalone project for the upgrade of the swimming pool, then the council should take the money allocated by central government for the upgrade to the entranceway and changing facilities. There is no reason to proceed with stage 2 whilst 30 minutes up the road is a purpose-built, near-new, underutilised aquatic centre. This is not to say that the town doesn't need a pool, just that we don't need to be duplicating what is already in Greymouth. Let's be fair. Thanks to Councillor Martin and a team of people, we have the best undercover all-weather sporting facility on the west coast in Hokitika. In the LTP on page 103, it is noted that the Hokitika Racecourse has approximately $3.9 million in proposed capital expenditure. This includes stormwater, an event zone, and preparation of medium-density housing. However, from what I've read, there is still no definitive use for the facility and certainly no business case that would support this level of capital expenditure. What has the consultation been on this with ratepayers? Why are we not looking to set this up as a private-public partnership? Similar to the Westland Milk Products need for a better treated water supply, whereby the Westland District Council did the expenditure, but this was then directly rated back at a targeted rate to the Westland Milk Products over a number of years, so the end user paid the bill. The win here was to the ratepayer. We got a better town water supply at no cost directly to the ratepayer. This model could be used if a private company wanted to use the land at Hokitika Racecourse, then a business case could be put forward with the end user being a private company at a targeted rate. Whatever happened to the land on Pine Tree Road that's being developed as a subdivision by West Roads, it is no longer being developed. As the team elected by the ratepayers to guide the Westland District Council, is it not alarming to you to see numbers in the Hokitika Guardian stating that staffing levels are climbing to 65 FTE at a cost to the ratepayer of $5 million per annum, equating to an average wage of $76,923 per FTE? I would say that given the current environment and leadership approval rating of only 41%, as stated in section on significance and engagement, page 51 of the LTP, should we not be looking at reducing the cost of this organisation to the ratepayer? The second area I now want to cover is how to fairly distribute the rate burden across the rating base. I support lowering the uniform annual general charge to the minimum suggested rate of 12.5%. A fairer rating system is based on the ability of each ratepayer to pay. By lowering the charge, this will have an immediate effect on the lower capital value properties, which in turn will aid people on the lower incomes. As a separate piece of work, council should review the rating system and possibly look at what is being done in Christchurch. In their system, not only is the general rate determined by capital value, but also the 3 water components of their rates are determined by capital value as well. Finally, as part of my submission, I want to address the transfer of ownership of council assets to a council-controlled organisation. This is a recipe for disaster for the ratepayer. Once the CCO has ownership, it will then have the ability to indebt itself using those assets as security, and the ratepayer will not be aware of the debt being created. If the CCO fails, then poor Mrs. Jones, along with the rest of the rate-paying team, will have the cost to bear. This is not scaremongering, but reality. Once you have an asset, you can leverage against it. So I cannot support the transfer of ownership of the pension of flats to Destination Westland, which puts our vulnerable people at risk. In closing, I call upon Mayor Bruce Smith, Deputy Mayor David Brothers, Councillors Anna Hart, Jane Neal, Jenny Cogan, Blake Martin, Paul Davidson, Ian Hartshorn, Brian Kennedy, and Renona representatives, Francois Tumahai and Paul Madrick, to please think about the pathway forward, as this current LTP has the potential to drive local farm out from the region as they can no longer afford to live in their slice of paradise. Thank you very much for your time today.
A well considered submission. Questions?
No.
Leaving the gaps, no.
No gaps left.
Stuart, much appreciated. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Two covered, Cara and Fiona. In having products. I'm suggesting we adjourn for until sorry? 12 o'clock. 45. Oh, I see. We've got two more coming in. Okay, well, let's, don't worry about it. Actually, I thought it was 11:35. Morning, yes, go on. Well, so we'll just wait and for the next couple of
You wish I could do this. When you get back.
The kitchen.
Council, just a reminder, we're still live. Zero number. Zero number. Zero number.
Cara, would you like to come forward? Councillors, this is Cara Birchfield and her submissions 112 for the team systems. Welcome, we can just come across a little bit further so you can see it.
Good afternoon, my name is Heather Birchfield and I'm a resident of Southside Hope. Firstly, I would like to mention I was notified at 9:30 a.m. this morning as a notification to speak for today's meeting. I feel disappointed by the lack of notice. I would like it noted for the future for this process to be looked over. Thank you. My submission interest is a home to the racecourse. The equestrian community uses the area extensively. It is a safe place to ride, especially if you have young horses, young children, or needing a good surface to exercise your horses on. The equestrian community uses the area extensively. It is we have a significant positive equestrian community who achieve local and national successes. In January 2020, Greymouth Pony Club won the South Island Show Jump Champs, and this was made up of over to the riders in. The racecourse was used as training villas to get the horses fit. There's also been numerous local individuals representing local actual pony. I've been involved with various horse-related activities at the Hokitika Racecourse since I was a child. And over the more recent years, the annual Western AMP Show and the Western Horse Spring Show. These are an attribute to the local equine community. The Hokitika RDA offers a wide range of riders and wider community many opportunities and use the racecourse on a daily basis. There are numerous areas to support local sporting needs, and the racecourse grounds has been the community equine area to use, and I would like to see the continuation of part of this area for equine use. As a summary, I would like to see a representative for equine group dedicated to help with the planning of the future for the racecourse, to include areas for equine usage. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks. Councillors, questions? Jen?
Yep, hi Karen, thanks for coming. When you say part of the use up at the racetrack, okay, so what do you envisage part of the use would look like?
Well, whether there was talk that I heard of a ground, so whether the grounds would be available for equine usage as well, because there's already a part of that is used for the lesser name for how far away the stock process is. And that sand trap is used, but people know on a weekly basis how much that is used by the equine community. It's such a safe area. And when I was a child, we could ride on the roads and we could ride areas. But it's not like that these days, it's not safe to do so. So some kind of, either the sand track or some kind of track to be able to go there and still use would be fantastic. But that's why I'd like someone from the equine community involved in the process. So that could be under discussion.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Councillors? Okay, we've heard a lot of submissions very similar.
That's good.
Thank you very much for the work. And apologies on the late call. We will be looking at that.
Thank you, I do appreciate that because time is valuable for everybody.
It is. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
Yeah, the next one is she's going for no, you're not.
I'm just here just to listen.
Okay.
Simon.
Yes, councillors, I have two submissions in. One is to do with STAP funding for development West Coast. So as an economic entity within the West Coast, they have to apply for government funding and have been successful last year for getting
Thanks.
Sorry, you told off. So as an economic entity for the West Coast, Development West Coast applied for national funding every year. The challenge that they have, and it's across only this region, is that because councils don't contribute to this entity, that they aren't eligible for the funding. So what happened last year is we provided a revenue to them and they paid that back in kind to cover events for the council. They're proposing to do the same again this year, so we would provide them a figure of $20,000. They would then invest that figure into Destination Westland to cover most likely wild foods events, and then Westland would back pay us. So it's a win-win situation for. This assures them getting funding, which I believe they got about over $400,000 last year. The other councils on the coast have also been asked to do the same. So any questions on that?
Around the table.
I suppose the usual one from me, Simon, is where would that 20,000 likely to come from, given it targeted specifically to, let's say, the Hokitika Wild Foods or Destination Westland? Would it come via the Hokitika promotions rate or the Hokitika community rate, or would it be generally rated?
I'd come under general rating. Questions? I'll lead on to the second submission. This is to do with the proposed new role for council. It is a significantly missing link that council doesn't adhere to very well. So the intention of the role, will just read out the overall responsibility. Leading the district assets function in relation to impacts on government policies and legislative change, growth development within the district, and leveraging various avenues for external funding and matching key strategic projects. As we know, we have a number of legislation changes compounding resources within our entity, and we do it as part of a day job. So everyone that's involved
if you take 3 waters, for example, that is spending a number of resources, a number of hours within council staff to actually get that across the line. It's still an ongoing project and will still be ongoing for the next 3 years. So that's one aspect of the role. So I'll just through the high priorities for the role, bear with me. Developing plans to achieve any government policies and legislative change in relation to council infrastructure and resources. Examples of these include Zero Carbon Amendment Act, 3 Waters Reform, Affordable Housing Act, and so forth. Second part of the role is support growth development, sustainable infrastructure. This is working with key stakeholder developers to understand the requirements of council and key infrastructure requirements for those developments. Taking ownership of sustainability policy and working with all stakeholders in regards to West Coast resilience. So we are obviously on the road, or all councils are on the road to becoming less environmentally impact on its environment. So this role will take the lead in doing that. Supporting new business features, opportunities, and analysing support requirements and the impact on council. Whenever I suppose someone comes to council with a business proposal, we usually hear it and ask what they want from council. This way we'd work with that business owner before coming to council to understand what we could actually add value to, if there is an opportunity to do so. Being the primary link from development West Coast and ensuring DWC align with council's economic and social aspirations. When we talk about economic priorities, this role will take the lead on determining what they are in support of council. Lead council's focus on completing business case development and seeking external funding via negotiations and applications for various funding. So when we pull a business case together, we do it ad hocly, so we don't have an overarching program for writing business cases for anything over a certain amount. We're keen to make sure that's part of our everyday aspirations within council. And finally, oversee the development of council's infrastructure strategy and working alongside other team members to align the asset management plans and other documentation requirements of the district assets. So we outsourced last year the writing of our infrastructure strategy along the lines to support the LTP. That cost us $60,000, so that wouldn't be outsourced ever again with this role. Happy to take questions, councillors.
On the table. Questions?
So taking that credit into account, which just mentioned $60,000, what's the net cost to council on an annual basis?
If you consider that as well, we would like to keep the infrastructure strategy as live as possible, same with the asset management plans. So that would be reviewed on an annual basis anyway. In terms of the role, it would be at a senior management level role, so it's quite a senior role from council. I don't want to get into the actual remuneration values of that role, but it'd be over 100,000.
So more than the mayor, but less than the chief executive.
Yes, your worship.
Jim.
So who, because all of the role that you've listed out, some of that must be already functioning within council at the moment to a degree. But is that obviously put extensions on current employees' work hours?
Yeah, so part of, whenever we get legislation changed, so if we take 3 waters, for example, that takes resources away from our own projects. So we're spending a lot of time, particularly in the district assets team, doing all the background information research, putting all the information through to the Department of Interior, which took about 3 weeks of full-time dedicated resource. Supporting other regulatory changes as well. We haven't even done a very comprehensive climate change strategy at all. In fact, we're right at the infancy of that. So there's a lot of work in front of us that we've yet to kick off. When legislation does come in, we cherry pick which ones we respond to, putting submissions in, because we can't do them all, we just don't have the resources. So within the district edges, and Emma helps in this space as well, we write submissions on behalf of council, but we don't do it for everyone that we should.
It's just a shame with all of the regulation that gets pushed down to councils, there's no funding to supply, you know, for the funding doesn't come with it, with the expectation around add that onto your list.
Bear in mind the Three Waters itself is going to be a significant amount of work if council decides to go with the new entity. There's a whole lot of work to be done around asset management, around bylaws, around all of our process systems to actually incorporate it into the new entity, which hasn't been factored into any calculations yet.
So what you're saying is if you know, potentially we go down the track of Three Waters, a position's going to have to be created for that regardless.
Or we find other sources of funding to outsource it. Or we consult it out, which a lot of councils will be doing anyway. Consultants will be making a fortune with this Three Waters reform.
So it'll be cheaper for us to have someone employed rather than employing.
My feeling is that having council staff owning the issues is better than ad hoc consultant support. So we retain that intellectual capacity within council going forward forever.
So there is actual savings then. If you think
they're
about
not
it.
quantified in this report,
Yeah.
but there definitely is an offset by less consultant.
Yeah.
We've just taken cane from the last submitter, the increasing staff numbers, etc. Now we're talking another one. Is there an opportunity to lean on DWC for this one, given that they canned the NGI funding for the councils? More councils should.
We have approached DWC for having someone in the building. That hasn't eventuated. So that's some of that role would be definitely linking to DWC. Particularly when we talk about supporting business opportunities, they should do the front work in that space. More what this role is all about, the impact on council's infrastructure. So working on what does it impact on council and what are the requirements of council on that entity.
Yes, I don't mean just on in terms of liaising with DWC about economic development, but just the fact that our economic development agencies there and have withdrawn from the support of the council anyway. Perhaps something we could do on maybe.
I'm not sure what other councils have in this space, but I'm definitely, if I wanted to come to the party, that would be appreciated. But in terms of directing their work, I'd rather do it in-house so that we actually have control of the outputs. You understand what I mean?
Yes, I just mean funding.
Funding is from the
DWC.
If they could front up, there'd be even a partial of it. Other questions? Thanks for your submissions on. Next one is who's next? Are you standing in for Fiona? Or would you like it?
Can I speak for a moment?
Please go on.
I've just been speaking to Fiona and she's pretty upset. She's on the plane now.
Yep.
So the doors have just closed and she's been told she's not allowed to speak to the meeting this afternoon, even though she asked to submit to the hearing and she got a call within the last hour when this was on. So I just wanted to check in how long this is going and if there's an opportunity for her to speak to her submission today. She'll be landing in Christchurch Airport about 2:30. It's just a process problem here.
Landing in Christchurch Airport and driving over.
She's happy to speak by phone, but you know, people are trying to engage with the process. Yep. This is really hard it's a really tough process when people don't know that the submissions are not going to be happening tomorrow, which is what it said on the submission form, today and tomorrow. And they're not getting notice, they're getting less than an hour's notice to turn up in the building. It's not going to endear people to engage with the process in the future.
Look, there's no issue at all with her bringing it. We will be here this afternoon. Do you want us to contact her?
Yeah, I can give you her number because I'm actually at work, so that would be great. I've got it first.
Okay, so you've got that? Yeah. I think it's a reasonable outcome, and we, with all of the submitters, we've read all the submissions. And so speaking to the submissions she's made, we can see completely where she's coming from. But we'll, no problem at all, give you a call.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And we have one left, which is Abby Provis. Abby is talking about cycle and walkways. She's on page 58. I assume at this stage that she's going to turn up. I've had a few. Okay, on that basis, sorry. So I mean, we're 1:03 and we'll adjourn to lunch. Okay. Well, councillors, I hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Lovely, thank you.
I would ask that a councillor resolve that council thanks those submitters for their attendance at the hearing this morning. And so can I have someone that would move that? Councillor Cogan, thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Neal, thank you. Those in favour? Okay, move on to the next item of the agenda. And I'll move that council will deliberate on the submissions to the draft long-term plan 2021, 2031. Is there a second for that? Councillor Martin, thank you. Now move into the deliberation section. Now you've all got in front of you how I propose to do this is to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So just follow it numerically. The first one is the UAG.
Just your worship before you start. So just to take you through the process that staff have done. So we've tried to categorise all the submissions under the various titles so that we have a very clear structure of reply. If there's anything not in the spreadsheet, please raise it at the end. There's another discussion topic, or if there's any clarification going through it. So we'll see all the submission numbers in column 3. The number of submissions for, against, or no response. Staff have provided some commentary in column 4 under staff comments in terms of our opinions, but it's entirely up to you in terms of where you want to take it.
Thank you. And at 2:30 we have a submitter who's going to call in relation to the grazing at the racecourse. She's on the plane at the present time, and so she's going to call by phone. So let's address the first subject, which is the UAGC. You'll see the section there where there are various people who support 17.5%, which appears to be the preferred one. There are various people that support lowering it to 12.5%. There are various people who support 21.7%, and a large number of no responses. So I'll open it up for discussion. The decision to be made is stay the same. 21.7, we'll go to 17.5, we'll go to 12.5. Floor is open for discussion.
Sorry, just a technical point here. Where it says no response, I don't subscribe to no response, meaning an agreement to the preferred option. I don't like that idea at all. Someone asks you a question, you say no comment, you can't answer, oh, you agree then.
So I guess no response is no response.
Yeah, so I'll just where it says in that box.
Can you interpret it as not bothered either way?
Or neutral, or no response is 0 and forget about it. Perhaps, I don't know.
I think if they're putting in a submission on behalf of a group, then often that isn't particularly relevant to the group. So then it's just, they just leave those bits out because there'll be diverse opinions within the committee or whatever on that.
Well, let's go to the normal format where I'll go around the table. Do you want to say something first before I?
You do whatever order you want to go in, your worship.
Francois, we'll start with you because you're a wise man.
Quickly picking up on what you said, Ryan. I'd assume that means that is quite. Is what I'd assume that no response to that. They're not bothered because they haven't commented, so therefore they must be comfortable that it is where it is. That's the way I read it, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And again, I'm comfortable with supporting the current, how it currently is.
Councillor Hartwell.
Yeah, well, on the southern ward down there, it's pretty hard, and we'd like to have it as low as we can itself, but yeah, say much more than that, really.
What do you support?
Well, probably the 12.5.
Councillor Coe.
I actually support the preferred at Yeah, sort of in the middle at the 17.5%.
Councillor Neil?
Yeah, likewise, following on from the discussions we've had, I agree with 17.5, and it may be that it lowers again in the future.
Councillor Hart?
Yeah, I'm of the same opinion. We've thrashed this out before, supporting the 17.5, and then we can go from there.
Councillor Martin?
Thank you very much, Worship. I think it's probably the, in terms of decision making, I think it's probably one of the last decisions we should make when we see the rates modelled, because we're not actually deciding to add or add anything to our budget. We're just deciding to add a portion of said budget. So I think it's a critical decision and should be left to just before we once we know the sum total of the rate strike. That being said, I do think it would be useful to see the rates modelled at the three options provided to give context, because asking someone that question, do you support 12.5%? Well, some people could assume that means that their rates are going to be lowered to 12.5%. It's very ambiguous for people that don't understand the Rating Act. So I think it should definitely be made, the decision should be made today, but just not the first decision.
Councillor Kennedy?
I support the preferred option, but bearing in mind what Councillor Martin.
I support lowering it to 17%. I think the message from the Glacier business people is crystal clear. Bearing in mind, of course, that there's whatever happens here will have that water effect. But it's compromised.
Well, I must be missing something. According to the figures that are in this report, it says 24 submitters preferred the option reducing to 17.5 and 32 supported leaving at 21.7. Yeah, and 25 reduced to 12.5. So you could say the preferred option is to reduce in sort of general terms, but the greatest number of submitters in terms of any of those particular options, in fact, supported leaving at 21.7. So it's hard to know what you want to take from those numbers, but greatest number want to remain as it is. And if you add in tacit support of all of the others, maybe it might be hard to see that there is in fact support. But only 24 people, or 49 people, put a submission in to reduce the rates. 49 of our rate payers. How can we honestly say that's a general wish to reduce the uniform annual general charge?
Paul. Thank you, Worship. To me, it's not a numbers game. If we approach it as a numbers game, we didn't.
But that's what we're doing, and I agree that that's people are saying that that's the preferred option based on the numbers.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. I think you're right. I don't think it is the preferred option based on the numbers, but I don't think we should get into the numbers game. It's a very slippery slope.
Right, I intend moving this one forward. I'm going to move that it drops to 17.5% as the preferred option. Let's test the market. Do I have a second? Councillor Cogan, can I have a show of hands so that it can be recorded? Who supports it? If that doesn't work out, well, thank you very much. Right, 17.5% it is. Move on to the next one. Elderly housing. Supports transfer, does not support transfer, no response. Open for discussion. Francois.
Yeah, I support transfer.
Councillor Hartley.
Yeah, I support the transfer.
I support the transfer.
Councillor Neil.
Yes, I do. I think the more overwhelming responses to support it. I do have concerns as well.
Councillor Hart.
Again, we've thrashed this one out. I do support the transfer.
Councillor Martin.
The community supports the transfer, so do I.
Councillor Kennedy.
I don't support the transfer. I think the risk is too great on the ratepayers, but my opinion.
Firstly, I think that the feedback form was ambiguous. I don't think it was user-friendly. We would ask the question, I support transferring the assets to Destination Westland, yes, no. And then the second question, the same boxes, I do not support transferring the assets, yes, no. It's confused people. And I think it's confused the issue here, and I don't support the transfer to Destination Westland. I think that the council has a duty to the socio-economic community, and I am worried that the move to market rentals, I think it will become elite and unaffordable, which has never been the object of pensioner housing. I understand what Destination Westland are trying to do, however, I disagree with it because that social housing objective is missing from it, and also the that's enough.
I think the figures are equivocal. 38, 33, what does that tell us? But generally, I support the transfer.
Someone like to move that the transfer of assets be completed to Councillor Hartshorn. Second, Councillor Hart. All those in favour, please raise your hands so that everybody knows what you're voting for. Thank you. Those against, would like their vote recorded. Councillor Kennedy. Thanks. We've got on the next one, swimming pool. Right, the support stage 3. Do not support stage 3. No response. Open it up. Paul, you first go.
I strongly support the upgrade to the swimming pool to be funded by the PGF, but I equally strongly disagree with the need for stage 3. I don't think in this climate that it's necessary.
Richard, can I just make a comment on stage 3? Stage 3 can be done any time, so in the future. So what we're proposing to do with stage 2 is to complete it as a standalone project with the ability at future space to tack on stage 3. We'll put provision in obviously in stage 3 to make that happen. So it could be deferred if that's what the council wishes. We have got it in over 2 years, spread below. Because it's going to take a couple of years to do anyway.
Might be looking to defend your issue. I just don't think that again in this climate, because we're still in the COVID climate, far from at the other end of that, and economic effects are still being felt. And I just don't. It's nice to have, lovely to have. But at this time, I just don't believe it should be informed.
You wish one more comment if you don't mind. So, you know, we've been very fortunate in terms of funding. I think there should be a caveat on that statement regarding if there's funding that becomes available to mitigate the overruns. We'll bring it back to council for consideration. But we know what we want to do, so it's a very easy business case to put together for funding.
So can you just clarify that? At the present time, the first stage is underway, the second stage will follow, that's the building in the front. And we're talking about the final stage, which is
But what's the implication when you just see it on the rates? Because
there's zero implication on stage 1 and 2.
Yeah, I understand that's fully funded. But in terms of stage 3, we may or may not do it in the future. That's factored into the LTP, isn't it?
Yes.
What page can we have
So
it?
it's loan funded.
Yeah, so it's one of the cut rates going forward in the following years.
Yeah, not this coming year. Will be year 3 that will start.
Councillor Kennedy.
I suppose just a question like following on from Deputy Mayor Carruthers, because it is budgeted for. You say it won't have an impact on rates, but I mean it's
only if the project goes ahead. So So.
But we're budgeting that it will, and
It only
therefore it will.
hits rates in years 2,
The
3.
following year.
The following year.
So if it doesn't go through.
So it's not that different cut rates, because it's lower than, because we won't be paying the depreciation on that portion, we won't be rating on the loan repayments if it's loan funded or interest on that.
Right.
I'm talking about stage 1 and 2 regarding non-impacted rates.
Yeah, it's stage 1 and 2, that's fine. So we know what we're going to do with the pool. But we may or may not do that. This is just for the plan moving forward. I think we should plan on not doing it personally.
That's fair enough. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think to complete the project would be great. I do believe that there is scope to get external funding for this third stage. I think it's an absolute contender for lottery community facilities funding. I think putting it in year 25, 26 allows for the council, whoever sits on the council at that time, to undertake consultation at that time, should they see it fit and reasonable to do so. For us, it's planning. Having it in the plan, we can potentially attribute some of that capital cost as wanting to be externally funded, as opposed to 100% loan funded, which would give us the opportunity to go out and seek external grants. If we don't have a project, we haven't got something that we can go and seek external grants and support for. So again, when you ask people, do you support stage 3 of the pool? They say yes, they think it's happening 1st of July this year. It's not. We're talking about something that's 3-4 years away and we need to be planning for. So with that in mind, and the fact that I'd like to see external funding recognised as something we're going to actively pursue, I would recommend that it's included in year 3, year 4, 25, 26 of the plan as proposed.
Councillor, just point of clarification, does that mean we don't have to consult here? So in the plan down, we don't have to consult on that again.
What I was making reference to is if suddenly a funding application was successful and that money was able to be realised, you could bring the project forward. Or likewise, if no external funds were found, you could say, well, actually, we're 3 years down the track now. We haven't found funding. We're going to actually have to stop pursuing this project.
Very similar to the Carnegie.
Yeah.
Councillor Hart.
Yeah, I'm of a similar mind to Councillor Madden. I support leaving it in there as the plan. But yeah, if we can outsource and get external funding, that would be great.
Councillor Hart. Sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, likewise, happy for it to go ahead if we've got the funding, but not if it's funded in the other way.
Councillor Coe.
Yeah, I'm the same. I support, obviously stages 1 and 2, but I would only support if we can get external funding for stage 3. Yeah, it'll come back here to council.
Councillor Hart.
Same as the last 3 councillors, support it, but external funding. Would have preferred it to be a targeted rate because it's not really going to help anyone in the south. It's.
It is a targeted rate.
It is.
It's not a community rate.
Okay.
I agree with the consensus. Consensus seems to be reasonably clear. Someone like to move in that direction?
Just another point of clarification. Every year we do an annual plan review or an annual plan as well. So these always can be reviewed as part of that process. It's not ongoing review.
Can we just to clarify, Your Worship, can we just see what we're moving as we go through? Because I'm not sure what we're actually moving.
We're moving that the stage 3 of the swimming pool project is included in the LTP, subject to external funding.
Yep, so council will underwrite it. If we get external funding, that's great on top. Okay. I'll move, happy to move. Yep.
All those in favour, please raise your hand. The next one, which is the rates commission adverse position policy. We had once another talking about that this morning. The options appear to be going with the recommendation or and adopting the policy or not. Open it up for discussions. It's an important one. It helps clarify some of the unusual things that have happened with abandoned land. David,
I think it's a no-brainer. I think the policy is sensible and rational, and of course with the law, and it's the option we should exercise.
Yeah, given the heartache that we heard a couple of months ago, this was a solution that was worked through over. And it seems to be a fair compromise to what's a rather unusual situation. In the end, people are worried that some people are going to be stung, but it does give some relief.
Right.
I agree with Paul and the new brothers. I think it's the only way forward, and it's a good way forward in the compromise. I don't think it's going to solve all the niggly-wee problems, but it will certainly take care of a lot of what we've been talking about.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I thought the submitter this morning sounded like they were in a blender, so I couldn't really make sense of that. However, having read the submissions, again, it's a complex matter. I just would like staff's advice on whether we believe the proposed policy is needs any amendments before it's adopted.
No, I don't believe it needs amending. I think CC Grayson, our legal advisors, prepared it. And I think they've followed our remit properly. And it matches up with the law and the Local Government Rating Act. We can't overturn the act, but we can complement it. And I think this does.
And like, I know I'm not a rating expert, but there's about 3 submissions that deal specifically to this matter with probably reference to their own individual, concerns with the policy. Yeah, so I think it would be good to have those responded to, taking into consideration the points raised. But I support the adoption of the policy.
Councillor Hart.
Yeah, I support the recommendation. The rates remission as well.
Councillor Coe.
I support the adoption of the policy. However, I realise the impact that it's had on a lot of people, and I think from council's perspective, for the ones that have been adversely affected, that we continue as a council to work with them going through that process, because this is it's been a big call financially by bringing this in with some people out there with properties. So yeah, as long as, we also support
Councillor Hart.
the ones affected.
I support it. Pretty straightforward. So I'd like to move for the recommendation. So I move to others, seconded by Councillor Kennedy. Please raise your hand if you're in support. Anyone against? Thank you. Next one.
This is quite a generalist number of submissions across multiple types of places and spaces. Obviously, each one will be responsive in due course. No real.
So, agenda number 5, places and spaces generally. In general, is there any discussion that needs to take place in relation to any of the 7 incidents? Okay. On to 5A, which is the Terra. it's not so bad, building. There are some submissions, council responses, the staff response is that the bridge has been fully consulted, used for the library, aspects of the museum and visitor hub, and all aspects of design will look to optimise each function within the building. Any comments? Francois, get you going the other way. No. Councillor Archon? No, does anyone has any issue on that? Move on.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were going back round.
Yeah, it's just there's no.
So
I sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm just a little bit confused because is there not 4 options here? How am I reading this?
Turn over the page.
Yeah. There's 5, 5A, 5B, 5C. Are we voting on each one?
Well, the different discussing each. One's the race course, one's the building across the road, one's Casquet, and then the general one. Not voting. No, there's no vote to be held on it, but other matters raised in the submissions that you wish to raise to have discussed. At the present time, we're in the building across the road.
So were people commenting on the amount of money that was in the LTP?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's what I'd like to comment on. I hear what people are saying. I also have the concerns about Paki Baitoa, how much money potentially that's going to take up, and still not confident at all about where we're going with that, and also the money that for the race course, and I think there's quite a few submitters there saying we should be spending $2 million on draining it. I think certainly at the moment it all needs to be put on the back burner, spending big money on those projects.
I think one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that if it's not in the LTP and there's an opportunity to seek external funding, you're going to find it very difficult to just try and seek external funding.
So like the swimming pool stage 3, it can be left in the LTP subject to external funding being gained, but not coming from the ratepayers.
You'll find external funding to upgrade that building.
No.
It's not a strike place or anything like that. But it's definitely the fact that it's utilising museum and library spaces, there's potential libraries funding, but I can't guarantee that. Because the first piece of work is obviously waterproof it, better standard, and make sure it's earthquake proof. That's the primary function for the first round of funding. The second one is to do the design work around incorporating the library, museum, and visitor hub, and then obviously implementing that design at the next stage.
And it has come across from ratepayers that they're not happy with the money being spent on that. And some of them just say sell it now, cut our losses, or no.
Bear in mind, we have consulted on this. We had a number of
and the money that we're now looking at spending is potentially more than what people originally thought it was going to be. Right? So I just, want us to be pouring money into it in this current climate.
Councillor Hart, we're on item 5.8 at the present time.
No, I'd like to see it left in the LTP though, for that reason as a plan, because we can always discuss the cost associated with it as it comes through council, can we not?
It'll be coming through the tenders committee.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So we've got the opportunity then to discuss that.
So before it goes out for any tenders, it will be discussed at the tenders committee.
In terms of, I'll be giving updates as the project, when we get to a point where we can give council a full briefing of what the scope of work is, we can do that prior to that. That's fine.
Well, to me, it comes to the why. If we have a really clear why, then the rest all makes sense. And the why to me is still blurry. And I think we haven't really had from staff what this building will actually be used for. It was museum, library, visitor services. Now it's library, maybe some museum displays and visitor services. we need to understand the why and why we're doing it. I think that was also reflected in the submissions, people saying generally the concept of bringing services under one roof makes sense. I think that theme was reflected in the submission processes and the submissions that we received. I support leaving it in the plan, but we have got to, as a governance group, have far greater oversight on what on earth we're doing in that building, so we can clearly, as council, articulate what's actually going to happen there. And it cannot be a journey that takes 5, 6, 7, 8 years with an empty building sitting there. To me, if we're committing to year 1 and year 2, that means the building and the project is completed in 2 years. And with that understanding, I'm absolutely prepared to support it, but I cannot support it going on 3, 4, 5, 6 years, as was a comment made previously.
Your Worship, just a point of clarification. There, we have an issue with this building, which requires earthquake strengthening. So the most logical use for the building across the road is Rehousing Council across there in a short term. So that will put the brakes on. We can do the design work, but any major modifications would have to be deferred until this building's back to its full use and then start it back in.
Yeah, okay, so you've got good, I think another big can of worms, and I don't want to hash that out here, but I think the logic and the rationale behind buying a building that otherwise might have sat empty with the purpose of bringing our core services into one space made a lot of sense, and that was the rationale for myself and probably other councils supporting it. We did not buy it to house staff while this building was being strengthened. That's a nice possibility as a site. That's the fact that we own a building across the road means that so that's potential, but that's actually something for what would we do if we didn't own that building and we had to strengthen this. We should not be delaying the time. I believe we should not delay the timeline of Pakiwaitara and the development and the fact that we said we're going to do this project because we have to house staff.
Councillor Kennedy.
You raised some interesting points there, Councillor Martin. Yeah, so I suppose the question then is this $2.4 million for fit out, is that for fit out for housing the staff or fit out for the building itself?
Well, the furniture here would be used for staff, so there's I can't foresee any significant costs for relocating. Bearing in mind that this building was discovered earthquake prone after we bought that building, so there was the following issue. So it makes a logical solution in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I suppose we've got the fit out here in years 1 and 2, knowing that that's probably not going to happen. Is that right? The fit out for the years 1 and 2 of the long-term plan. The fit out is to cost $2.4 million for years 1 and 2, but we know that that's not the case.
We'll need some for the design work at least.
It's tough because it is different than what we talked about, I suppose. I don't know.
So Pakiwaitara was a great concept, and the idea of bringing New Zealand services in together with the interest of town is a good idea. But bearing in mind what Councillor Barton says, he's totally right. It's been a little bit of a moving feast. I'm still not quite sure myself exactly what the proposal is in there, and I think that needs to be nailed firstly. I think also we need to remember that this was sprung on the ratepayers. This wasn't in the long-term plan. This came out of the blue, and there's been some fairly vociferous opposition to it, and I just think that the council ought to be cognizant of that.
Well, it is a moving fix, but sometimes you end up with a better result when the time is given to these things. It's hard to know. But I'm in some ways relieved we have it, because had we not had the option, Simon, what would we have done in terms of moving our staff out of this building?
I haven't contemplated a plan B at this stage.
Yeah. So in some ways, it's probably saved us a little cost of rehousing staff here. I imagine it's a long time. Had we not had that option. So I'm comfortable because of that the landscape has changed and changed, as you said, subsequent to the purchase of the building, and that will necessarily delay our planning, but I don't know that's necessarily a bad thing. I think we're going to end up with a better result, because it's going to take a bit of time for some of these things just to play out.
Sorry, as I've just had a chance to kind of read back over how this is all segregated. So I fully support, and I think that we made a great move to purchase the Pakiwhātara building. I understand due to the situation now that it just makes absolute practical sense that council would move over to there while the work is done here. I'm of the same opinion as Councillor Latham, however, around exactly what we've decided that it would look like longer term, but I think that in amongst this long-term plan consultation as well, there's a number of things that have been actually raised through that you could almost question mark and say, should some of them be considered under the Pakiwhātara building as well? So, yeah, I just think that we need to have further discussion around what that would look like longer term. But when I say longer term, like I wouldn't want that to be sitting over there and us still waiting in 5 years' time to have that building up and functioning. Like if it's going to happen, then I would like to think that it will happen. We'll be in the process of it happening once we can get the staffing located back from there back to here in a much shorter time frame. Because I know initially there was discussions around that it could be 4 years maybe before it was actually going to be, fit for purpose for use. Well, I think that's far too far away.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd just like to, I agree with Deputy Mayor there. I think actually having that building there is a bit of a godsend, because where is the council going to move to? It's going to save a massive cost in over 8 months or 12 months. And I think you've got that time frame to actually come up with it, come up with this really good plan and ensure it's all right. And, yeah.
You want to say anything? So where I stood stuff.
One comment from me, Worship. I think it's a bit of a specious argument, really, about the moving staff from here over to the road. When we first became aware of the earthquake and the seismic deficiencies of this building, we at that stage were talking about doing it a piece at a time.
Yeah, since the engineering work was evaluated, it's actually quite a significant piece of work. So it's going to be very noisy, dusty. It's going to be a construction site for a period of time.
So there's really, if there's a decision to be made, is it as to the timing rather than anything else? Is there a timing issue?
So definitely, we're still waiting for evaluations for this building and that building in terms of the actual program of works. So I'll bring that back to council as soon as I have that. So yeah, council aware of it.
Sorry, may I just ask a question? If the Pakiwhātara fit out is delayed to say years 3 and 4, what impact does that have an impact on the rates? Does anyone know? And the
Same
rate-
as we said before.
If anything's different, is obviously the rates will reduce slightly.
No, that's cool. Yeah, I suppose the final comment is I just personally think Councillor Martin's worst fears are going to be realised in regard to this building.
I hope not. And the only other thing I just want to put, just to get clear in my head is, Simon, you talked about this building being a construction site and strengthen. Do we have indicative costs of what we actually need to spend on this building?
It's in the LTP as well.
It hasn't changed from our original 1.5.
We're still waiting for the QS to be completed. But that's an estimate from the engineer at the time before full QS has been completed.
And have we given consideration to actually turning Pakiwaitara into the council building?
No, for museum and library.
But I mean, like we're actually, if it is that movable, if the feast is so moving, should we not be, what are the options?
Well, we run out, our lease on the library runs out in 2 years' time. And so no question about the library, either we continue to rent it for $100,000 a year or we bring it back in. And we've made the decision to bring it back in.
And the library in itself is just that one aspect, so that makes it a worthwhile project, isn't that from my point of view?
So we went out for LTP amendment for that building, not just to buy it, but for it to be turned into library and museum. We can't switch that without consequences on that.
With the reconstruction.
I'm not suggesting we do that either. I'm just saying suddenly now it's going to.
Can't just change the actual designation of it.
Well, I think if we were thinking about, if this, if we're looking at it with a business head on, we'd be thinking what's the best win-win, and that was kind of what I was getting at staff. They're all nice side matters that have been dealt with. So we're still confident this building's 1.5 to strengthen, fit out, complete, make good.
This building
Just
does-
Yeah, that's one. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of different.
Well, it is and it isn't, because we're still going to have to make this building good once it's been strengthened, aren't we?
So what I'm getting to, there's two pieces of work for this building. One is to do, strengthen it up. The next is to bring it up to a decent standard. So that cost is yet to be done. In terms of workable standard.
I don't think we should then change anything as proposed. I think we need to probably commit to, as it's been put in the LTP, the timelines that are there, and just work our backsides off to make sure that in the end of year 2, we can move the library and move forward.
We have to. We have to, otherwise.
I just want to be clear that we're all working to the same timeline.
You're not going to get it in year 2.
Oh, that's what it says here. Sorry, I'm just going off the LTP, years 1 and 2.
Can I move on to the, just we've got 50 to do. Can I move on to the racecourse? You've seen the funding in the racecourse set out. There's been a lot of submissions this morning about the future of the racecourse. Another moving feast, George. It's a moving feast, and clearly there were some very good submissions which make me kind of think that there's another option up there. So, however, the funding's in the LTP. And it would be subject, of course, to council's agreement at a specific time. There's not even a concept plan done yet. But if it's not in there, and we go for external funding, we're going to struggle. Does anyone wish to change what's in the LTP? Sorry, Fiona?
Can I just take a moment just to clarify that this piece of work, or this feedback that we've been getting from the public, this is the very beginning anyway. So that's exactly what we need to be able to start the concept. So I just noted that there was quite a lot of talk this morning around when you're going to talk to the public. So that was that information gathering exercise. So very early stages.
A long way to go yet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does anyone want to make any changes for those months?
Of the changes that I'd like to see, is to defer this altogether. Again, it's a lovely one to have, and but $1.5 million here for strengthening this building, and $5 million for the purchase and upgrade across the road, and $2 million for another extension to the pool, and $2 million for up here, and then $8 million plus for that's coming our way for the wastewater plant. It's huge costs that are going to be bearing down on this council. I just don't think that this is the time to be having a big spend. And this is one that's a lovely one to have. I really don't think, I think I agree with all the horse and the equine community. Leave it be. It's doing its job. Leave it be. And in the future, once we're out of COVID and the world starts to get back on its axis, maybe revisit then, but there's no rush. I do think that in time, the race course would make a great venue for events around. But I don't think that time is right now. And I think this is one that could be cut out of this long-term plan right now.
Okay, so we have a position that it should be removed completely. Can I have your views on it? Right.
Just a quick question. So the cost, the loan funded cost, would that be rated out of the general rate?
Yes.
It would be. Yeah, I can't support that at all, that the people of Haas get to pay for the Hokitika race course. When you hear, and just an aside, like if it does go through, I'd like the RDA and the equine community to be a key stakeholder in discussions. But yeah, I can't support that being funded through the general rate. And
I'm just checking.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
There will be some components of it. If there was water, for example, upgrades in stormwater would be, stormwater is obviously localised, but water in general would be. Yeah,
I'm talking about the bulk of the costs, and like, oh, it's all good to make Hokitika this cool little town, Okarito is a cool little town, or but in Haast and all these communities, especially in the Southernwood and the Glaciers, it's all cool having all this stuff here. I get it, but you can't ask them to pay for it because they won't use it. They won't benefit from it at all. You were saying, here you go.
So as I understand it, the part of the rationale for purchase of that property was that a portion would be split off for commercial/residential development, proceeds of which would fund long-term development of that site. It's a massive site, and there's plenty of room there for the equine activity be maintained and other activities. It's way that doesn't need to be anything that size just for the equine activity, and there's fantastic areas in there that could be easily split off and used to fund the long-term development of that site to make it a fantastic and much better site than it currently is. So, as I understand it, the intention was that the net cost to council would be minimal because of that potential to develop potentially hundreds of residential house sites.
No, that's totally sweet. But there would need to be a targeted rate, and then.
But part of it, it's in that planning phase in order to determine, those potential uses and how that might work into that.
Yeah, I suppose, but at this very early stage, we need to effectively drawing a line in the sand, and if what you say doesn't happen and it's it doesn't turn into medium density housing, the cost then can't fall onto people that don't benefit from it. That's kind of where I'm at.
I'm going to bring Fiona Anderson now and hear her submission. Someone like to move that we extend the length of the meeting past 6 hours, which we've gone past. Someone like to second that? Just keeping up standing all this evening. Those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Emma, can one of you ring Fiona Anderson, please?
Would that meeting last longer than 2 or 6 hours, or? Would that-
So I've just had a message from another submitter who is in town, but it's just, who could have come in now actually, but it's just been told down below that it's all over. So.
Who's the submitter?
Pete McDonald.
Tell him to come in. Was he on the place? Yeah, he
was on the
first
list.
thing this morning.
Yeah.
He makes messages going to lie.
Well, it's not. He was booked in at first thing this morning. So he's been trying. Is he downstairs, Jane?
A few minutes ago, he wasn't here. He's driving it.
So carrying on with carrying.
Sorry. Sent me a message saying she'll be on the plane in about 10 minutes, so
Fantastic.
prior to me.
Okay.
I've got it's the hosted community rate or the racing club. The racing.
Oh, the racing.
People of Okarito.
No, hey, that was fine.
They've got a beach around the
very.
Can I just make a comment about year 1 of the funding, if you're okay? So year 1 is obviously to get the grounds in a condition where it's fit for use, future state. And also the reason it's so high is 2 things. One is master planning work to do. We need to do as part of the feasibility. We don't have any money to do that work, which we need to do. Second one is to put a new stormwater line all the way down Town Valley East Road to the Hokitika River. That's where the majority of the funding actually comes from. So because the stormwater catchment on Park Street is not big enough, we have to run a new stormwater line down Parks up through Town Valley to the river. That's why the cost is so high.
So that would have to be done regardless, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, eventually.
Regardless of who uses
And
it.
the timing for that is quite important because Western will obviously have aspirations for that part of town.
Yeah.
And they're quite keen to see any infrastructure works done earlier than later. They may be able to contribute towards that as well.
Complicated puzzle, isn't it? The question is, there's a suggestion saying we drop it out of the LTP. And what I'm doing is gaining feedback on whether that's a good idea or not. So we can either test by vote or move on. Later.
I missed a little bit of what Simon was saying, but I understand where Paul's coming from. I do think it's critical that, as proposed in the LTP, that in the next 6 months to 12 months, a very clear plan is developed for that site. And I think that's actually what's probably been the catalyst of some of these submissions we've seen, is people have heard or read medium density housing and then put in an overwhelming number of submissions to, see an area protected or something.
It's being suggested as it gets dropped from the LTP.
Yeah, and I don't think we can drop the whole racecourse from the LTP. We need to recognise that we own the racecourse, and I think there's probably some steps that can be achieved pretty quickly to make that a far more usable space for a lot of stakeholders. And I'm sure you'll get that feedback. You're getting it from the equine community. You'd have it from the events community in terms of a space that can be utilised for agricultural events as well as things like wild foods and other type events. I'd like to see that all of that planning done. It's actually the missing link here is that master plan. So I'm in support of leaving it in the LTP, but kind of just which we had initially. We had the costs phased, but they were lumped into one. So can we just, while we're still debating it, just clarify where that 4.483 actually sits? What year?
1 million year 1 for overall, and then 1.
Yeah, let's just get it. Let's get
1.5 in it too, I think it was.
And then the rest in sort of year 3, 4. I think that initial spend next year is critical in terms of the plan, and then that will trigger what happens after it.
Councillor Hart.
Yeah, as Simon just sort of alluded us to, I think we should leave it in the plan, and regardless of what our end use is going to be, I think that work still needs to be done. So I support leaving it in the plan.
Councillor Neal.
Yeah, probably have got a conflict here that you all know my feelings.
Councillor Coe.
I definitely believe in definitely keeping it in the plan. I do believe that there needs to, however, be, and I actually really agree as well when we say this is only the start of the consultation process with the racecourse. Now, it was great to be able to get, so many submissions in today with RDA. And in the meantime, they'll continue to have the benefits of all of that. But I think as we go through a broader public consultation, we'll actually be able to then look at what some of those shorter term and longer term uses will be for it. And I certainly do not want to rule out what Deputy Mayor Carruthers spoke about when he talked about with the retirement, because let's face it, we've had many discussions on that, and the potential for a retirement village or whatever, we want to really keep that open and live, and if we could get an investor in here, I'd love to be able to be saying that they'd be going up in the next 2 years. You know what I mean? So I think we need the funding, the initial funding, to be able to go through that process with the consultation and feasibility and stuff. However, any future spend on it, I think, can be deferred in the shorter term until we understand the bigger picture of it and what funding would be necessary. And also dependent on that, we can then factor in as well how much external funding can we also apply for some of those specific things that might be intended to go in up there.
Councillor Hart.
Yeah, I support keeping it in the LTP. But like Paul, I've always said that it's a site that I would not like to see all in housing. Like, it's a one and only site in Hokitika that you'll never get another one. And I see it advancing into a future for so many different things. Put some housing in there or something and tucked away in the corner to help fund the situation. But I would like to see it's just a massive event centre for everyone to use.
I think everyone summed it up. I want to see lots of people use it, but also want to see some development. But some report has to be funded. So it needs to money, some plan to get it funded to find out what we're doing here.
I can see the centre for equestrian on the coast. Easily.
Just to worship, just to recall, Canterbury Sports Canterbury have some money going, so I have been talking to Jack O'Connor about tapping into that fund, so he's very supportive, and they are keen to do something on the West Coast, so we'll continue to follow that up, plus also leave some money in for us to do our own fund.
So it seemed clear that there's nothing to discuss, there's nothing to vote on with that one. Move on to Cass Square. Open for discussion.
Just try it out. We'll carry on.
Just keep it down.
That's a lot of meat on that. Where do we start? Who would like to go first? Should we go, Richard?
Which way are you leaning, Karen?
Go. Sorry, Francois.
It's not.
Pushing your way.
Yeah, that's all right. No, what's ringing in my ears with this one, which puts me in two minds, is the comments around understanding an overall plan for these spaces and where does Cass Square sit in that in terms of what's up here. So we definitely need to do something here, but it needs to be in line with everything else that's happening in town. So I'm not sure.
So I'll come back to you very shortly. Fiona, look, thanks very much for joining us. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you all right. Thanks for making the time to put me in today.
I know, it was, look, we're delighted that your flight went well.
Yep.
Fiona, the process is you've got 5 minutes, and then councillors may ask you a question or they may not. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I am speaking sort of from the equestrian community's point of view and running the stable and support here. And also of the racecourse as a passive recreation area where many people use it for dogs. And it's just a nice area with a circular track where people can go, right next to town. So I was just a bit concerned that it seemed like some decisions have already been made in the long-term plan to spend, I don't know, I think it came to $4 million, 300 and something thousand over the next 1 to 3, then 3 to 6 years on drainage and demolition and medium density housing. It seemed like that these decisions had been made before the concept plan and consultation with the community had taken place. So yeah, as far as I researched, I think it's the racecourse, and the whole bit of land was gifted to the Federal Group Ticket and the 18 reserve community. So before anything happens to it, especially developing it for housing, I think there needs to be a lot more consultation. And in terms of, I think the Westland Racing Club donated the racecourse to the council. Part of the reason was so that it wouldn't be sold on for housing. And yeah, I guess they thought that it would be, that they gave that $230,000 cash at the time as well, I don't know what's happened to that, as a contribution towards managing the buildings that need to come down next to that. So I'm just wondering if, we could, if things could be slowed down a bit in terms of what happens here. And in terms of the equestrian community, it's a hard community to put into one box, but there's many people that use that area, and it is mainly girls and women. So in terms of sport, New Zealand has identified clear inequalities for women and girls in involvement and visibility within sport and active recreation. And riding has a high female participation at all ages, and it's the 3rd ranked sport for girls 5 to 10 years old. So it would be good for the council to consider that when their decisions made on the future of the racecourse. The other thing is raising for the RDA ponies mainly, but there's also pony club members that race there. And racing is extremely hard to come by on the West Coast. So if that racing is taken away, that's going to cause people to possibly to sell their horses. There's not enough grazing anywhere else for RDA at the moment, so they need the grazing there. So I just think we need to be included before any decisions are made. It's about women and girls' well-being. There's so many different people that use the area, that volunteers at RDA, that are riding missing children, that volunteers from schools, children disabled, children that attend, youth at risk attend. There's also people with background noise together.
No, we're not.
In the background.
Yeah, no problem.
There's also people with mental health issues that attend. So it's really keeping the area to make sure that it's not just a financial contribution, but a contribution to the health, physical and social well-being of the community through offering space for exercise and recreation as part of a healthy lifestyle, chances to socialise and participate in sport regularly. The other thing is it's still used by trainers that come to the West Coast Racing Circuit during that week, or more than a week, probably 2 to 3 weeks, where they come down as a base for training and a place to keep your horses. So it has a lot of uses, and a lot of those are based around equestrian sports. So yeah, that's basically all I've got to say. I just hope that that we can be included in making a plan for the area before committing to spend millions of dollars on, on things that will involve selling off large parts of it before concept plans being put in place.
Yeah, good point, Fiona. Look, what I can assure you is that none of the future forward planning has come to council in any form yet. So it's a very early stage.
It's in the dollars are in the plan. So it was $2,317,000 on drainage and demolition in years 1 to 3.
Yep.
And $2,076,000 on creating an event zone and preparation for medium density housing in years 3 to 6.
Yep.
So that's quite soon. So that's just sort of started ringing a few alarm bells with people really.
Councillors, are there any questions for Fiona? Does anyone have a question? Fiona, you'll be pleased to know that your submission has been joined by quite a large number of others, all very, very similar in relation to the racecourse. And look, enjoy wherever you are in the country, and enjoy yourself. And thanks very much for calling in.
No, thank you.
Righto.
Thank you.
Bye. Who's the phone? Right, where are you going? She's a lovely lady. I heard about it. Okay, so we're back to Francois.
Yeah, so obviously I support it because it's got to be in there. We have to do something, plan for it at some point in time. So I just reiterate that it needs to be done in conjunction with all the other spaces that we've got done.
Yeah, no, I just agree with that and nothing else to say.
Jen?
Just a couple of things on that. Yes, plans for Casquia, fantastic inclusion. Casquia upgrade should benefit whole community. Totally believe and agree with that. Casquia only for general sports events. I fully support that, and I struggle with the submitter that said that Casquia buildings still fit for purpose, because they are not fit for purpose at all. So yeah, I support.
Jane?
Yeah, right, keeping it in the plan, but not spending big dollars on anything in the immediate future.
Yeah.
I support keeping it in the plan.
Thank you. A really interesting number of submissions on Casquia. I support upgrading Casquia. I think the skate park, it's got a huge amount of support from the community and should be definitely included. I think the playground equipment itself looks like something out of an apocalypse and needs to be desperately and urgently upgraded, and I think that needs to be brought forward to year 1 of the plan rather than year 2. We've got used bits of plywood taping off or barricading people from going down where a slide used to be in 2 places. It's really quite embarrassing, and it could be made into an exceptional playground. We've planned for it. I think we should bring that forward and do that work. The pavilion is absolutely a great idea. Demolishing the grandstand and the existing club rooms and building a purpose-built, multifunctional space makes a lot of sense. I do have concerns about the field, the turf, and it's back to Jack O'Connor's submission today, their fear of bringing 6 school teams onto Cass Square for the risk of it being a write-off, you know, for other codes is quite concerning. And I don't know that we've quite got the field, the playing surface right. And it obviously needs a bit of work, because when we hear, you know,
Can we just spend 2,000?
that's what concerns me.
Well, it's been considerably wet over the last 5 days, so they played rugby over the weekend. It was what?
That's
pouring rain. So.
Yeah. So I definitely think we should be doing the work at Cass Square. I think it needs to plan very quickly and get on. Again, playgrounds, skate parks, pavilions, all contenders for lottery community facility funding. No.
Look, and yeah, it's all good. Once again, I just, you know, the poor old people of Hokitika, if all of this stuff goes ahead and there's no funding, how are they going to pay for it? Not going to be able to. You will say.
Cool. Yeah, so Cass Square is where the focus needs to be, not on the race course.
So the general feeling is that Cass Square moves forward.
Can I just get an opinion around putting the playground equipment forward a year?
I just think it was reflected in the submissions. There's a lot of parents that wrote in about the playground equipment. We've got it planned to be 70% depreciation, which means we're holding a reserve for that anyway. To me, I'm just advocating for us to bring it forward.
Anyone against it being brought forward?
Well, not if we are, because we'd be eligible for lottery funding actually with the playground stuff, wouldn't we? So we could bring it forward on the proviso that we sought external funding through lotteries too.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, just interesting, on that, was it not in last year's annual plan, Cass Square, Ross, Whatever, and then we're gonna.
We didn't do them.
So that it doesn't sound like there's anything against bringing it forward. Okay. Move on to the next one. We get into some decisions. It's Westland Industrial Heritage Park. Connection to reticulated sewage and off-site parking. You've read the comments, the impact. If we approve it, is an increase in our projected rate by 0.41. Is that 0.4% or is it 4%?
0.41%.
So just under half of 1%.
Okay. Can I ask a question, which is not clear to me, which is the connection to the sewerage. What's the imperative for that? Presumably they've got a specific tank arrangement up there at the moment, have they? And is there some reason that that's whatever the current arrangements are, they're not adequate requiring connection to sewage?
Well, I can only say from what I've seen up there, they've opened up their Mudfish Bush Railway, and on the days that I've been up there having a look, there are cars parked everywhere. There are people trying to go to the toilet everywhere. And I presume that it's because of a major increase in usage.
Have they got public toilets up there? They don't.
They've got the ex-Friends toilet, one of those.
One similarly.
So your understanding is it's in order to meet the demand for visitors.
Yes.
But there has been a design done for the car park. Mel Anderson and her team have been working with it as part of the airport. So they've got a design exactly how it's going to go.
And it's over the road.
Across the road from the gate entrance.
Is it paid? You get the paid getting?
No. You have to go on the train.
Oh.
Donation at the door. Donation.
It's $2.
Train's $2.
At least that's what they charge me.
Please, Ben.
And you have to pay because it's very hot. Sorry, Karen. The question is this proposal, like each of the ones that are now following, will raise the rate that we're going to charge our a rate base. So, Lucy, what rate are we at, mate? 13 point.
So we, if you remember, we took 70 years to increase, so we're at 30%.
13.
So if all of this stuff goes through, it'll be 17.17.
So we're now dealing with reality. Councillor Martin.
Yep. I support the work of the Industrial Heritage Park, and I think that we could be supporting them. We should be contributing, in my opinion, 50% towards that request, and underwrite the additional 50%. Again, putting the onus on seeking external funds. I think TIF funding would make sense if there's another pot that falls from the sky or falls from a government minister's mouth. But they're pretty standard infrastructure projects that I think then we're going to get in the habit of not just giving handouts, but sort of a hand up. Sounds cliche, but I think if we say, yep, we'll do 50% of the car park and 50% of the sewage connection, takes it down to 0.2% and underwrite the rest.
No, 0.4 is 50%.
Is that? Well, that's not explained here, sorry.
Because they said in up to 50% because
They only want half.
Is that seed fund for?
I think at this juncture,
it's like 3.
I think at this juncture is where we ought to be looking at cutting the rate, not accepting that the 13% is approved, and then whatever comes on top of that is next. I don't agree. Again, the world was in a better place, maybe. But at the moment, I don't think this is necessary. I think it's rather Hokitika centric as well. I think we want to be careful about the message that we send from that, where we had this morning from Charlie McPhee from Ross talking about footpaths that you can't walk on, and yet we're talking here about upgrading a little bit of a car parking area. I don't agree. I don't think the timing's right. Yeah, there it is. I've sat in council meetings back in the Western District, when it was the Western County Council, and they quibbled over whether or not they were going to afford to pay for the toilet paper and the consumables for the water public toilets. And then a great debate over it because it was going to have an effect on the rates. And here we are talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. No, I think time back to reality. I wouldn't support it.
More comments, please.
I personally love the Heritage Park. I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's a multi-million-dollar asset and amenity we've got. It's fantastic. The contribution from volunteers is incredible, but I don't think we can afford this. I agree with Paul. I think that this is be nice to have, but I think in the current environment, this and most of these other items we've got to consider special funding for are in that pretty much in that category as well. Totally support the park and everything they're doing. I don't think the environment's right for this sort of additional funding.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Paul quite a bit here, and I suppose in terms of a lot of these things are going to be very tribalistic in terms of the Southern Ward. Can't really afford it. No one can afford it there. It's, as Paul says, it is very Hokitika centric. And it's not even just this list here. If you extend that to, let's say, these cycle trails or whatever, and then there's everyone gets to pay because all of a sudden there's this magic benefit of people being in Hokitika, benefit the ratepayers of Haast or the glaciers, because they may pass through there or what have you. I'd prefer to move into a more targeted rating system where the people, and I know it's difficult to do, where the people that benefit pay for it. Yeah, like Paul says, I'd prefer to be cutting it down from 13% rather than talking about lifting it up to 13.5% or 14% or whatever we may have.
Appreciate the comments. That's clarified. The initial, that's clarified for me that they're asking for 50% of the contribution, which equates to 0.41. Just to clarify, that would be targeted to Hokitika ratepayers through the community rate. So I, in my role, just see if there was a project that came from Franz or Fox or Whataroa or any other southwestern community, and that community asked for it and they said, we're prepared to be rated for this, you know, which was heard today, but in submissions, then I'd be going, yeah, that's great. Let's do it. I think what throws out a balance is we have the majority of the population living in and around Hokitika, which naturally results in a higher proportion of submissions from this area, a higher proportion of requests. It doesn't necessarily mean that we should be receiving over and above the funding of for the council, but it just means that if a Hokitika request comes in, they say, yeah, we want to have a targeted rate, you know, want to pay it at the community rate, that's from Hokitika, then it actually doesn't have an impact on Southwestern in terms of the rates contributed, unless it comes from the general rate, which something like this wouldn't.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't specific. Well, that's good.
Oh, you're just talking generally about.
I was talking generally about pretty much.
Sorry. I'm sorry, I was talking
not specifically about this thing, but a lot of other projects.
Yeah. So
this is your in support?
Well, I'm prepared to move that council include. Oh, okay. Well, then we'll do that.
Anna.
While I support the heritage part, I think we have to be really careful about further rate increases. So I think this is something that we could potentially, or ask them to defer potentially from now.
Jane.
Yeah, likewise. Bearing in mind though that there were some submitters, both on paper and in person, that did say quite clearly that they would be fine with their rates going up if it corresponded to more amenities being provided. So certainly can't please everyone. Yeah, like Anna said, totally agree.
There's two parts to this one for me. The first one is the sewage, which, you know, I think obviously would need, sounds like it obviously may need to be addressed, because obviously for visitors up there anyhow, you need to have sufficient toilet facilities and sewage connection for that. So that part of it I support. The car parking side of it, however, I still believe, because it is a great location, that, you know, it would be a great thing to be able to have extra car parking. But in the short term, I would only be in the way of seeking external funding for the car parking area.
Yeah, like Councillor Hart, I'd probably like to see it deferred.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I have to agree, unfortunately, that we can't afford it. But I do support what Jenny said around the soil side, the connection side. We need to get something in that space, but I think car parks are nice to have.
That one there is a no. On to the next one. Hokitika Region Theatre. We gave them the funding increase last year, locked it into the LTP up to 57,500. They're now looking for the establishment of a reserve fund for capital maintenance at a later date. Open for discussion.
Well, again, I am a supporter of the Region Theatre. They're, again, fantastic community, huge volunteer contribution, but regretfully feel we probably can't afford this. And I would say about this particular application that it's kind of precedent setting for other of our institutions, if that's the right word, who have similar activities, who then might want to seek to have this kind of reserve fund. And I think if there was a pressing financial need such as Bruce Watson was talking about, that fell upon them, we would consider that at the time, maybe, but I think we're not in a position, for the reasons we've been discussing, to set up this kind of reserve for a particular activity. Can't afford it, firstly, and secondly, I think it creates an issue for us in relation to all of the other similar activities. For example, why could the Heritage Park not similarly say, well, we want a reserve fund for building replacement or plant equipment replacement or whatever. So for those reasons, regretfully, I would have to not agree with this.
Paul? Some comments, Councillor Carruthers. The theatre last year, this was the overwhelming submission thing, which was the forces. But, so we know that the level of support for it. We know that the theatre lives from hand to mouth, and that's a real struggle. And we know that when they have breakdowns, they can be expensive, but as Councillor Carruthers says, can cross that bridge when we come to it. Yep, I just think it would, to agree to this would set a precedent. And I think the increased funding though from this year is supported and necessary.
Right.
No, I think it's been covered by Kevin here, Carruthers and Paul. Now, just a question: let's say, for example, the Hokitika community rate is every cent of that spent year on year? Like, there's no reserve within that.
So you know how the rates are structured.
Yeah.
We have a cost and we rate for it. So yeah.
Good. Thank you.
I've got a lot to say on it. I think this community, particularly Westland, when we look across the West Coast, does things generally quite cheaply. There's a huge amount of volunteer hours that go into this community, not only in the theatre, and sometimes as council we quibble over the most small, tiny budget line, but we're happy to push through multi-million-dollar projects that are very fluffy. So without relitigating the theatre thing, I think what is the risk to council? The risk is we hold the reserve. The risk is it's a restricted reserve, which means that council has to release funds from it. It's not a grant. And it puts organisations into a forward planning business case state of mind rather than a reactive, oh, the roof blew off in a cyclone, now we've got to buy a new roof frame of mind. So I support the concept of a restricted reserve held in council. I don't necessarily support $25,000, but I do support the concept. And I think community organisations in this community particularly depend on and rely upon the council for support, and that's our role.
Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, I think I have to be the same as the previous submission, is that I fully support the theatre in what they do, but we really need to watch our rate increase. So yeah, I don't think I support the funding of 25,000.
Councillor Neal.
Yeah, likewise. Likewise.
Councillor Cogan.
Yeah, I don't believe that we can at this point afford the additional funding. I think that 57,500 that we agreed to last year, you know, to make that a continuation every year rather than in the past, they've had to keep coming back and back and back. And I think that was, you know, a good call on our behalf to show our support to them by saying we were happy to continue that funding, but not another additional 25,000.
Councillor Hunter.
I totally agree with Deputy Mayor Crowther's statement.
In front of it? No. Okay, that's wrapped. That's a no. The dog park. Project for the dog park is in the 2018-28 LTP and carried over. Does it need to be discussed?
Just to highlight that we have worked with Doc on a proposal for Wayston Island for a whitewater sanctuary. The property that we own there, which is the rugby ground or rugby league ground, we're sort of earmarked for a dog park as part of that project. So working alongside the rugby league club, they've agreed to that concept. So that total project is in Wellington at the moment for consideration. For what century that is.
Yeah.
We have 10K that we had in the LTP from last one. We're carrying that forward into this year to do any work on it.
I have a question. Why would we be looking at Wadston Island when we've already had quite lengthy discussions with people today saying how much use the... No, but there's been so much conversation around, you know, the benefits for the dogs utilising the racecourse. Why would we need a separate dog park down at Wadston Island?
Because we don't know what the future of the racecourse will be. It may not have any area for dog park.
But in the meantime,
they can carry on using
they could just, and we wouldn't have to use 10,000, would we?
No, we wouldn't spend anything until we've got a solid plan in terms of where it's going to end up.
Include consultation with the dog community as to where they would prefer to be.
So is this question about, is it $10,000 in the plan? That isn't. And so, sorry, TC?
Through the chair, just a reminder, the reason that the $10,000 is already in the previous plans is because there have been submissions in the past, and Wayston Island was one of those areas that was identified. And when we entered into discussions, that's when we were then talking with DOC, because it is the mix on ownership of land. So based on that is the Chief Executive discussions with DOC first, what we can and can't do, because restrictions are there, and they also don't allow dogs in the DOC reserve. So that's some things to clarify first. But there's strong previous submissions made.
Okay, so the money's really already committed.
It's already been made for, it's just been carried out.
Happy with that? Mm-hmm. Move on, next one. Move on. Mm-hmm. Paul's put in the submission to ensure that the wording of the LTP is corrected. No problems there. Thank you, Paul. I've read it out, but I'm going to hope. No, please don't. Next one is number 10. Looking to reduce the number of drownings. Move on. Yeah. Next one, food security. 45 grand on a multi-year basis from each district council. David, you start again, I suspect.
Yeah, well, that's kind of sort of out of left field, I thought. Struggling to see why we come for us. This is a charitable organisation, or lots of charitable organisations, national charities operating throughout the country. This is just one of them. If we supported this, again, we'd be laying ourselves open to that precedent argument in relation to other charities who do similar good work, and these people, of course, do good work. They're seeking a similar contribution from other councils here, both other councils. I don't know whether that's been agreed to. I suspect not from what you see. I, from my point of view, think that while it'd be nice to have we are not in the business, I don't think, of subsidising national charities. That's for other people to do. It's not our role or function, and therefore I would be opposed to this item.
You around the table have a different view to Mayor Crux.
Just that there is the potential to possibly offer a venue or a site for them in the future. So I certainly think it's something that would go into conversations around the community hub that Thayer was talking about and things like that. So yeah, no to the money, but certainly open to conversation.
Just for you, sorry, Your Worship, just a bit of clarification. So how they reached out to obviously the councils and Sarah picked this up. What they have committed to, and hopefully they're still going to commit to, even if we don't provide the funding, is to cut out all the containers for civil defence for free. That's obviously 3 years worth of stock. They are very keen on supporting in the EOC and having some resilient stock on the coast as part of an emergency store of goods that could be used in an emergency. That's as far as, because I actually see this actually the regional council's responsibility under civil resilience piece of work. That's why I asked that question. Containers are funded out of us, but managed through the regional council.
The question is 45 grand or less or no? And I'm feeling.
I think this year, no.
No.
Thank you. Now that's a neither. Next one, social housing. Do we wish to get into social housing? Well, it's not social housing.
Pension housing would be included in social housing. So social housing is just one.
Not when you're dealing with government, I can assure you.
Isn't that government driven, the social housing?
So MSD,
Yeah.
or Ken or Kane or.
Can we just pass it to a subsidiary?
Or I think they're anathema, really, social housing and Destination Westland, which has a prerogative to make a profit to return to the holding company. They just don't. They're not on the same plane.
I don't think it does. I think it's
some social elements.
Social
elements. It has to be big social elements. I mean, social housing, we're talking about the likes of the Charles Court Motel and Bank, which is putting up the clients, shall we say, from elsewhere that are homeless, and that's a quite a different scenario than banging up some pension housing.
Yeah. So is there a feel, is there anyone around the table that thinks this council should look at social housing as opposed to living MST? Okay, move on. Yeah. Next one is resilience. 13, you wish. So it's 13, a tiny.
Yeah, because it's tiny.
That's what I missed it.
It's tiny.
It's tiny, noted.
Governed by legislation in this area.
And we do feedback into the laws and so on, so it might be one that we can feedback into as well.
Number 14, resilience. Council should put money aside for a disaster contingency fund. Well, I think we have that on the else part of the office, you know? Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Okay, Kevin, for me to move on there.
Can we just clarify the EOC? Have we got that in year one of the plan? Great.
Dock sign, Prince Joseph, utilised for car parking. Number 15, that's it. We don't own the land.
So this is under dock ownership, Your Worship. Definitely, if we manage to move everyone off the fault line at the southern end of Friends CBD, green space has always been on the cards to develop into a larger area. And maybe this will become part of the master plan.
I can see what the came from the association.
No, it came from Rob Jewell, I think.
I see a helicopter.
No, the, yeah, I can see the benefit of it, I mean, it's just sitting there. It chopped down the scrub, and it's actually a really useful space. Cut down scrub.
We'll consult him on that, don't we do it? Short-term rental accommodation.
We do that, I think.
Alcohol, yes, please.
Yes, please.
That's right. Responsible camping.
Sorry, on the alcohol one, the council doesn't currently have a local policy, so this thing's been going on for years. And now we've got the local board.
License came in.
District license. Yes, that's just been renewed.
Yes.
There's some new blood on it. Isn't there a good time to revisit?
I think over the years, there's been compelling reasons not to do it. And I can't remember what they were because I've been drinking at the time. TC, can you help me there?
Yes, I've been through this with 2 previous councils, and the reality is when you go through the exercise of doing a local alcohol policy, all council generally determines changing the hours of operation and nothing else, because the Act allows people to establish open premises through to 4 AM in the morning. Councils may put the local alcohol policy in place that says not past 1 AM, but in terms of decisions made by the district licensing committee, that's what it currently is anyway. So for smaller areas like this, I have been in discussions when I first arrived. There is no desire by Water or Brain to put in a local alcohol policy because they don't see any issues that need a policy to address. And that's what the policy is. It's only put in place because there are issues and we require the policy for something that's more stringent, but it still has to fit within the norms of the Act, and it also can't be ultra-virus anything that's already in the district plan. So otherwise it becomes.
So TC, is it fair to say you have a policy like that where you get, in areas where you get big groups of people meeting, like you use that kind of thing, where you need to control the alcohol consumption?
Yeah, so the Act already allows that. If you, we've got a party to an application for Act in terms of wild food, so they were required to put in basically an activity management plan for it in terms of alcohol on premises. In addition to the district health board, they were required to put in COVID-19 management plan as well. So those things are actually covered through the Act. And as I say, at present and for most councils, and then the things that you do try and end up restricting, which may be the operating hours, i.e. when can you will sell alcohol on days, you go for that and then it ends up being contested and you end up having to go to hearing with ALA and the great big bosses in terms of food stuff, whatnot, more than end up and you default back to the council. But all that aside, as I say, in terms of councils, most now, unless they are areas that have problems such as your large provincial sitting areas, and they want to try to be more restrictive than what's in the Act, they just tend not to. So happy to bring examples of local alcohol policies to council to look at. You'll see that they don't really address.
I recant
No workshop with council.
I don't think we want to empower the fun police anymore.
So move on to the next one, which is 17 number. 18 comes out. Where is it? Responsible camping.
So just a comment on this, if you allow. So we have been very successful in funding applications. The last 2 seasons we've had zero overhead costs for responsible camping. And we have pretty well got all facilities fully operational now, including some vehicles to do enforcement. The regulation, the bylaw is up for review. Shortly, so we'll. Do you have a date for that, TC?
They're on my list for the next 12 months.
Within this year.
Yeah, definitely the next 12 months.
Okay, for information. Any questions in there?
Yeah, I mean, given the all the issues that we had with what's called here responsible camping, but with friendly camping, I think responsible camping is a bit of a euphemism. The issue that we had with Freedom Camping in the past, so one consequence, of course, of COVID is that we don't have it anymore, and speculation in the industry is that probably won't again because the flights won't be so cheap, etc., and so we'll have a more quality type of tourism in the future, hopefully. But now that we're on pause because of COVID, it would be a good time, wouldn't it, to revisit the likes of Doherty Creek, which was a nightmare. I never got to the bottom of it, but to sort it out.
Just a reminder that it's not actually council policy.
NZTA.
So we don't actually support it at all.
Yes, but but it was all those arguments that, well, they had to let it go to the honey and blah, blah, blah. But it was still a nightmare, it was still being abused, and it was still cracking in the creek, and it was just a terrible situation. And now would be a good time while we're not here to sort that out once for all. Just
Yeah, how do we sort it out? Is it still a problem down there?
Not at the moment, no, but as soon as they come back, it'll be a problem.
Yeah. So how do we sort it out?
Is there not a legislation change coming in regards to that?
Notation is the,
Yeah.
basically waiting for that change to come through.
And then we'll have
give direction on what their preferred option is.
Just one comment on that. I do think some of the issues around the freedom camping were the attitudes of locals also, and some of the behaviour, certainly down Whakapura way and at Acre Creek, some of the local behaviour was, I think, pretty appalling. If we're going to stay in one section, I think we should stand in as well. Thank you.
I'll move on to 19, rate increase in glacier country. Open for discussion. Is there any change needed?
So we've been checking the numbers of the units, that was correct, they are transposed in the document, so that means that there's a decrease in the Franz Joseph community rate and an increase in the Fox rate.
What does that mean?
Yeah. So the two figures were so it was brought up in one of these submissions, that it looked like it was the wrong way round.
Yes.
So we've been checking and it just got a notification that they were the wrong way round. The effect is that it will reduce the Franz Joseph community rate and increase the Fox traffic one.
And we had main submissions from the Fox Glacier morning. We had more submissions from Fox than from Friends, I think, did we?
Fox, yes.
We got more submissions.
And now it's going to go up even more than what they were expecting. It's quite scary.
Only last year we patted ourselves on the back for going for a zero rate increase because of COVID effect on the business community. And my question is, what's changed? If you're a businessman at Friends and Fox, what's changed? And yet we're looking at some really hefty rate increases here, and the message that has come through from those submitters from the glaciers is different. That they're going to tip over, and that this could be the tipping point. And we're not talking about a 30% rate increase because it actually equates on the ground to like a 30%, 39%, even someone said I think 50%. Pretty unfortunate stuff. And so I think as the council, we've just got to sit up and take notice of it. I don't think it's just a sweep of the council hand and saying, well, it's right across the general rate, 13%, and when we know, we've been told clearly what the effect is going to be on those the business community basis. It's horrific.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose I don't understand Leslie how the community rate can increase in Fox and nothing else is happening.
Because the number of rating units is lower than what the rate is calculated on.
Okay,
So have to call dilution, so if you've got more rating units to split into an overall rate figure, then the rate will be lower, but if you lower those rating units, then there'll be less units to dilute it.
Why does the number go down? The number of rating units go down?
The number of rating units has gone down because they were transposed.
Just because, yeah, okay, so they actually, in actual fact, they have.
I'd like to propose that we adjourn for 15 minutes for a break.
go on.
And what were we discussing?
Number
19. Thank you, no, we're doing the best.
Train's right.
Yeah, the right thing. What the hell is that about?
Which one's that?
Train's right.
19.
Yeah, that one down there.
Well, Paul's out each one.
Wise man.
Well, the short answer isn't the short answer. You can't have no rates increase for one district. You can't do it.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I do take the point where it's difficult to see where the likes of that community rate is going, because it's community rate is a bit for stormwater, bit for this, bit for that, and people can't visualise it and they don't know. It's tough in here. It's tough in the glacier country now and south, and it's probably going to get tougher, and I don't know the answer. I don't have an answer.
I guess around the table, we would like to see it different, lower, but we have to deal with what we hear today. Is there any further discussion on the rate increase in glacier country?
So, yeah, what difference would that make? A reduction in the township development fund, in the glacier promotion rate, and maybe even in the CDO, dropping those back. How much of a difference would that make, please, Susan?
Well, both of those glacier country townships get 35,000 township development funds, so 0.3 maybe, something like that. Sorry, 0.3 maybe for township development fund. But they want the CDO, don't they?
Well, they want to increase.
Yeah, they do.
Yes.
They want to increase the funding, so we can't take it away.
And just on that,
But the only way to reduce it is to really does take these things out, you know, to just not spend money and not give it to them.
And tourism promotions? How much are they paying for the tourism promotions?
That's the CDO.
That is the CDO.
Yeah. So we had hoped to be able to spread the money that comes from GWC into to supporting those roles. But GWC selected to put its own people in kind of one direction as destination management plan. So there's no advantage from that package so far for the CDOs, which was it's unfortunate this time.
I think it's worth noting too, at the last annual plan, there was a request from Glacier Country to increase it, but that was subsequently pulled because of.
And we've gone down the road of trying to have one CDO for the two towns and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It hasn't worked, so, but yeah, I've got to say, they are struggling and the rates need to be down, but how the heck can you do it? You just can't.
Sorry, is it?
Yeah, so in the annual plan, they did ask for an increase in that, but said, how much? How much do you want it to be? Because that's what we'll rate you for, whatever you want it to be, and they couldn't decide, they couldn't tell us.
Yeah,
So it was left as it was, but we
and a
asked.
lot of the operators down here are
Yeah.
saying we don't want to increase, it
That's
should be
right.
going down to try and keep our rates down.
Yeah, so we just left.
Anything
it
to
as
help
it
the
was.
rates.
In discussion with them, it sounded as if the rates, CDO, were subsidising things like the postal service. So can assistance be given in that way to?
I'm pretty sure they have a contract with. I don't.
Yeah, they do, but they don't think that covers the cost of the hours that were put in.
We've had a few discussions down there. It's borderline whether it does or not. And yeah.
So when you've had these discussions, obviously there have been a number of discussions. Had anybody come up with any solution? What?
They requested a cash grant of 150,000 so that they could put it into the CDOs to enable them to go full-time and pay them a decent rate. We went to MSD, who initially agreed to come to the party in some form, but the person had to be employed from council. We then approached DWC and said, look, here's a project. It's based around our Bums and Beds project. We went to DWC, they said, look, they had looked at it and then said, well, we're going to do it, which is great. However, they've gone in a different direction, and so MSD have now reallocated the money to something else. So we're kind of stuck again.
Practically, one of the, which I think can be done, is the request to actually clearly articulate to the Glacier Country what the contribution is within the community rates for the CDO roles. And that was requested a few times. So I think
We've actually done that many times before, in quite detail. Spreadsheets, etc.
well, why would it keep being raised as a question? I don't know. I'm not privy to those discussions.
I think they're referring to when they get a rates bill, they want to see the breakdown in the rates bill and reflected on what that made up of.
And we could do that in the future.
We have to have separate
Yeah.
rates. You can do it, not this year.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We can do it in the
But
future.
not for the township development fund, we can't do that, we can only do the CDO.
CDO role, yeah. So that's that. That's like, we can do that maybe next year, you know, like we can set that train in motion. The next thing is around the how much they pay, and a lot of the noise through submissions came from commercial Glacier Country businesses, really, in terms of their and that can be adjusted through the differentials for particularly the Franz Joseph commercial community rate. But again, I don't know what our timeline is and how that would affect our auditing process. But if Franz Joseph commercial paying $1.70 to the dollar a residential pays to the 75 cents a farm or rural pays, you know, they're just kind of percentages, but you can actually adjust those every year. Which we have never done since we put them in. So there's the ability to actually adjust the differentials to lower the impact. Doesn't mean that the rates reduce, it just means they're spread differently. So you have to get your head around that. And then the third thing is this CDO role, because I've got mixed messages. Is there a request from the community to increase the funding for the CDO roles as part of the long-term plan?
Well, there was, but as was spoken to Ian, you know, because we talked about there being one CDO instead of requiring two, you know, and because each of them want one. But the issue is they want one each.
Each town wants a CDO, which is what it is now. As I say, they all want more money, but most of the businesses actually pay the rates.
Are saying they're at their capacity. Yeah, no, I understand the logic. I'm just trying to clearly work out, is there a request this year on the table to increase the CDO funding?
No, there was a request last year.
And it's been parked.
Yeah, but due to COVID,
So Fox and Friends, you know, those promotions group, Basic Country Tourism, all the entities, like, were kind of happy this year to accept that CDO roles stay at 0.5.
I think it's the Glacier Country Tourism. Think about them when you're talking in terms of the community development officers.
But we fund them all at the community rate. Yeah. So do you guys live there, have tea there, and associate mates with these people far more frequently than I do? I just want to get my head around, are they requesting for an increase for the CDO roles from council this year?
Well, they're requested every year, but at the end of the day, we've just got a CDO in France really that's doing a good job, but there's no formal request to increase.
The fact if they want to increase it, they have to pay more.
Yeah, I understand that.
Same as the Township Development Fund, if they want to increase, they
So getting back to your differentials there, like, is it unfair on no businesses in town that you've got a, and this probably goes through the coast, that you've got a commercial building over there that's tourism that's worth $6 million, and you've got a farm out there that's worth $6 million. It's a heap of difference.
It will be. There will be a huge difference.
It's a difference. The farm out there will make as much money or more as a motel over there. They're paying 4 times the rates.
That's where our ability to change the differentials comes in, or tweak them.
Can they be changed just in one area?
Well, I think, Jane, that the Wataroa community rate is the same across the board. Each rating unit is the same. I'll have to double check that. There's no differential in terms of your commercial, your this, your that, whatever. I'm pretty sure the likes of Wataroa, it's the same across possibly Harrogate.
Because that's the one thing that make a huge tipping will help. Yeah.
Is there a possibility of not expecting the ratepayers to pay for that CDO position flattened out across the general rate of the whole district? Westland, I mean, it's a unique situation. Everyone acknowledges it's a unique situation. We're told constantly that be careful if you kill the golden goose, and if we allow the glaciers to wither and die, that will have an effect on the whole of this. So that Western has a duty to the glaciers to help, and not just sit back and say that we help us with the situation.
it's through the chair, we did actually offer to help via external funding, but they declined to take that offer up.
You mean the CDO, right? Yeah.
It would be a gesture of, if nothing else, it would be a gesture of goodwill, and we recognise that you're hurting, and that so that the whole of the district will take that burden. It's not a great, overall, it's not a great cost.
Question, Leslie.
I think it would be a really bad idea, because I know what he's saying, but it's like he's saying, well, this is community rate. You're not expecting the district to pay towards that. Or the Lokitika could say about having to pay towards something so specific to one township. I think we'll create aggravation between the communities.
Even though it's a good idea for one, I'd like to happen critical if I were to say, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, well, no, but it would be a straight up hypocrite if I said, yeah, let's do it.
Why did they decline for us to support them with external funding for the CDO? How long ago was that they declined that?
His worship was working with another agency, but the issue would be that we would have overseen that role, supporting those communities. They didn't want the council involved with the decision making of how that role would be utilised.
Well, if it's going to save them money in the meantime.
And of course, the doors are shut. I mean, we went to them, they come back in writing, said, look, no, we just want 150 grand to boost the employment of the 2 CDOs. And at that point, we couldn't go past it. Ian and myself, and it's been a number of parties who've looked at it to try and make it work, but they're very focused on what they want, which is to be able to pay the staff more and work and get longer hours. So they want additional money, but they don't want any ties to it. And that's what come back.
So can we model that in 2022, 23 and accept that this year the hours stay as they were? As a way to move forward.
Well, that's how the model now.
Yeah, so keep it as it is, but we model year 2 as an increase of hours.
I think we'd have to get a submission from them and put it in the annual plan when things are getting better rather than.
They don't want an increase, their rates are going to go up for it, so it's a double-edged sword.
It's not unanimous down there. It's certainly not unanimous.
No.
That gets payment. It's just.
I think we should definitely look at the differentials for Glacier Country.
That would be fantastic. Because as a present point of time, you've got a $6 million motel doing nothing. You've got a dairy farmer going, well, it hasn't really been, that's why COVID. Sorry, Anna.
So how difficult is it to look at the differentials?
It'll take a couple of days.
Would it require additional consultation? Because of changing
It shouldn't
fees.
really. Yeah, that's the problem. Although we may have it in the revenue and financing policy to say that we can make those adjustments on a yearly basis.
We do.
So we might not need to consult on it.
I'm not suggesting we make any adjustments. I'm suggesting let's understand the power of the differential system for addressing issues like Councillor Hartshaw's raised.
So
if we have our heads around it, we can.
Today, we're deliberating. Is it something that we have to look at next year? Or we're going to look at it this year. We can set it to one side and then start looking at it.
Get one side.
Is that right with you, Lindsay?
I think
The financing policy to see if it does allow for it. I'm pretty sure we wrote it in, so we didn't have to do that. And then we have to take a couple of days to do some modelling, but you know, just let us know some idea as to what we were looking at with the differentials.
How many farms are there? How many farms are there in Fox Glacier that we're going to be spreading all the commercial properties out to? There's not that many.
We're not doing it to farms, we're just.
To everyone. We need to remember that those
Multiple
individual
differentials.
ratepayers are, a lot of them are hurting as well.
Your residential starts at 1 and everything else is around that, so we'd have to look at your others.
Fortunately, the residential business, people are hurting, but the jobs are at the
commercial
at the
properties.
commercial properties,
Yeah.
Change my mind, someone else is going to.
I think it's definitely worth
Spread
going
around.
through the exercise
Spread
of
it
doing it to, you know, because we don't have any other options, do we?
So let's go through that exercise. The next one is tourism rate.
So we are allowed, we have written it in that we can actually look at those
Very
differentials
good.
without having to consult.
So just as a way forward, could we model a flat could we model a 1-1-1-1? And see what that rural residential, commercial and residential, those four are modelled on one, and then model on reduce. So that's scenario 1, and then scenario 2 would be reducing the commercial differential and then spreading that, whatever that reduction is, over the other 3. Does that make sense? So if the commercial differential is 1.75, for example, be modelled at 1.5, and that 2.5 would be spread over the other 3, so, and see what it does.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we move on to number 20, tourism promotion? No funding budgeted. Can I put a line through that?
The only thing I want to flag is signage. It's a CapEx item. It's not a rates item, and I think we need to signal in our LTP our intent to seek external funding for tourism promotion signage, wayfinders and the like, and for council to knock that one off this year. I understand we've got a TIF application, which is fantastic, but that doesn't address the directional signage to the gorge. And the return to Hokitika, which has been touted for a few years. So I'd just like us to signal it as a project, please.
How would you?
It'll be an additional capital item.
Is it, I don't see it.
No, it hasn't been raised in a submission. Bruce just said, can we move through?
That side process.
There would be rates impact going forward regardless of whether it's capital.
Paul raises a trigger thing. It isn't in the submissions.
No, but just to clarify, we don't have to put in a submission to it ourselves.
It's a different meeting.
I know this is what I'm not suggesting we even fund it. I'm suggesting in writing in the LTP under tourism, can we write that council will work towards and support signage?
No issue with that.
Do you want to draft something?
For what we should have put a submission. I mean, there's
No,
the chief executive did here.
no, can I just clarify something on that? I've never ever seen the chief executive ever put a submission into council. I've never ever been asked as a councillor to put a submission in. And in fact, in the past, staff councillors have all been discouraged and told they can't put submissions in. So if that is the new process and if that is best practice, then that's something we need to be made aware of, in which case I'm sure you would have seen submissions come through. In the past, we've always operated a process where the public have the opportunity to put submissions in, and councillors by nature shape the LTP. It's our document, and we have the opportunity before, during and after deliberations to make amendments. So I wasn't aware that the process for council feedback on the LTP was for councillors to put in a submission. And if that is the new process, can that please be clarified?
Just to clarify why I put a submission in, because it's over my delegated authority for the role. It was not budgeted, hence I thought to be upfront and no surprises. Council would hear what the next phase.
And also the I was told that Nigel wanted to make a very slight amendment to the draft, and I was told he'd put a submission in.
I know.
I don't know what the process
I think we have to handle it a different way.
So generally you would put, you deliberate it on plan, on the submissions that come into the plan. But that's what you're doing here at the hearing. If you want to make adjustments to it, generally it's from the submissions that are coming, because it's your plan. You've workshopped it several times and decided what you want to go on the plan. So if you're now coming up with something else, that you would need to consider.
Okay, park that. That's a minefield. All I'm suggesting is, can we please flag, because it's already in a work stream of this council, the intent to support the tourism promotion of our district through directional signage, wayfinder signage. So when we go for external funding, we have something that says, yes, council supports it. I'm not saying we need to put any money into it.
Seems very simple. That's the way we've already done it in multiple reports.
It's not in our LTP. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all, we've got two different work streams really happening, haven't we?
Well, how much?
There's no value.
Okay.
If you can wait something.
A submission.
Move on to 21, coastal peasant.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Your Worship. Just the tourism promotion. I would like to see a greater portion of the tourism promotion rate being put to, let's say, the Glacier Country Promotions Group, because the general feeling down there is we don't need to tell people what to do when they get here. We need to get the people here. Don't know how we do that. Obviously, any slices to the pie of the tourism promotion will have a major impact on the likes of the cycle trail and the eyesight. I think it's something we need to look at going forward. not increasing the tourism promotion rate, but divvying up differently. Sorry, Your Worship.
So we move on. Thank you. Coastal hazards. You're going to work with regional council. Happy there? Yeah. Swimming pool.
We've already done the poll.
Not asking for a question. Heritage Poker Ticket Trail. Looks like we're going to allow horses on it and give them cyclists. What's that?
Is that okay? My daughter riding the horses, was the government's going to. Oh, actually, they put out too much guests, so we won't.
Is there any discussion that needs to be made? Next one, general rating. Deputy Mayor suggested noted and moved on.
Yeah.
Number 25 looks like a no-brainer.
Yep.
Provide, give it to them, they give it back to us.
Yeah.
That will have an impact on the rates at all, won't it?
No.
No.
26, due to the additional staff members, put on, I wanted to put the 200 grand in to ensure that if, for instance, if we got a COVID outbreak, if we got a major problems and end up senior staff incapacitated, I would have a fund there, which if it didn't get used, would go into the general resilience fund. But in view of the other application for that additional staff involved, I'll withdraw that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carl.
So we wouldn't require the critical staffing.
It wouldn't require the 200 grand, leave the one and above it.
Yeah.
Happy with that?
Yeah.
Next one, waste energy.
Build it.
Move on.
Yeah.
Put that in.
Just build it.
Just make sure you're away.
Thank you. Greenstone Road, housing numbers confusing, needs revising, noted, thank you. Three Waters, number 29. The staff noted that the treatment plant is under design now, as is the Huckatiga waste water treatment plant.
I just to highlight the Three Waters reform will have full consultation prior to any decision of council. So that's obviously a very large piece of work.
The next one is 30 batches on unformed legal road. Fees have not been increased for 11 years. Is that a request for a decision or is it?
I thought we already made a decision on that.
That was in the fees and charges, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good version of it.
Samara's very good submission. It's actually quite moving, isn't it? I mean,
Just to comment on that, Your Worship, what we'll do is we'll get that scope of work sliced up to look at what we can do in this space. Potentially we can use some of the new footpath money, see the issue that would come out of the county budget we have for that.
But a good point that you make, really good point. Later.
Footpaths, they've come up. It was a very moving submission, I agree, very relevant submission. We've asked for a list of the footpaths. We've asked for the capital plan for the footpaths and I guess the AMP. Still not forthcoming. I don't believe we can just leave that with a noted. I feel like we'll be here in 12 months' time talking.
It wasn't just with the noted, it's to do with adding additional works.
This is additional, this is around the curb, the corner curb.
Oh yeah, even just noting that, I think it's got to be very explicit that we will undertake a scoping exercise and endeavour to plan for that work to be completed, because we've heard it from Ross, we've heard it from Hokitika, we've got all the southwestern communities, all footpaths. It's a major for the whole district.
One thing that I took out of tonight's submission was that I think accessibility should be something as a standard test for the council, for all councils. Whether or not in future works, curving and channeling's changed and whatever, accessibility, you have to make sure that it meets a certain standard. And plus, there should be a stock taking of how it is now, and a plan to progressively address it.
I'd like to make a statement here regarding buildings. You sometimes get a lot of people come into councillors complaining about extra costs for disabled parking and disabled access. Just to support now a building team that holds this higher ground and not trying to deviate from it. So it's risky support for that in the future as well.
No, I think, we might get so much work, so the council, that's scrutiny.
So how is our footpath project program funded? Is it depreciation funded, the footpath?
It's NZTA funded.
100% NZTA funded. So that work that's been scoped has obviously been identified as critical too. So if that work's been scoped, developed by the team and applied for and gone through a process, then that's an in-stream happening. What this is actually additional work over and above what we've already scoped, I'm guessing, which would mean additional cost. I think we have to accept that if we want an improved level of service, otherwise what we're going to end up doing is saying, oh, we're only going to do half of a street in Ross now, and we're only going to do a quarter of Greenstone Road in Kamara. You know, we'll start cutting back in order to improve Hokitika's, curbs and guttering. So this was actually, the way I saw this was actually a submission for an increased level of service, and not suggesting council stop doing what it's already planned to do, but actually beef up this space and do more.
Just to highlight the Wakataki review, the national review has just been completed, and I sent out an email to councillors a couple of weeks ago that 13% has been cut from our proposed budget. So we're going through, we haven't been advised the detail behind that cut yet. So our transportation managers working with them to find in which categories that money's been taken from.
It will probably be those low-lying things like footpaths and so
road was pretty sure that's what it looks like to me. I thought Charlie and Beth's submission on getting public-private partnership, I think it's a great idea. We should follow that.
We absolutely need to look into that.
Okay, accessibility, is there any other action? No action needed.
So next year, what will be different for accessibility? Like if we come back here in a year's time, what will be different?
Well, hopefully we would have addressed some of the shortcomings. So we're working with the transportation team around it.
I think Nathan, without the information about the state of the footpaths and actually knowing how much it's going to cost, I mean, is this $100,000?
So we have completed a full review of all our footpaths and scale them in terms of priorities. It's sitting with district assets to make a plan from that now. So that's across the whole of Western District.
So can we see a plan for our meetings coming up soon?
Well, I hope so.
Please.
I'll ask Scott to take the lead on that one.
Yeah. It's been pretty quiet, hasn't it? Move on to number 32. Any action needed?
I have a question around the review of the fees for rural dogs in terms of working dogs. There's been some real issues with that over the years around those charges, and Hokitika people, like people that live 2 minutes drive down the road on Canary Road, getting charged higher for dog fees than the residential people in Hokitika. And when does the review for dog registrations in general happen? Can anyone tell me?
We had the last review last council, where we actually reduced fees for rural, and then we took away the working dog class fee. But as per some of the other submissions that have come in around requesting things to be incorporated into the bylaw, on the list, a review of the dog control bylaw and the dog control policy for the next 12 months. And then we can look at the fee structure for that. The whole point about the fee structure is finding that happy balance in terms of that is the dog control fees that pay for the officer who carries out the enforcement activity, and it has to be self-funding in terms of what we put in the LTP for that, and in terms of our funding policies as well. So it's got really pushing the bag of jelly. It's either an overall fee that everybody pays or it's trying to find a fair balance. And in terms of reference in that, that's from the submission from Federated Farmers, who are asking all councils around the country to give consideration to the likes of shepherds and teams of dogs. Therefore, should there be a lesser fee for that as well? So there's a number of things to consider, but we will be reviewing those two.
That's cool. Thank you.
One should review coming up. What's this one here? Mary Wards. Look, it is perhaps something we should just discuss briefly. The feedback I've had from iwi is what we've got is perfect, and there's no appetite. Certainly, I've got no appetite to see Mary Ward Westland while we have the relationship that we've got.
I can
There is, with the review of local government, it's just about to kick off. This is one of those discussion points and to get a lot more clarity with that process.
I think Central wants us is trying to make it compulsory. It's coming in the wrong area for that. Right? Elderly housing reading prices. Destination West and the
I didn't disturb the submission that said that Destination Westland won't be able to get the government accommodation supplement, which is very requested is the whole because they moved to market rentals, that they work with individual clients to make sure that they've got their entitlements and accommodation supplement, and those submissions were from two stuck out for me and said that it's not possible. I'd like to see that.
A question, Mel, can an elderly person living in one of our pension flats controlled by you claim a subsidy from government?
Accommodation subsidies.
I thought
Yeah, that's MSD funding.
Yeah.
I've worked with MSD on an appropriate level of rental costs in order to maximise the benefit for the people in those units as well to get this outcome.
Perhaps the submitters need to be contacted to see if
Yeah. And we had someone speak on that some time ago too.
Yeah, now, the accommodation supplement now, some of them.
Moving on to, we've got our last two pages, number 36.
35, climate change. Sorry.
What was 35?
Climate change.
Just keep going.
Climate change. No, put a line through there, wasn't it? Thank you. Class 4 gambling policy.
That's the page.
What time is it?
You purposely did that, didn't you? Skip the page. 36. Yeah.
That's bedtime.
Can I make a statement to this? If you wish.
No, you don't. You don't.
So we have an asset management plan for West Coast Wilderness Trail now, and it's obviously a subcommittee of the capital projects committee. That work is going really well, and the committee's functioning at a good level. What I propose to do is actually revisit and potentially bring the Mountain Club representation onto that committee and widen the asset management plan to be a cycling and walking management plan, which will include the Heritage Trail and other aspects of trails around the district. So that's a big body of work, but it actually will start looking at how it all interlinks as a group and get discussions around the committee table in terms of prioritising projects that for the benefit of Westland.
Yeah, just because there were actually quite a number of submissions and around this as well, so it is something that's obviously keenly talked about out there in the community, and you know, that connection, even as they spoke around things like Pine Tree and How Road.
The challenge we have is none of those are council-owned assets at the moment. So they're all private, and even the one with Tahu through the forestry it's a private agreement. So whilst we endorse it, they're asking for some funding previously to manage weed control and etc. through them.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I just wondered when we were talking about that today, because we'd just finished speaking to Sport Canterbury around that funding. And, you know, I did wonder because a lot of what Dave was saying was not necessarily, it's more labour intensive rather than machinery, you know, so it would be good if we could look into some of what they submitted and see if it's possible to, with the assistance of volunteer community help, if it's possible.
And through your question, I think that's the key, is through voluntary
effort.
There seems to be a lot of appetite to suggestion of working with sport like that. But I mean, whatever happened to the old West Coast ethic, just getting out there and having to look at the job done, rather than turning up at the council and asking for some fresh cycle lanes, etc., thousands of dollars for a few metres. Really, in the past, we just get out there and do it.
The Mountain Club have done a lot of work, particularly up Blue Spirit on their own volunteer time and working base.
Yes.
They're up there every week.
There's a lot of organisations. We've got our schools. There's community, you know, like the YIP program people. There's, I believe, out there in the community, plenty of groups. If you ask them to put their hand up, that would assist.
Why don't we ask the community groups to maintain the wilderness trail then?
There are some sponsors that would like to take a portion of
it. And to answer Paul's question, council happened. That's why groups can't just have working bees, because we kill it with red tape. You know, it's the world we live in now, unfortunately. If anyone wants to do anything on council property or council land, they have to go through a council process.
I'm not talking about council. Chief Executive just said one, for instance, the end of Pine Tree Road, even up the hill.
So who owns that pipeline?
council. That was put in by us to feed Western.
Yeah, so we just have an easement through private property. Yeah, so we could have an easement through private property for a walking track.
We're not going to get in a position where we don't have easements in place anymore.
Yeah.
before we start projects.
Okay, we move on from this. Anything else?
So just to clarify, what were we actually talking about? Were we talking about the pipeline?
So that one's an independent project. We haven't. Inga came to see me about it and scoped it up. She's got some. I asked her to go and get some pricing. I can't recall if she's asking for funding in that space in this submission or not.
Usually no decision.
As long as we're offering support to them, as long as we can offer support to them when they are applying for funds and all that sort of thing.
37 is waste. It's a coastwide project. Any decision to be made here? Review of dog control bylaws. Have you done this? I think it's,
Can I just bring something up here, because it's also got to include wildlife as possible. TC, can you just help me with this one, because I know that we talked about and whether that was going to come into the LTP around that policy around also with chickens, bees, as you'd spoken about.
Don't worry, that's on the list.
Oh, so that's not connected. Okay, but that's still connected. Right, okay, that's all right.
Poultry and.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah.
39 are cemeteries. Noted. Number 40, noted, we'll work with regional council. Number
So does that mean
40,
we agree with their comments?
okay.
Does that mean we agree with the comments that were made?
No, we just noted it and we'll work with regional council on whatever their proposed design is.
So do we not need to put forward the views of our ratepayers as we've submitted to our plan when it comes to that, rather than just checking it with the regional council? I think that's a request that we take note.
But won't they in here? Won't the
Yeah,
West Coast
so if friends
Regional
are available,
Council
then-
will help them? Will invite them? Won't they?
Well, we're moving through the LTP here. It's not, I mean, we'll staff will convey whatever's come through to West Coast Regional Council.
Good.
To ensure that, central pedestrian space viewed as part of the CBD master plan. Problems there. 42, purpose-built youth activity facility. Commenters increase in rates for a limited number of users. Any comments in?
I talked about this when I was in youth.
Yeah, that was some time ago, Paul.
It was. Didn't do you any harm, did it?
West Coast Road Safety Coordinating Committee. Council to continue support and sign a member to attend meetings. I did go around, I couldn't get to any council that wanted to have the time to commit to that. And I was in the same boat, so it was noted and applied to them. Next one, town maintenance. 44, town maintenance. I'd love to see that. Love to see the approach with Ross.
Absolutely, same thing.
This is a trial.
And while we're talking about it, because Ian, you raised it as well, same down in French, why can't this be adopted in each of our communities?
What are you talking about? Sorry.
Volunteer work and, operate like, I mean, we got this conversation started at a Ross meeting, to be honest, because, we had them down there saying, hey, look, we know there's a problem. We know council don't have the funds available to be doing all this bigger picture. We're offering our own machinery, our own time. Like there were 30 in the room. Most of them were over like 55, and they're all saying, and absolutely, we'll all come along and volunteer to help with it, But we've got people like that out there very much in all of the communities. And if it's a case of looking at the scope of work of what needs to be done, and then council coming back and going, look, we can contribute this, but, can you guys do, have you got the availability of contractors to do this part, volunteers to do this part? There's actually a number of things. And that's also including our issue here with down in the business area with clean, keeping it all nice and tidy. We've got groups, we've had volunteers offering to go and do our gardens for us, and we've had to stop them in the past, which is absolutely absurd. So that's a whole discussion on its own that I believe that needs to be held around how community and council groups can actually work better together in that space.
We get a lot more bang for our buck if we pay for the materials.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it'll come back to the same thing. Like, just compliance. You're going to be working on it.
So
Somebody gets
someone dies. Chief executive finds himself.
Digs up the power cable.
That's the problem.
It's a good idea, but it's.
I think in conjunction with an ongoing project with supervision.
Well, you're going to have someone to sign it off, but I don't think it needs to be as complicated as what it's been made to be out in the past. And I'm sure our new guy, Scott, will do a wonderful job towards contributing to that being more.
He's going to oversee the board.
Bear in mind, our current contractors do hold a lot of certificates for their staff. They go through a hell of a lot of training for health and safety to ensure they are competent. Just bear that in mind as part of it.
But also bear in mind half footpaths in particular done by PEP schemes.
They were indeed. Task force
They're still there.
Well, they're not actually, but.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move on, folks, to number 45.
Well, can we just deal to Ross's request for a pothole paid or an EMA?
I think staff should, in duty, some of the councils should have a meeting, get it worked out with staff.
Yeah, I think we are. We're saying we fully support that there should be a way forward, and not just for Ross. Like, I know Ross have raised it, but I think that it's something that we need to have an open discussion with all the communities.
I think in terms of the pothole peak thing, that really, it's probably a different discussion about West Road's strategy. You know, like we say, pothole peak, but you know, and in terms of the Ross stuff and that, yeah, it's all good, and I do worry about someone falling over perhaps, but the other thing too is, you know, they get it all boxed up and all the rest of it, and will the concrete truck turn up, you know? I just think about the Waterau playground, and here we are still, you know?
We've kind of lumped transportation into this town maintenance category too a bit. There's a few things in there that we actually need to pick up on, because we're told councillors have to make the decision. I thought the most simple decision to have a stop sign was not something that had to come to this council table, but apparently it does. So from our staff. So people that have taken time to submit on matters.
I don't understand what that refers to.
Sewell and Hampton Street should be controlled by 2 stop signs. There was a number of submissions on that. The staff's advice internally was, from the transport team, is that councillors resolve which roads do and don't have stop signs.
So there was assessed that intersection found to be not a problem by council staff.
So that's different.
That was provided.
I've got to be so careful with what I say, but I really do question us encouraging people to put in submissions if we're just going to rush through them and lump them together. Like in that whole township maintenance thing, there's actually, that's got nothing to do with township maintenance having a stop sign. So, you know, 5 submitters have said, can that intersection please be turned into a 2-way stop? And the recommendation is staff will, there are a number of localised roading and maintenance concerns. These will be locked into part of normal council business. Well, normal council business is determined that it doesn't need a stop sign.
I guess that's why the submissions.
That's right.
Yeah, this is a council staff have the expertise in the space. And if they make an assessment based on risk and it complies, then it doesn't need stop signs.
But the councillors make the decision.
With respect, I think the fact that it's been allocated up into the submission here has come to the councillors, is the councillors decide if it needs a stop sign, you should get a stop sign. I actually agree, I think it needs a stop sign. There you go. The staff may have made assessment, but this submission also came from the Road Safety West Coast. And it's a very busy intersection with the school there, and it's dodgy as.
Anyone against putting stop signs in? If not, we'll resolve to put them there and keep moving.
No, but that's the issue. It's got muddled. It's
like the second canary.
Is this the Walls Motors?
Yeah, I actually agree.
It's a bit like the crossing of Canary, where it's heading up the hill. The pub wants it to go by the pub because all the car parkings across the road. And they're going to, everyone who's LTP has got to walk up the hill, go across, walk down. Can we resolve that all around?
Well, no, that was raised, and that's also the part of that canary issue. So they forget about the issues that were raised or who they were raised by. That's one, like just getting that cycle crossing sorted. Is that in our LTP to tick off this year?
It's not only, it's already a work underway.
I thought that we ran out of budget. I thought that was the last update that it was going to.
I'm talking about the Canary Road intersection.
The crossing.
That's already an existing plan, so I was working on it.
That's
So
good.
how are we going to handle it when the car approaches us and ask for a crossing to go across to where everyone parks the cars?
Yeah, I think we need to, and I think that group, that voluntary group that have done all that work at that rest area there, I think Paul raised it a few meetings back about sealing it. I think that needs to be sealed, that rest area, to support that community group in their work that they're doing. But that's what I mean, all those sort of biggish, well, they're big to people that write in a submission. They feel that they're writing a submission to council. This is their avenue to raise these issues. And I think we have to give them consideration, all those things, like do we seal or do we not seal that
Just turn
area?
down the car park up at the airport.
It doesn't necessarily mean I agree with that.
I know, but.
Yeah, but you know, we can't just sort of say because we turned down one, we're going to not seal any car parks at all.
So the issue of the stop signs has been agreed with our
Yeah,
table.
well, you're going to put stop signs.
Stop signs.
Oh.
Let's make sure it happens. What's the next thing? I don't think it's a resolution. I think just start. I'm sure it's only solved. Go and get it done. Happy to resolve it if you think it's necessary.
Just for clarification around the funded position for maintenance person in small townships. Do we have to bring that into the LTP because where would the funds come from if we were to do that for?
Well, the contract is already in the request rate runs out in June 22.
Okay.
So there could be a variation to the West Rates contract for them to employ someone dedicated to Ross.
Well, it's not just Ross,
It's
it's
gonna cost-
everywhere. I mean, you know, we have to address the whole issue up here as well because that was. Sorry?
There'll be a cost of raised
That's right, but does that need to come into the LTP now?
In this year, or we won't have a plan together of exactly how it's going to be.
Yeah, because that needs to be built back into our budgets. I know it was taken out, and it shouldn't have been taken out. It needs to go back up.
So if we want it to go in for this coming year in the LTP, we've got to put a cost in now and do the raise for that. If we want to plan it properly, and determine exactly how it's going to work, how it's going to look, how much it's going to cost, then it would be better to do that work over next year and wait for and do it through the annual plan process.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I mean that's fine if we go and do that, and because that would be good timing with the fact that West Roads contract is finishing then. So, you know, so it's a chance for us to actually review what those tasks are under that current contract.
Also anyone can apply to work within that contract when it's under review, so they can put a tender in to do that work.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a submission from Graham Kelly that said that asking council to fund rates on beaches, which was taken into the East Coast contract. That's something that would make a difference. But I mean, he put it in a submission, a private submission for this.
So you wish if we have a proposed urban policy to come to council next week for consideration?
And address this.
It'll have to come with a cost out of it, which is which West Roads are doing now, over and above the contract. So we're getting charged additional cost.
Which addresses his submission.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Right. Footpath maintenance. I think it's different to footpath upgrades, and I think it needs to be reinstated. Footpaths are growing grass. I mean, council staff car park or railway terrace car park, when you walk to work, there's long grass growing in a near new sealed park. It's very noticeable that the footpaths have deteriorated, so much so that the general manager of West Roads has put in a personal submission about it. I think they need to be regularly sprayed with some sort of agreed way of spraying, whatever that is, to kill the lichen, moss and mould and the grass that's growing in our gutters and footpaths. And I think that's obviously not captured currently in our levels of service and our expectations of our contractor. And I think we need to, because it's going to cost this council so much more if the footpaths are full of weeds, they're going to pull the weed out and it pulls up half the footpath. So, you know, it saves us in the long run if we maintain what we have. And it was raised in that email I sent all the councillors of the condition of the CBD and Hokitika surrounds. It's been flagged. Suddenly there's a big crackdown on it and we're back to things being done. But we need to get in a cycle of preventative maintenance for footpaths, and they shouldn't be growing long grass, and they shouldn't be covered in moss and mould and lichen.
I agree. I think this is it's right for council. This is what, I mean, once we're stripped of three waters, you know, what's left? This is really the butter, the bread and butter of the council, and it shouldn't have to fight for it.
So how do we progress this forward, this discussion?
Come back to the footpath maintenance program, which I was going to put together.
Okay, but will that be another year away before we can do it?
No.
I mean, from a funding point of view?
Funding is with NZTA.
Sorry, does NZTA subsidise and fund us to preventatively maintain our footpaths?
Okay, this is the fund that was put forward.
And
For maintenance, 100k for new footpaths.
For new?
It's 200k in total, split evenly between maintenance and new.
It's not enough. Not enough if Grey District is spending 600,000 on their CBD and surrounds. I mean, I respect that we've put in an application, but we can't do the whole district or even the cores of the townships for 100k.
This is obviously the one that's been cut by 30% as well, and it is locked in for 3 years.
So, but we could fund it, right?
We could, but no reimbursement.
Yeah. Because when people arrive home from work or it's their house and the gutter's growing long grass and their footpath outside the house is slippery and slimy, growing grass as well, mould, lichen and moss, service request goes into council, gets prioritised, I assume, but the answer ultimately will have to be there is no money. And we need to fix that now by saying, actually, there is some money and we're going to put some money towards preventatively maintaining the footpaths.
Right, so what are you proposing?
Well, I think we need to double. We need to match dollar for dollar what NZTA is providing, Waka Kotahi, for the district.
So if you're talking 100,000, what does it do to our rates? What's 100,000?
Do we depreciate footpaths?
Yes,
Do we build up a depreciation reserves for footpaths?
it will go through SSA, so it's.
So they get the money? Yeah, okay. That's right.
Do we get new service requests for footpaths?
Actually, I don't, do you know what? That service request thing is actually a bit of an issue because I know that there's communities out there that didn't even know there was such thing as a service request.
The question's different, so the question is, do we get many? Are you prepared to increase the rates by a further 0.5% to double the footpath maintenance? Can I have a direction there? Nathan, you say yes, Jane, you say no?
I think there's other priorities that we've said no to.
Okay, so let's,
Higher on the
can you give me Steve,
I think
Jenny?
it's more to see that 200,000.
It's your 54th birthday today. So
You know, but well, I do support extra funding for the footpaths.
you do?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Two minds on. I think I'm
I'd like to see the report.
Yeah. I think James kind of hit the nail on the head there. We say we throw out this arbitrary figure of an extra $100,000 and we don't actually know. Well, it might get us double, but there's no report, no solid.
I suggest that once we come back with a full diagnostic of exactly what we have in place and what the priority ones are, and get that cost. So, what, like I said, we've done the full review now, which should be hard now to put the budget together behind.
The real question is, are you happy with what's there now?
No.
That's the real question.
No.
Everyone's happy.
No, they're not. It's honestly, it's probably what I get the most calls, contacts, emails, discussions about, and it's core business for us as a council. Potholes, footpaths, maintenance, not even asking for gold plated, us saying, can we have them so we don't slip, so we don't fall down a hole, so we have, the water drains away.
I would like to see
suggestion, Your Worship. We actually sacrificed the Wilderness Trail money to do this work.
The Wilderness Trail
Capital plan.
Is it?
No, sorry.
It's the other way around.
Have the OPEX, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. No, this is like hands on the table. I mean, this is a 0.5% rate increase. It's 100 grand. If we're happy to leave it for a year, we leave it. If we're not, put your big boys' pants on and vote.
Yeah.
It's those of you that would like to see, when I go around the table, for all of them.
$100 grand, but yeah, what does that 100 grand do? We've got no idea costing around.
Yeah, we've got going to be spent as well.
But Simon's already saying that they are pretty much there to know exactly where
We won't have it by the
main.
time we make a deliberation, mate.
The difficulty is that it's another year out. That's not a problem if that's what you councillors want, but it is a problem if it's not.
I think the ratepayers want it.
They do.
They don't want to just.
Districts.
Cross and
That's what you do.
Oh, look, I've read this thing pretty much, they need to do it, but at the same time, they should get off their ass and get in, give it a watch themselves. Because that's like one place I'd go and do it.
Totally agree.
But they pay rates, so they're expected to down it, that's fair enough,
It is a visual thing, even when I talk, because the community groups I know in Ross and Kamara really quite strong about that. And to them, it is a visual thing. They want to visually see value for their rates money. That's what they want. And, if some of, what we're doing is the footpaths and creating, maintenance plans to keep the place tidy and amongst everything else that we know is a core functions in council, I think that it's vital, and I would like to move that action starts to happen within the next 12 months for them to really see us taking them seriously.
So you're moving to 100 grand?
Yeah.
For additional Westland-wide maintenance in the next 12 months.
Yep.
Is there a second to that?
It should be
Second that?
broken up into areas too, so one area doesn't get completely missed.
With a plan to be developed as part of that.
What Simon's talking about with council.
That have to be an arbitrary 100K could not be lifting a little bit, yeah.
Someone had to open the mouth.
They're just doing something, but at the same time, it recognises that we are already facing 30%.
So
how would you feel about 50?
No, I want to stick to the 100 and actually show that we're actually, are prepared to throw,
We have a movement,
fair
we have
amount of
second
that.
that. Can you raise your hand if you support putting the additional 100,000 into footpath maintenance across Westland? What have we got? Where are you, Dave? You're at there? Can I have a show of hands for those that are against it? Okay. It's a tight one. It's in the plan. Move on to the gambling policy. Due for review, and we'll be consulted on, move on that. Recycling, make recycling available at Cockatoo Kurangi School. This will be cost of ratepayer and service.
What do people at Cockatoo and Kurangi do now for the recycling? They
We
don't
don't
recycle?
have anything.
And the hole at the back of the farm.
The hole at the back of the farm?
Good old empty ground.
Yeah.
And lots taken into the transfer station as well.
Yeah. I think that sits with the ministry.
I agree. Why is it an accountant?
It's not for the ministry though, it's for the community, as in the whole community has a station there.
So what it came, and for some reason it's a submission to the plan, which
Yeah.
it wasn't meant to be. It was an email from someone that's raised the issue that council supports the Enviro Schools program. It's implemented very successfully at this school. And for the community, there's nowhere, apart from taking their waste to the transfer station, to have a place to drop off their recycling. And the proposal is, could we get one of the trailers that council already own that are sitting stockpiled up at the transfer station, and have it located out there at the school for the fact that the school is a community hub. It could be at the fire station across the road if it really needed to be, or somewhere else. Or the pub, yeah.
It's a grand idea, but I mean, it's Cockatoo Kurangi different from anywhere down south. It doesn't have recycling as well. At the right, we have to take out, after big groups have been in there, we have to take out every scrap of rubbish and the recycling. We have to cart it all back to town. Because there's nothing there, the council to wait still. The community has nothing except a hole in the ground. So is it any different?
Anna, can I have your view, please?
Well, the school does, the school itself does do a lot of recycling, just in the school itself, and they have a, I'm not part of the school anymore, but they used to have a roster of you bringing it to town for recycling, but as a farming community, we often do our own in a different way. So I don't know, if there'd be buy-in for it, or I don't know.
So
We could try it.
We could, yeah.
So there's a trailer sitting, somewhere doing nothing.
Well, all those trailers we pulled out of Lake Canary and southwest London, they're all just used at the dump. So
You just take it out there and leave it there, and they tow it in or something.
Is it just all recycling?
So it's a use of a trailer.
I can't see how it would be such a huge cost to council.
With the way there for us to get staff to investigate that.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we can get a trailer. And get
Yeah.
it out there.
And talk
Yeah.
to Casper or
And
someone like that at school.
Yeah.
It's a good idea, encourages recycling.
I can help with that if you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on to the next one.
Yeah,
The
I'll tell
rating
you that.
of married freehold land, policy and conflict. Isn't that? Is it asking us to do something or not?
So, there is new information coming out all the time about the fact, and we're expecting a generic policy to be produced for all councils. That hasn't come through yet. So it may well, the one we have at the moment may well be in conflict, but once that policy comes out, it'll be adhered to that remission policy.
So you're not asking for a decision then? Okay, move on to the next one. Biodiversity noted, it says. Next one, SNAs, responsibility of regional council. Whatever that. Next one, skate park. Upgrading skate park, okay. There's a petition there from Hope Primary School.
Oh, we kind of talked about that when we talked about the Cass Square anyhow, didn't we? Yeah.
Quite happy there? Okay, tick them off. River Street trial, disagrees with trial, noted. Smoke-free environments, can be included in the schedule of council bylaws. Noted. Raise and park. Oh, petition for the-
I'll scrap that.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Right.
Can you read it out?
You could use some make notes. Always only people in
That's pretty cool though.
Laser Park, funding of 35,000 for Lions Club to complete fencing and car park.
I'd like to declare a conflict of interest in this matter, Your Worship, and I'll leave the meeting for this part. Noting I'm the treasurer and the incoming president of Lions. While you deliberate.
Right, any views, councillors?
I was the view expressed in relation to a number of these applications for funding. That's not really an issue for us in present environment. It's not tenable in any way.
I support.
Thank you, Chair. Next one.
Oh, Nathan.
Civilian Road.
Yeah, look, this is a real concern up there. If you look at the amount of, yes, there was only one submission, but there's a number of parties that signed that. And there appears to be even a health and safety issue with it. I haven't been up there to see it for myself, but yeah, it does appear to be something that we need to. Is that a district council road, or so it is? And basically by us bringing this up, it's, you know, to be looked into over the long-term plan, which is 10 years, isn't it?
For me, I'd prefer to see the costings done on it, the costing set in the bucket somewhere, so that if a funding opportunity arises in the next few years, we can get in and use it as an application.
Just to highlight, there are a number of roads like this around the district. And just to remind councillors, we're losing 30% of our funding anyway, so this is a big stretch just to maintain what we have.
One on the Waitini Tiana, it's roads that
there's one right beside my place.
there is.
Really.
Oh, it's nice.
Do we know where that's sitting currently on the list of priorities?
Sorry?
Do we know where Cemetery Road is sitting currently on our list of priorities?
It's been reviewed just not long ago and didn't meet the criteria to a full service. I can get it revisited, get a costing done on it.
Well, it may end up being like the old Christchurch Road, where we turned it down for years and years. The funding opportunity was done. And I think, you know,
Are there options around, rather than full resurface, that at least brought up to a standard, you know, for a drivable?
It is a standard.
That's what, well, that's not what that is subjective, because that's not what the residents up there are saying.
it doesn't stack up there. It just doesn't stack up there. So,
God, how bad does it have to be then to be?
Probably need a few deaths.
I read Greg's submission with interest, and Greg's guy from great integrity, but I've looked down that road many times, and I've certainly not seen the sort of potholes that he described.
there's a little blue card.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, I haven't been up there, so.
Well, can we put it in year 3?
I think it needs to be.
It'll be sitting inside the
list.
whole 3-year plan.
Yeah, no, but it's not going to get the cut through. Whitcomb Valley Road out the gorge never got the cut through it needed until it came to this table and we said, please prioritise, it needs to be done. The same with the Cogans Road extension to Murding's Road. Oh, it all did once we actually said these are real priorities and
As part of the gorge upgrade.
yeah, that's right. So we had it in the plan, but we have not got any plan to seal this road.
I don't think there's any plan to seal any road, is there?
No, there's not.
No, there's not, seriously.
Yeah, I know.
We don't plan to extend any of sealed surfaces for this 3 years because of the reduction in funding.
What happened in the old days of grading?
The Duke grade. Can I move on to that one, folks? Okay. Is that right? Number 30, 53, 55, sorry. Community hub, like a grant of 25 to 30,000 for feasibility study.
I think with seed funding, we should be able to get them a lottery community facilities application for feasibility. Absolutely, we should be able to, if we put in say 5, you'd be able to get the rest of that from lotteries to undertake a feasibility study. Just my view on how feasibility studies work.
So you're suggesting we put in 5 grand?
Oh, I'm saying if you put in 5, you'd probably get the other 25 from lotteries, yeah. I don't know if that 5 may already sit within the Paki Waitara budget.
I think you're text skills. I do. There's funding is quite resourceful, and I think he would. And if it was turned down by the council, I think he would probably drop and bring the group together to do it themselves and apply for that fund. I don't think council needs to.
Well, it's already going to be a big enough.
Great rise.
No, well, I tend to agree with Latham that if we're contributing $5,000 towards this, and maybe that could be incorporated even in under the Paki Whatara building or.
Not linked in any way.
No, I know. Well, yeah, I would support if we could give $5,000 towards it, but then go out and apply for external funding through the likes of lotteries for this, because the reality is there's a lot of community groups and services that.
In a very quick way, can I just give a yes or no? No.
Being next one.
The answer's no. Move on. 350,000 for the community school. No.
No.
No. Number 57, Western Sports Hub.
I might sit on the user group, but I have no pecuniary interest.
I think the same principle applies to this, doesn't it? So it's a worthwhile goal and we want to support it, but we're just not in a position to do that. So it's an open category.
Can I just brief the council on what actually is happening there? Oh, well, we won't then.
No, well, they've only got 2 more to go, so. Nathan, go.
So we've got $300,000 from the ministry, 310,000 from lotteries, and the shortfall is 122,000 to complete a $732,000 project, which is to completely rip up the school fields, install a all seasons turf, which will mean that there'll be a new surface laid, an irrigation system installed, which will mean that it will fix issues like we have with Cass Square, talking about muddy surfaces and things. So because it's going to be a sand surface and proposed to also be lit as well. So the community use of that space is actually what's driven that lottery application and why it was successful, because every weekend it's used by the community. And if the council chooses not to fund it, that's absolutely the council's decision to make. But just be aware that you could get this, you can get a really good outcome here very cheaply.
Through your worship, this is not the first time that field we dug up and redone with the promise. It's like Kesley. You're basically starting off with a swamp.
Yeah.
It's a swamp you're going to have. You put the drains in underneath, you put the sand carpet, and you're still going to have a swamp. It's been, I would say it's been dug up twice before.
Yes, I think.
I know it's been dug up twice even from when I was at school, and then the Pragnall's done it. And, you know, it's been done, but I don't think we're in an environment now to be.
Just on that note, Nathan, so with that funding that's been allocated, and there's a shortfall, there's an opportunity for that shortfall to be funded as well, so it's some way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but a decision here, would that impact that other funding coming from lotteries and stuff like that or not? You know, like, you know, are we throwing this out, you know, and we go, what is the other funding? Is what I'm asking. Because if we are, then we need to reconsider and think about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, I think that probably seemed like if I say any more on that, it'd be like lobbying council. So I think it's council's got to make that decision. I respect what you're saying though, Francois.
Can I get a few around the table so I can keep moving? David? Can you sign that? You support?
Just listening to what,
yeah,
what to, and then read, I went back and read that submission, so no, I asked.
Yes, I mean, it's kind of 3 versus 7 or something. Moving on, endorses 102, noted, thank you. The final one, Heritage Group combined funding, 20,000 to support development and maintenance of heritage assets in the district at each can be clean. Unfortunately, applied principle. So absolutely love to do it. Can I get a feel around the table? Is it a,
Man, I really would have liked
there's a lot of
to
nodding
put this
heads here.
over the line.
I think if we don't support that 2023, I think we have a civic duty to that. It's like a combining of a number of significant milestones for the region, the province, and if we're not supporting that as council.
I think they don't support that.
And but this is all, that's that is this.
No, that's not that. I don't think that is that.
Okay,
No,
so
this
I
is
must have read the submission wrong.
Maintenance of heritage assets in the district.
When,
There's other ways.
I understand
No,
that
not
line to
something
the
through.
development West Coast under the regional events fund for that 2023.
Well, look, it's
just to clarify, the very first one is examples of project that would benefit planning for Heritage 2023 celebrations.
So that's not cost less. Not 20 grand for 2023 celebrations, is it? Or
No, what they want to do is have everything ready for that year.
I understand what Rob said, he referred to 5 projects in the submission. And that was the planning, it's just part of just one.
Look, councillors, well, thank you. It's been a very good day. We have gone over time. David instructed me we had to finish 6 minutes ago. However, we've made it. Staff will now carry on, and we have one final resolution. I'd like to move that after hearing and deliberating on the submissions to the Western District Council draft long-term plan 2021 to 2031, the Chief Executive be instructed to make the necessary amendments to the draft long-term plan 2021 to 2031 and present the long-term plan 2021 to 2031 to an extraordinary meeting of Council on the 30th of June 2021 for adoption. I'd ask someone to second that, please. Seconded. Deputy Mayor Carruthers. All those in favour? Hands. Those against? Unanimous approved. Thank you so much. I'll now declare the meeting closed. And thank you.
Thanks.